Chapter 21-21. The first thing to appear on the 100,000 steps was a small bird covered in feathers that looked like burning flames, glistening with golden light. The moment this bird appeared, the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples on the comprehension platform retreated in horror. Even Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly. However, he did not move back. Soon after, the main character appeared. It was a petite girl with an impressive figure and a youthful face. The person who arrived was the Golden Crow Empire's solar divine daughter, Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao glanced at Mu Yunju and said coldly, "You'd best pray that nothing happens to him." While Mu Yunju spoke, Ao Jiao strode over to Xiao Chen's side to check on Xiao Chen's condition. The other party's Dao voice invaded Xiao Chen's soul pool, causing his soul to be shaken. It was somewhat difficult to treat, but it was not a fatal injury. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen was fine. Unexpectedly, when we meet again, it would be in such a situation. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Upon hearing Ao Jiao's voice, Xiao Chen knew that the other party had arrived. He felt somewhat embarrassed, letting the other party see his weak side. However, such thoughts only existed for an instant. Xiao Chen's joy at seeing Ao Jiao again diluted it. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, Ao Jiao's worried heart immediately relaxed. She glared at Xiao Chen and said, "Idiot, what are you saying? If I were one step later, you would have fallen off these 100,000 steps. That would be very painful." A scene of him rolling down the 100,000 steps and falling to the ground appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen rolled down 100,000 steps and fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Ao Jiao happened to see this scene. Xiao Chen immediately smiled faintly. In comparison, his current situation was much better. "How did you get here?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Being able to see Ao Jiao in the faux god world was truly a pleasant surprise. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "Don't you know? The 8 great empires are backed by the Bushin Palace. After I met the requirements, I naturally could enter." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Actually, as long as he thought about it carefully, he would be able to figure it out. He hadn't seen Ao Jiao for a long time, and his brain wasn't working well. The disciples of the super forces who were watching from the outside were all stunned. They had never expected that the Bushin Palace's Ao Jiao would stand up for a newcomer from the Sky Alliance. Damn, what's the background of this newcomer? The Sun Goddess seems to have known him for a long time. Can't be. My goddess is gone just like that? It's hard to say. Judging from their words and actions, they clearly have a close relationship. Many disciples of the super forces looked at the Enlightenment platform with envy and confusion. "I say, are the two of you done being intimate?" Mu Yunju's expression turned somewhat unsightly. It was already bad enough that Ao Jiao stopped him from making a move. However, after she arrived, she completely ignored his existence. When Ao Jiao heard that, she turned around and said, "Mu Yunju, since you are done comprehending, don't occupy the comprehension platform. Earlier, everyone gave you face and did not want to disturb your comprehension. Don't think that this comprehension platform really belongs to your profound Heaven Holy Land." "What if I don't leave?" Mu Yunju's lips curled up slightly as he smiled coldly. "You interrupted my comprehension, and you want to chase me away? Ao Jiao, do you really think that I, Mu Yunju, fear you?" Whoosh! Before Ao Jiao could say anything, Little Yellow Feather gently spread its wings. Immediately, rings of resplendent solar true flame flew towards the profound Heaven Holy Land's people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and the solar true flame containing divine might spread out, surging over with vast divine might. Mu Yunju threw a palm strike and scattered most of the solar true flame. However, he was still forced back several steps. While Mu Yunju was fine, the other profound Heaven Holy Land disciples found this somewhat unbearable, forced into a dead end. "Come back." Ao Jiao called out softly. Little Yellow Feather circled around and landed on Ao Jiao's shoulder. "Golden Crow." Mu Yunju stared at Little Yellow Feather, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. How hateful! To think that such a pure-blooded holy beast actually appeared in the martial epic. Furthermore, it was tamed by someone. Although it was still young, with the help of this golden crow, they would not be able to gain any advantage against Ao Jiao. "Let's go," Mu Yunju said coldly. Mu Yunju said coldly. When he passed by Xiao Qin, his body paused slightly. Then he said indifferently, "Trash. If not for hiding behind a woman, I would be able to destroy you with one hand." Xiao Qin said softly, "Is that so? In that case, try and pinch me." Mu Yunju immediately smiled coldly in his heart. "I was just waiting for you to say that." Then he turned around and kicked up a strong wind at Xiao Chen, making it hard for Xiao Chen to open his eyes. "If you dare to exchange one move with me, I will only need one move. If I cannot defeat you, I will give you 1,000 faux god coins." When Ao Jiao heard that, she raised her eyebrows but did not say anything. She understood Xiao Chen. He had always been calm and would not make a rash decision. She asked softly, "Are you confident?" "Right now, I am indeed not as strong as him. However, I should have no problem receiving one move from him." Ao Jiao nodded slightly and moved to the side without saying anything more. This was trust, the tacit understanding and trust that came from living together in the Kunlun realm for 20-odd years, going through life and death together. Is he seeking death? What is this? Mu Yunju has been in the faux god world for 4 years already. His light Dao domain has reached the 2nd layer, and his profound heaven art has reached the 3rd layer. Among the profound heaven Holy Land disciples, his strength is firmly within the top 5. Young people still cannot take the provocation. With the golden crow around, this Mu Yunju cannot touch him at all. To think that he took the initiative to jump out. When the many watching super faction disciples saw this scene, they all felt it strange. Even if it was just one move, if the difference in strength was too great, even if one could not kill in the divine capital, it would still be sufficient to make Xiao Qin bedridden for a year and a half. Xiao Qin had wasted a lot of cultivation time. In the faux god world, the most valuable thing for everyone was time. Xiao Qin looked at Mu Yunju and asked, "How do we decide victory with one move?" Mu Yunju smiled coldly and said, "Whoever retreats loses. If you lose, I do not need you to do anything. If you do not retreat, consider it my loss. I will give you 1,000 faux god coins." Mu Yunju's words were filled with absolute confidence. He did not believe that Xiao Qin could win at all. As long as Xiao Qin dared to receive a palm strike from him, Mu Yunju was confident of severely injuring the other party to vent the hatred in his heart. It would be worth it. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "I don't want your faux god coins. If you lose, you will roll off these 100,000 steps. Unfortunately, I can't lose. You simply don't know how big the gap between us is." Mu Yunju laughed maniacally and directly attacked. A resplendent light burst out of Mu Yunju's body. The comprehension platform gave off a light as dazzling as the sun. Everyone within 5,000 kilometers could feel the piercing light. At the same time, a terrifying Dao might erupted from Mu Yunju's body. Before Mu Yunju made a move, his Dao might was sufficient to knock many ordinary sovereign personages into the air. Light Dao domain, peak 2nd layer. No wonder Mu Yunju was so angry. It turns out that he was trying to break through to the Dao domain's 3rd layer on the comprehension platform. In the end, Xiao Qin interrupted him. "You can't speak carelessly." Even if he was not interrupted, he might not be able to reach the Dao domain's 3rd layer. However, it looks like this Heavenly Alliance newcomer will definitely lose. Look at his Dao domain. He has not even stabilized the 1st layer yet. The difference is too great. Before Mu Yunju made a move, the strong Dao might coming from him already made everyone think that Xiao Qin had already lost. "I'll show you the true profound heaven fist, 100 seal opening." Mu Yunju roared. Then he punched with his 2nd layer light Dao domain. 100 profound seals formed a wave of light on the fist light and ferociously punched at Xiao Qin. Wherever the fist light passed, a small world was formed, and it swept through everything before it. Even space itself was slightly warped and rippled like water. Terrifying. This punch allowed everyone to witness Mu Yunju's strong strength again. They now knew that while this person was arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant. "Idiot master, don't let him injure you." When Ao Jiao saw the situation, She frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Xianxia, afraid that he would get careless. Great desolate Ian bloodline, alloy battle armor, only I am supreme. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He instantly activated his various trump cards. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, and the alloy battle armor covered his entire body. In an instant, silver battle armor covered Xianxia's entire body. After that, without even thinking, Xianxia stepped forward and used offense as defense. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xianxia. Then, he used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move to clash. It was not over yet. Martial and soul as one. The instant Xianxia attacked, he entered the state of martial and soul as one. The fist light that burst out immediately made the world pale. Aside from Xianxia's fist light, only black and white remained on the comprehension platform. Bang! The two fists clashed, and a thunderous sound shook the surroundings. A terrifying light wave radiated in all directions. The ancient comprehension platform seemed to tremble slightly. Martial and soul as one. Be it the alloy battle armor or the great desolate Ian bloodline, they were not shocking. This was because everyone could feel the great desolate Ian bloodline in Xianxia. Naturally, the people of the Heavenly Alliance would have alloy battle armor. Mu Yunju must have taken all this into account. However, be it Mu Yunju or the watching superfaction disciples, none of them expected Xianxia to have comprehended martial and soul as one. This was a state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. A resplendent light erupted from the comprehension platform. It was too piercing and eye-catching, preventing people from seeing the situation inside. Who lost? After Xianxia entered the state of martial and soul as one, the crowd felt that something unexpected might happen in the originally one-sided situation. However, at this crucial moment, they could not see the situation inside. This immediately made them anxious. Chapter 21-22. When the light scattered, Xianxia's and Mu Yunju's figures slowly appeared before everyone's eyes on the comprehension platform. Xianxia retreated. However, the one who retreated was not Xianxia but Mu Yunju. One move to decide the victor. If Xianxia could receive one move and not retreat, it would be Xianxia's victory. However, no one expected Xianxia to use offense as defense. He wore the alloy battle armor, activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, and used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move under martial and soul as one to force Mu Yunju back. To think that Mu Yunju got knocked back. Mu Yunju paled on the comprehension platform. He had anticipated everything. He had even anticipated the horrifying eruption of the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, he had not expected Xianxia to grasp the mysteries of martial and soul as one, perfectly merging the will of soul and the martial Tao. The will of the martial Tao was boundlessly ethereal. Only cultivators with an extremely high mental state, able to discern their true self at all times, could sense it. Many people cultivated their entire lives, only knowing how to get stronger. They might not even sense their own will of the martial Tao when they died. It was already extremely rare for one to sense one's own will of the martial Tao. Furthermore, one could perfectly merge it with the will of soul. This was a level that anyone would be envious of. Whoosh! A golden light flowed in Xianxia's eyes as he withdrew his move and moved back. A trace of his will appeared at the corner of his lips. Honestly speaking, Mu Yunju's injuries were even more severe than the other parties. This was how offensive techniques worked. After continuously receiving injuries, one's aura would always be stronger than the other parties. Injuring the enemy by 1,000 while injuring oneself by 800 was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. If the other party's cultivation was much higher than his, he might not be able to last before the other party died. Mu Yunju, it is already clear who won and who lost. You can scram now. Ao Jiao walked over. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled into crescent moons, her youthful face filled with mischief. Mu Yunju gritted his teeth, showing an uncertain expression. Getting off before everyone was a great humiliation. How could he, Mu Yunju, do such an embarrassing thing? However, he was the one who suggested this bet. If he did not do it, no one would believe him in the future. He would not be able to survive in the faux god world. Senior brother, I'll scram for you. Hong Tao, who was at the side, felt anxious. Mu Yunju was one of the faces of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If he left, the profound Heaven Holy Land would lose a lot of face. Without waiting for Mu Yunju's reply, Hong Tao rolled on the ground and landed on the 100,000 steps. Come back! Mu Yunju shouted and forcibly grabbed Hong Tao. Then he said, I'll scram by myself. After that, Mu Yunju looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, Today, you made me scram down these 100,000 steps. Next time, I, Mu Yunju, will make you kneel down step by step on these 100,000 steps. Looking at the grievances he had suffered, his face was filled with unwillingness, and he wanted to work hard. Xiao Chen could not bear to watch this any longer. He said indifferently, Interesting. You have 2 mouths, but you have already said everything. Even if you admit defeat, you still have to gnash your teeth in anger. Who was it that thought that my cultivation was low and wanted to provoke me into a bet to teach me a lesson? Isn't it you, Mu Yunju? Who was it that monopolized the comprehension platform, acting tyrannically and wanting to teach someone a lesson after coming to take a look? Now, you dug a hole for yourself, and you still want to take revenge on me. Mu Yunju, this is all you are capable of. Quickly scram. Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? No, do. Mu Yunju felt ashamed of himself. His face flushed red, appearing flustered and exasperated. You are not convinced? Do you think that I only won against you with martial and soul as one? You only won against me because you came to the faux god world a few years earlier. Give me half a year, and I will be able to defeat you. Xiao Chen believed that he would have no problem defeating such a narrow-minded person who dragged his feet in half a year. If Mu Yunju had immediately scrammed off without saying anything else, Xiao Chen would have a higher opinion of him and remind him to be careful of this person in the future. Now that Mu Yunju acted like this, he could not even afford to lose. How could he be magnanimous? Very well. I, Mu Yunju, will give you half a year. After half a year, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation. Dong. Don't. Mu Yunju felt extremely sullen. Right after he spoke, he did not say anything more, just scramming off with a sullen expression. Senior brother. The profound Heaven Holy Lands people immediately panicked. They looked at Xiao Chen and said, You are dead for sure. This girl has less than half a year left in the faux god world. Let's see what you will do then. After glaring at Xiao Chen, these people quickly chased after Mu Yunju. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Ao Jiao and said, You are leaving in half a year? Is that half a year in the outside world or half a year in the faux god world? During the half a year in the faux god world, the members of the other super factions can enter the faux god world. As long as they meet the requirements, they can enter. There are many slots. There is no need to be like the Heavenly Alliance, which uses up all the slots for the next 500 years. Now that I think about it, I have been here for a long time already. Ao Jiao revealed a smile as she explained to Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, they managed to meet each other after so much difficulty. To think that they could only interact for half a year. Actually, there is no need to find it unfortunate. After you leave, you can come to the Golden Crow Empire to look for me at any time. I only need to wait for you in the outside world for 1 year. Oh, right, Lu Ryue came to the faux god world as well. However, she does not seem to remember anything. She has no impression of me at all. Ao Jiao said with wide eyes, finding it strange. Xiao Chen felt excited. He had not expected Lu Ryue to come to the faux god world as well. However, after thinking about it, the 8 great empires all relied on the Bushin Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chen would enter the Bushin Palace as well. Perhaps he would enter the faux god world through the Bushin Palace. It would not be strange for Lu Ryue to come. What's wrong with you? Why are you so calm after hearing that Lu Ryue is here? Ao Jiao asked with a smile as she blinked. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said somewhat dispiritedly, I already met her. The White Dragon King sealed her memories, so she does not have much of an impression of me. I do not know how to face her either. I can only help her recover her memories after I grow stronger. You are really silly. I heard that she is still single and has rejected countless suitors. How could it be that easy to forget her memories of Qingyun Peak? There are definitely some unforgettable feelings in there. Can't you try to get her back? She is still single now, but what if she gets abducted before she recovers her memories? You won't even be able to cry then. Ao Jiao scolded Xiaochen, rendering him speechless. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It made sense. However, he was not very good at this. I'll slow down first. Since the comprehension platform is empty, I'll comprehend my Tao first. Xiaochen did not have any good ideas for now. He could only make a mental note and finish what he was doing first. Seeing Xiaochen sitting cross-legged on a true god prayer mat, Ao Jiao sighed helplessly. However, when she saw little yellow feather flying over, she smiled happily. What a fool. He is still as silly as before. Little yellow feather, don't you think so? Xiaochen was indeed silly, a silly, clumsy blockhead. However, he was still him. He was still the trashy master that made Ao Jiao worry for him, helpless and heartbroken. Little yellow feather's disdainful voice rang out in Ao Jiao's mind. He is definitely stupid but not necessarily silly. Back then, if not for this little brother fanning the flames, who knows when this foolish fellow would have arrived on the island. Fortunately, he did something in the end. He is not hopelessly stupid. When Ao Jiao heard that, she immediately blushed slightly. She said bashfully, "If you keep speaking nonsense, I'll hit you." Ha! I'm not speaking nonsense. It's the truth. Ha! The young woman and the golden crow happily played around on the comprehension platform. After a while, Ao Jiao grabbed little yellow feather and said, "That's enough. Don't be noisy. Xiaochen is comprehending." "Alright, I won't be noisy, I won't be noisy." Gee, Just at this moment, a strange cry rang out. A scarlet light appeared on Xiaochen's body. The demon blood vulture appeared with bloodshot eyes. Then, it flew towards the golden crow excitedly. Ao Jiao frowned slightly. This should be Xiaochen's demonic pet. However, why does it feel somewhat silly? Golden crow. Golden crow. The demon blood vulture was a mutated demonic pet with a trace of a divine beast's bloodline. It immediately felt the pure divine might from the golden crow and could not control its excitement. This situation was like a human cultivator seeing an idol that they worshipped for a long time. For you, big brother, I'm the demon blood vulture. When the demon blood vulture saw that the golden crow actually responded to it, it immediately became even more excited. That's not right. I should call you Bird King. Golden Feather Great King, I'll follow you. Ha! That's easy, that's easy. Your master used to follow me as well. You have good eyes. I'll take in this little brother. Little Yellow Feather cackled. Chapter 21-23. Tao Comprehension Platform. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the true god praying mat. Soon, he felt the Tao rhyme contained within the praying mat, which spread out in front of him like an ocean. It was like he was sitting cross-legged in a sea formed by the Tao, forgetting himself and the world. He opened his mind, and all he could see were the Tao marks left behind by the various experts and seniors, and they formed a myriad of phenomena and worlds. The thousands of Taos appeared incredibly complicated. Xiaochen calmed his heart and sought the Tao. In this world, he materialized the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique in the mortal realm. In an instant, the myriad of phenomena disappeared, leaving only Xiaochen's phenomenon in the human world. With the nurturing of the Grand Tao Ocean, Xiaochen was able to develop all sorts of thoughts in his heart to the limit. It was truly boundlessly profound, causing one to click one's tongue in wonder and forget everything as they immerse themselves within it. After a while, he turned into a Buddha. His face was expressionless as he looked around coldly. Who is in the human world? Buddha is in the human world. He used the swastika Buddhist seal to summon the supreme killing Buddha to descend into the world. With the might of the Buddha, he shocked the world and stabilized the seas and 8 desolate lands. A moment later, killing intent filled the sky and gathered at the swastika on his forehead. Who is in the human world? I am in the human world. The Buddha is me and I am the Buddha. With the saber in my hand, I walk the world on behalf of the Buddha, subduing demons and vanquishing demons. As the mysterious phenomena materialized became more and more varied, Xiaochen gradually came to a realization. So that's how it is. Whether Buddha is in the human world or I am in the human world, it doesn't matter. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's fourth move, in the mortal realm, depended on how one comprehended it and what to choose. On the other hand, the Buddha in the human world was inclined towards defense and deterrence. It summoned the killing Buddha to defend against attacks from all directions and deterred the small evils in the human world. When I am in the mortal world, my murderous intent is even heavier. I am walking the mortal world on behalf of Buddha. I am Buddha, and Buddha is me. The saber in my hand can start a massacre. Those who do not respect me are all evil demons. How domineering! After Xiaochen understood this, he was somewhat astonished. He did not expect that the Buddhist sect, which was known for its benevolence and virtue, would have such a tyrannical martial technique. But on second thought, there was no need to make a fuss about it. Only the strong could be merciful, because only the unrivaled could make a merciful choice. The weak couldn't even survive themselves, so how could they be merciful? How could they pity others? The phrase Buddha is merciful was actually the truth of Buddhism. The strong were invincible and compassionate. The weak were useless and begged for their lives. Xiaochen didn't want to think too deeply about such profound principles. Right now, he had two choices in front of him. Am I in the human world, or is Buddha in the human world? One was attacking while the other was defending. After pondering for a while, Xiaochen made a choice. He chose to guard the Buddha in the human world. Xiao. After making his choice, the mysterious phenomena that he had conjured all disappeared, leaving only a single one. It was an unparalleled killing Buddha. It turned into a strand of Buddhist light and entered the space between Xiaochen's brows. The true meaning of being in the mortal realm was comprehended at this point. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked around. There were already many people sitting on the prayer mats beside him. Looking around, Ao Jiao and the blonde had already disappeared from the enlightenment platform. After capturing someone, Xiaochen asked, "This brother, do you know how long I have been comprehending on this enlightenment platform?" The Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen? That person initially appeared somewhat impatient. However, when he saw Xiaochen's appearance, he asked uncertainly, "That is me. So, it is you. 1 month has already passed since your conflict with Mu Yunju. You are really something. You just arrived, and you already made Mu Yunju roll off the enlightenment platform. You ended up benefiting us. However, speaking of which, you have to be careful. Mu Yunju already said that he would come and look for you half a year later." It turned out that 1 month had already passed. This made sense. On the Enlightenment Sea, Xiaochen materialized the various mysterious phenomena in the human world to their limits. Finally, he confirmed the two correct choices. Immersed in it, Xiaochen forgot about the flow of time. "Many thanks." Xiaochen expressed his thanks and left alone. After 1 month, Ao Jiao should have returned already. In the Void God realm, everyone only had 10 years of time. Time was limited and no one could waste it. Without thinking too much, Xiaochen headed back to his residence. Xiaochen had started practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's fourth move, in the mortal realm, in the drill ground of his residence. He had already comprehended the true meaning of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique on the comprehension platform. Xiaochen executed it in one go without any hindrance. He had chosen Buddha in the world, so it was destined that this move would not be able to cause too much damage. It was more focused on defense and deterrence. However, this effect was what Xiaochen wanted. In terms of killing, the might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's third move, entering hell, was already sufficient as a powerful killing move. The various saber moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques did not differ in strength. Each move had its own specialties, suitable for specific environments. There was no difference in strength. Every move was a killer move that could be used as a trump card. As he became more familiar with the mortal realm, Xiaochen sheathed his saber and entered deep thought. Each move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique could be a killing move. However, one could not directly use a killing move in a regular fight. Furthermore, one could not keep up with the expenditure. In the past, Xiaochen had the 1,000 army break to make up for this. However, now that he was a sovereign personage, the 1,000 army break clearly could not keep up with his cultivation. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, one could obtain cultivation techniques, martial techniques, divine weapons, and any other resources one wanted. Of course, one needed faux god coins. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Xiaochen saw a figure approaching from afar, flying towards him. It was Ao Jiao. When Xiaochen saw the other party, he waved his hand and removed the restriction around his residence. Congratulations! Those who can last 1 month on the comprehension platform must have gained something, Xiaochen said with a smile. After Ao Jiao landed, she said with a smile. Little Yellow Feather and the demon blood vulture chased after her in the air. Xiaochen took a look and fixed his gaze on Ao Jiao. Then he smiled softly and said, Fortunately, I comprehended the true meaning of a killing move. I did not waste 1 month. Ao Jiao suggested to Xiaochen, Let's go. Let's go to the trial tower. Most newcomers would go to the trial tower first after familiarizing themselves with it. Firstly, they could verify their strength and secondly, earn faux god coins. Should I go after some time? I still have room for improvement. The Holy Domain envoy once introduced the trial tower to Xiaochen. It was the first way for newcomers to earn faux god coins. However, Xiaochen feared that the faux god world had a limit. If he was not strong enough, he would be wasting this opportunity. It's fine. The trial tower does not have a limit. We can go at any time. Let's go then. After chatting for a while, the two arrived before the trial tower in the divine capital. The Tower of Trials was situated in the middle of the largest lake in the divine capital. A small path paved with bamboo and wood led directly to the Tower of Trials. This was a pagoda made of jade. It had a total of 81 floors, looking like a sword piercing the clouds. The trial tower had not opened yet, so many cultivators gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from the Heavenly Alliance, waiting in line. As Xiaochen sized up the trial tower, he asked out of curiosity, How do I earn faux god coins? Ao Jiao explained, You will obtain the corresponding faux god coins by breaking through the corresponding floor. Everyone has only one chance. This is the basic faux god coins. On top of this, if one performs well, there will be additional rewards? Perform well? Yes. The time taken to clear each floor is recorded. If you can enter the top 10, it will be considered an outstanding performance. If you can break the record, it will be incredible. You will obtain a large number of faux god coins. You might even attract the attention of the older generation faux gods, who will give you pointers behind closed doors in the faux god world. So, that was the case. The trial tower really had many benefits. Not only could one test one's strength, but one could also obtain faux god coins. If one performed well, one could even attract the attention of faux god powerhouses. Xiaochen. Several people from the Heavenly Alliance recognized Xiaochen. They had gotten to know each other on the way here. When they saw Xiaochen arrive, they greeted him. Xiaochen nodded slightly and responded to all of them. Suddenly, Xiaochen noticed a stone stele in front of the trial tower. Many people were looking at it. This is the glory stele. The names of the record holders of each floor are recorded there. Xiaochen went over and looked from top to bottom. The top row was empty. There was no record of anyone clearing the 81st floor. Xiaochen continued looking, and a familiar yet unfamiliar name entered his eyes. The record holder of the 80th floor, the Universe Origin Sects Chu Chaoyun. Xiaochen was stunned for a while. Then he muttered, Is this the Chu Chaoyun I know? Chapter 21-24. Chu Chaoyun? Is that the Chu Chaoyun I know? Ordinary people could not come into contact with the 8 superfactions. They only knew of their existence on the surface. The Universe Origin Sects faction on the surface was the Tianmu dynasty of the 3 dynasties, a major faction that ruled the Central Great Realm. The person who broke the trial tower's 80th floor record was the universe origin sect's Chu Chaoyun. That was to say, if Xiao Chen's guess was right, he should be from the Tianwu dynasty. He might be the Chu Chaoyun that Xiao Chen knew. The one who used the divine item that the Tianwu emperor left behind to come to the Great Thousand Realms from the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyun. Ao Jiao gave Xiao Chen a definite answer. Then she said softly, "That's right. It is that Chu Chaoyun that you know. I met him once 5 years ago. However, he caught the eye of a powerhouse in the faux god world long ago and received closed-door guidance. It is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not. It really is him." Xiao Chen could not help recalling. After a while, he asked, "Why do you say that it is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not?" Ao Jiao explained, "According to the rules of the faux god world, after one becomes a divine Vane realm sovereign emperor, one has to leave even before the 10 years are up. Chu Chaoyun possesses outstanding talent, but I am not sure. Furthermore, he received closed-door guidance from a powerhouse in the faux god world. He might have already become a divine Vane realm sovereign emperor." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. Ao Jiao's words immediately shocked him. After not meeting for so many years, Chu Chaoyun has actually become so strong already? If that was really the case, there was only one possibility. Chu Chaoyun should have come into contact with the Tianwu dynasty's royal court. In the past few years, Chu Chaoyun had been enjoying the resources of the royal court. Then, he entered the universe origin sect and was sent to the faux god world. This put some pressure on Xiao Chen, but he did not feel too anxious. Xiao Chen had an acquired divine body and a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline. His cultivation would definitely improve slower than others. If Xiao Chen had the same physical body as the others, he would have reached peak sovereign personage long ago. Right now, he was neither in a rush nor too slow. If he continued walking down his own path, he would eventually be able to achieve what he wanted. Xiao Chen was full of confidence in himself. These 10 years in the faux god realm would be the most crucial time for him to climb to the peak. As Xiao Chen continued to read on the honor stele, he discovered that the fastest record for many levels was Chu Chaoyun. This guy. I really want to meet him. Xiao Chen was slightly shocked and said softly. The other Heavenly Alliance members were similarly shocked at this name that appeared many times, appearing somewhat envious. Indeed, the other super factions have deeper accumulations. There is no one from my Heavenly Alliance on this record stele. I heard that you can't use alloy battle armor in the trial tower. You can choose your own weapon, but all other treasures are prohibited. However, we have 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages in our batch. Perhaps we can change things. I hope so. As the crowd discussed, an old man with white eyebrows and a beard walked out of the trial tower. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "So, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers have arrived. No wonder there are so many people here this time." Clearly, the white-bearded old man was the person in charge of the trial tower. After explaining the rules to the crowd, he said, "This trial tower can only allow a maximum of 5 people to enter at a time. Remember not to use any secret treasures aside from weapons after you enter. I will not say anything else. Do as you please." Right after the white-bearded old man spoke, 5 people immediately stepped forward and entered the trial tower, appearing very confident. However, in less than 15 minutes, the first person to be eliminated appeared with an unsightly expression. He was eliminated on the first floor. Time passed slowly. At first, everyone was eager to try. However, their expressions slowly turned grave. For hours later, most people were stuck on the first floor. Only 2 or 3 people managed to break through to the second floor. However, no one managed to break through to the third floor. The difficulty surpassed everyone's expectations. The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. There is a small hurdle every 3 floors of the trial tower and a large hurdle every 9 floors. Most newcomers stop at the 3rd floor. If you can break through to the 3rd floor on your first attempt, that would already be extremely incredible. So, that is the case. Then, what will happen if I break through to the 6th floor on my first attempt?" If you break through to the 6th floor on your first attempt, Then all the faux god powerhouses in the entire holy domain will fight to recruit you. The old man stroked his beard and laughed softly. Clearly, he did not believe that anyone could break through to the 6th floor on their first attempt. As Xianxia looked at the trial tower, he entered deep thought. Is it really that difficult? Look, someone broke through to the 3rd floor. It must be Saber Demon Wu Meng. A spot of light flickered on the trial tower's 4th floor. Of the 5 people in there, only Saber Demon Wu Meng possessed such strength. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng moved like a hot knife through butter. After breaking through to the 3rd floor, he continued on to the 2nd floor. However, he did not last long on the 6th floor before being defeated. Whoosh! Wu Meng appeared somewhat fatigued. However, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes as he said, "Great!" The white-bearded old man's expression changed slightly, and his eyes lit up as well. Even in the other super factions, people who managed to make it to the 6th floor on their first attempt were rare. Spear Sovereign Mou and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan entered the trial tower one after another. The two did not disappoint, making it to the 6th floor. However, they also did not last long before being defeated. Of the Heavenly Alliance's 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, only Grim Reaper Lin Feng remained. Lin Feng showed an indifferent expression. His eyes were dull and lifeless, devoid of color. No one dared to look at him. Whoosh! Without any warning, Xianxia entered the trial tower without a sound or warning. The white-bearded old man felt slightly startled. His eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Death Dao Domain." After Lin Feng entered the trial tower, the many faux god powerhouses in closed-door cultivation in the floating palaces in the sky of the divine capital opened their eyes. Before Grim Reaper Lin Feng entered the faux god world, many holy domain faux gods already knew his name. Many people thought highly of him, a descendant who could comprehend the Death Dao domain. Such a person would definitely become a sovereign emperor. If he could light up his divine flame in the future and advance to faux god, he would immediately soar. Lin Feng was a rare good sapling. Whether it was taking him in as a disciple or as a nominal disciple, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Ao Jiao said after some thought, "How strong! To think that a demonic genius appeared in your heavenly alliance. I believe that as long as he makes it to the 6th floor, a faux god will definitely appear and give him closed-door guidance." A faux god's time was very precious. In the holy domain's divine capital, being able to receive a faux god's closed-door guidance was an extremely high honor and rare. Xiaochen said softly, "This person is indeed very strong. However, his character is somewhat strange. I have practically never seen him speak. The murderous aura on his body is even more terrifying, but there seems to be an aura on him that I'm very familiar with." A very familiar aura? Yes. However, there is no need to look into this. Let's see how many floors he can make it to. Before everyone's anticipation, Lin Feng, who was known as the Grim Reaper, fought steadily, living up to everyone's expectations. He broke through the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, and the 5th floor. Soon, he arrived at the crucial 6th floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan all looked somewhat nervous. Previously, the 4 had been equally famous. The 3 of them had been eliminated on the 6th floor. If Lin Feng passed the 6th level, it would undoubtedly mean that Lin Feng's strength was a level higher than theirs. The proud and arrogant people would definitely find this hard to accept. Time passed slowly. Soon, Lin Feng lasted longer than Saber Demon Wu Meng and the others on the 6th floor. Is this fellow really going to break through to the 6th floor? Saber Demon Wu Meng said with a frown. He had personally experienced the horrors of the 6th floor and naturally knew. Whoosh! Just as Wu Meng, Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan felt uncertain, a light flashed in the trial tower, and a spot of light appeared on the 7th floor. Lin Feng broke through. Xiaochen muttered to himself, "He really broke through to the 6th floor." Entering the holy domain's divine capital with such a person placed a mountain of pressure on them. After breaking through to the 6th floor, Lin Feng remained on the 7th floor for several times longer than on the 6th floor. Clearly, he was already a spent force. However, Lin Feng forcefully broke through again and charged to the 8th floor. Then, before everyone's shocked gazes, he stepped onto the 9th floor. Even the jaws of the disciples of the other super factions nearly fell off in shock. This was Lin Feng's first time entering the trial tower, and he already charged to the 9th floor. This was truly horrifying. However, the miracle ended here. Lin Feng failed on the 9th floor. The instant Lin Feng was sent out of the trial tower, 4 foe god experts descended from the sky. After they appeared, they extended invitations to him. The strong auras of foe gods pressured others to the point of suffocation. However, the 4 foe gods before Lin Feng had smiles on their faces. They withdrew their auras and walked over. I say, there is no need for the 4 of us to fight here. That's true. This is not a good place to talk. Little friend Lin Feng, are you willing to move to another place to talk? Some hesitation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Then he nodded silently. In the blink of an eye, these foe gods and Lin Feng vanished from everyone's sight. Damn! To think that 4 foe gods took a fancy to him at the same time. When the disciples of the other super factions saw this scene, they felt somewhat envious and went crazy. Compared to the people who came to the Heavenly Alliance in the beginning, they knew very well what kind of honor it was to be favored by a foe god expert. The benefits of being able to get a foe god expert to give up their precious time to provide closed-door guidance were endless. Only geniuses among geniuses were qualified to be favored by a foe god expert and willing to spend time to give pointers. Under normal circumstances, foe gods would not even be willing to spare a few more glances at a sovereign personage that they looked down on. Saber Demon Wu Meng, Gong Zilan, and the other 2 felt somewhat helpless as they watched the 4 foe god experts invite Lin Feng away. Gong Zilan said somewhat unhappily, I can already condense divine energy in advance. Why are no foe god experts interested in me? Wu Meng smiled mockingly and said, save it. Your little tricks are nothing before a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, what more a foe god expert? Humph! I will prove it to everyone. Gong Zilan snorted coldly and turned to leave. His pride must have suffered a huge blow. Chapter 21-25. On his first attempt, he managed to clear the trial tower's 6th floor in one go, attracting the attention of 4 foe god experts. The main reason why Lin Feng could attract 4 foe god experts at once was not because he had broken through to the 6th layer, but because his name had already spread in some circles of the foe god world before he came. High-level Great Daos were existences that were much stronger than elemental Great Daos. Very few foe gods could comprehend high-level Great Dao. However, once they did, it would be incredible. Without exception, they were definitely the top few foe gods. Existences so strong that they were suffocating. For a seedling like Lin Feng, he was still far from becoming a foe god. However, once he became a foe god, he would immediately surpass many older foe gods, and his status would rise infinitely. This was equivalent to a commoner in the secular world who had the fate of the Son of Heaven. Roping them in and building a good relationship with them would only bring benefits and no harm. Coupled with his outstanding talent, foe god experts were naturally willing to spend time to guide such a person. If you put yourself in his shoes, you would understand. However, even if they understood this, the Heavenly Alliance members and a few members of the other super factions still felt shocked. Xiaoqun, what do you think? Ao Jiao looked at Xiaoqun mischievously. In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, it was the others who looked up to Xiaoqun. Anyone who lived in the same era as him would feel great pressure, forever seeing Xiaoqun's back. After arriving in the foe god world, Xiaoqun became one of the many people, watching the backs of others like everyone else. Xiaoqun understood the meaning behind Ao Jiao's words and said, I'm used to it. After coming to the boundless world, I've had too many similar experiences. The other monstrous geniuses of the Great Thousand Realms had given Xiaoqun many surprises and shocks. He was already used to it. There was no need to be envious or jealous of others. If Xiaoqun exposed the state of cycle in the Heavenly Alliance's test, he would receive the same amount of attention as Grim Reaper Lin Feng. But there was no need. Many years ago, Xiaoqun understood that people had to live for themselves. Xiao Qin had only just comprehended the state of cycle. He was far from being able to bring it out. He just had to follow his own rhythm and walk step by step. He couldn't let mundane matters mess up his state of mind. Ao Jiao smiled and did not mention it. She said in a deep voice, "How many rounds do you think you can pass this time?" Xiao Qin entered deep thought. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, "Not counting some trump cards, my strength is weaker than Gongzi Lan, Mou, and Saber Demon Wu Meng. If nothing unexpected happens, I should stop at the 6th layer. Breaking through the 3rd layer shouldn't be a problem. Most people would not be able to pass the 3rd level of the trial tower on their first attempt. Of the 100-odd people in the Heavenly Alliance, only 4 or 5 managed to clear the 3rd floor. Aside from Lin Feng, only Gongzi Lan's group of 3 managed to make it to the 6th floor. White-robed Xiao Qin, why aren't you going to challenge the trial?" As the two chatted, Xiao Qin saw Spear King Mou and Saber Demon Wu Meng walking over. The one who spoke was Saber Demon Wu Meng. He was a rather strong and forthright man. However, the two had not interacted before. Now that Saber Demon Wu Meng took the initiative to come over, Xiao Qin was somewhat surprised. Xiao Qin nodded slightly and said, "There's no rush. I made a bet with Mou that you could make it to the 6th floor. He did not believe it and looked down on you." Saber Demon Wu Meng smiled. He radiated a strong murderous qi, looking ferocious. Although this smile was meant to express friendliness, it still looked very scary. Mou, who carried a spear on his back, showed an indifferent expression, his gaze cold. His aura was similar to Lin Feng's. However, there was still a fundamental difference. Mou cultivated the Ice Great Tao, so his character was naturally like this, unlike Mou, who had no color in his eyes. Mou said coldly, "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. In my eyes, Xiao Qin is an opponent on the same level as Lin Feng. However, he still lacks some time." Wu Meng smiled and said, I don't care about that. In any case, you might not believe that Xiao Qin can make it to the 6th floor, but I do. Xiao Qin, don't disappoint me. We made a bet of 100 faux god coins." Clearly, being thought highly of by an expert like Wu Meng was something to be happy about. Xiao Qin said, "I'll do my best." Not many people from the Heavenly Alliance had yet to enter the trial tower. After greeting the two, Xiao Qin headed for the trial tower. "Xiao Qin, I heard that he was the one who forced Mu Yunzhu down 100,000 steps 1 month ago." "Cut it out. Senior brother Mu was just careless. If not for the solar divine daughter of Bushin Palace relying on the Golden Crow holy beast, senior brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. Senior brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. I heard that he is only 47 years old this year. He is like the geniuses of the Universe Origin sect and Bushin Palace, possessing boundless potential." Xiao Qin's appearance caused a huge commotion. It was unavoidable to mention what happened on the comprehension platform 1 month ago. Many of the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples immediately felt upset and started retorting. At the same time, at a palace high in the sky of the Holy Domain's divine capital, suddenly, an old man with an aged expression descended. This old man exuded a strong aura, and a vast saber intent radiated from his forehead. The old man walked out of the palace and smiled softly. "Shi Mu, you are here?" Shi Mu nodded and replied softly, "I heard that 2 excellent bladesman saplings came from the Heavenly Alliance's batch of newcomers. It seems that they are here for the trial tower's opening this time." "You are here to find an inheritor? I'm already old. I don't want the saber techniques that I spent so much effort on to not have an inheritor." Finding an inheritor is really difficult. "You old fogey, aren't your standards too high? In the past few centuries, how many seedlings have we, your old friends, introduced to you? Even if there are not 10,000, there are at least 8 or 9,000 outstanding talents who want to inherit your legacy. However, you still look down on them." It was clear that the two old men had a good relationship. They did not hold back as they joked. Faux God Shimu shook his head slightly and said, "It is better to go without than to find someone suitable. They might as well stop me. Have they started yet?" Wu Meng already came out. However, I've already recorded the entire process of him clearing the trial for you. The other one just entered. After the old man finished speaking, he handed a jade strip to Shimu. Shimu received the jade strip and gave it a cursory look. Then his eyes lit up. The other old man smiled and said, "This person is known as the Saber Demon in the Heavenly Alliance. When he executed his saber techniques, he was like a mad demon. His killing chi surged everywhere, and he did not hold back when he used it. However, he did not fall into the demonic Tao. Clearly, he could control it very well, showing finesse despite the coarseness. He is a rare genius in the saber technique." Not bad, not bad. This kind of crazed demonic energy is rare. He is a true bladesman with the heart of a bladesman. Shimu put away the jade strip and nodded in praise. However, he did not say anything. He asked, "What about the other person?" "The other person is equally incredible. He entered the Heavenly Alliance at the age of 47. He is known as the White-Robed Bladesman. Although he is young, his saber techniques are experienced and steady. He walks his own saber Tao, which is different from the various schools of saber techniques." When introducing Xiaochen, this old man was not stingy with his praise. Creating his own saber Tao? He is merely 47, and he wants to create his own saber Tao. He overestimates himself and is too boastful. Shimu frowned slightly when he heard that, feeling dissatisfied. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Coincidentally, he just entered the trial tower. How about we watch first? The other old man suggested. Shimu nodded and said, "Let's watch." Many of the youths nowadays are proud and arrogant. They refuse to submit to anyone and want to reach the sky in one step. They look down on all the senior powerhouses, thinking that they can create a Tao that surpasses the predecessors. In reality, they are just people who look at the sky from the bottom of a well. By the time they regret it, it will already be too late. The other old man's heart skipped a beat. My old friend, Shimu, hates people who bite off more than they can chew. It looks like it will be difficult for this Xiaochen to gain Shimu's favor. Saber Demon Wu Meng's hopes were much higher. Inside the trial tower, Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he entered the first floor. He did not know that two faux god experts were paying attention to his every move. Xiaochen curiously sized up his surroundings. When he entered the first floor, a small light figure that looked like a realm spirit appeared before him. "Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen, welcome to the trial tower. I am the item spirit responsible for maintaining the trial tower. As this is your first time challenging the trial tower, you do not have many privileges. Right now, you only have one privilege. You can choose the location of the first floor, desolate plains, desert, or grassland. Anything else? You only have these three privileges for now." Xiaochen entered deep thought. The three locations were about the same. None of them suited his attributes. So, he could only choose one randomly. Desert. All right. The first floor's trial begins now. Good luck. Right after the trial tower's item spirit spoke, the scene before Xiaochen suddenly changed. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast sea of sand. Chapter 21-26. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and yellow sand covered the ground. The boundless sand dunes looked like a golden sea. The content of the trial? As Xiaochen stood in the sea of sand, he cautiously looked around. He thought about how to proceed in the upcoming trial, not daring to lower his guard. Although Xiaochen was fully confident of clearing the third floor, many people in the Heavenly Alliance had fallen on the first floor. However, many people in the Heavenly Alliance fell on the first floor as well. Xiaochen could not be careless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black-clad cultivator carrying two sabers on his back appeared from the sand behind Xiaochen. Only his eyes were exposed as he charged at Xiaochen. Amid rumbling sounds, a boundless sea of sand surged up like a tsunami behind the black-clad cultivator. This clearly showed the black-clad cultivator's aura. The instant the black-clad cultivator drew his sabers and chopped down, a terrifying mysterious phenomenon materialized. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around instantly turned pitch black. The vast saber might contain terrifying pressure. The black-clad cultivator turned around and drew his saber, instantly spreading out his Thunder Dao domain. After blocking the other party's saber might, Xiaochen easily blocked the other party's sabers with his tyrant saber. The sand under his feet did not move at all. Dang! Ding! Ding! The black-clad masked cultivator did not stop at all after missing his first strike. The two sabers danced as he launched a frenzied attack in the air. Thunderclouds instantly covered the sky. Every move Xiaochen made carried the power of lightning. This black-clad cultivator's attacks were very ferocious, catching others off guard. His saber techniques were exquisite, showing no obvious openings. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the other party to have a Thunder Dao domain as well. The usage of the two sabers also made his eyes light up. This is interesting. Xiaochen revealed a smile as he temporarily dodged the attacks. As he retreated, he calmly analyzed his opponent's strength. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiaochen dealt with the moves as they came, not flustered at all. The two clashed with their Thunder Dao domains and their saber techniques, starting an intense battle in the vast yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers around. The other party's cultivation is higher than mine, and he has rich combat experience. He grasps the same Thunder Dao domain as me. He does not fear pain. It seems like the damage I inflicted on him does not affect him at all. Why does it feel like this matter is somewhat familiar? As Xiaochen analyzed his opponent's strength, he was surprised to find the other party very familiar. The black and white eggs were combat puppets. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiaochen's mind. The masked, black-clad cultivator before Xiaochen seemed very similar to the black and white eggs. Could it be that the opponents he had to challenge in this experiential training were black and white eggs? Combat puppets similar to the black and white eggs? If that was the case, it was understandable why some people couldn't even pass the first trial. After all, 4 years ago, Xiaochen had been mistreated by the black and white eggs for 4 years. Although the black-clad masked cultivator before Xiaochen was much weaker than the black and white eggs and did not have the intelligence of the black and white eggs, he did not possess the strength of a faux god. However, it was normal for others to be defeated in the first round if they were unable to adapt quickly. If it's really as I guessed, then I've gained quite a bit of advantage from this trial. After all, Xiaochen had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years and was very familiar with such combat puppets. It was like he had been on the trial for 4 years. Compared to the other rookies, he had a huge advantage. Don't worry, I'll take it slow. Xiaochen thought of a possibility. This might be a huge opportunity before him, so he had to grasp it properly. Outside the trial tower, the many Heavenly Alliance members and the disciples of the other super factions watched Xiaochen's trial. After all, Xiaochen was the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance and caused a huge commotion 1 month ago. If Xiaochen did not have any results in the trial, he would definitely be mocked by others. This was especially so for the profound Heaven Holy Lands people. They hoped that Xiaochen would be eliminated on the first floor. In the palace in the sky, the old man across from faux god Shimu said indifferently, "It looks like this Xiaochen is only He conforms to the norm and does not stand out at all." Unlike the people below, faux gods could directly see the situation inside the trial tower. The two faux gods could see Xiaochen's every move. Not a single detail escaped their eyes. Shimu shook his head and said, "That's not it. You have to look at his eyes. They are clean and pure. From the start until now, they have been like an ancient well, rippling endlessly. Clearly, his mental state is extraordinary. The saber techniques he executed are even more exquisite." Exquisite? The old man across felt confused. Although he did not know much about the saber technique, he could tell that Xiaochen's saber technique did not stand out at all. Shimu smiled faintly and said, "Yes, very exquisite." He was testing the strength of this combat puppet. However, while he was testing it, his saber technique not only stabilized the other party's attack, but he also grasped his strength perfectly. His control of strength was just right, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit wasted. It looks ordinary and unremarkable, but in reality, it is impossible without a solid foundation. Shimu was a faux god famed for his saber techniques, after all. His eyes were sharp and precise. At this point, Shimu already understood that his earlier evaluation of Xiaochen was wrong. This Xiaochen before him was definitely not an arrogant and overbearing person who bit off more than he could chew. However, this is the faux god world, where all the outstanding talents of the world gather. He is pretty good now, but that is all. This is far from enough in the faux god world. Shimu, who set his sights very high, changed the topic and said indifferently. His meaning was clear. Xiaochen was pretty good, but he was still too inexperienced. To others, he could be considered an outstanding talent. In Shimu's opinion, Xiaochen was still somewhat lacking, not meeting the requirements to inherit his legacy. The old man across smiled faintly. It looked like the lucky person to inherit fiendish saber Shimu's legacy would be the Heavenly Alliance's Wu Meng. Trial Tower, amid the yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers. It is almost as I guessed. My opponents in this trial tower are the weakened versions of the black and white eggs. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue playing with them. With this thought, Xiaochen's aura suddenly changed. The flawless Tao used the body as a saber, objects as a saber, and thoughts as a saber. In that instant, saber lights appeared all over Xiaochen's body. His white clothes were sabers, his fine black hair was sabers, and the yellow sand filling the air was sabers. Everything was a saber. Kasi. One saber strike. Just one saber strike. Thousands of saber lights instantly stabbed the black-clad cultivator to death. Thousands of holes appeared on the black-clad cultivator's body. Blazing saber lights burst out of every hole. Kasi. The black-clad cultivator shattered into a pile of scrap. Indeed, it was a combat puppet. This, inside the palace, the two faux gods watching Xiaochen were indescribably shocked. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen destroyed the combat puppet with one saber strike. Just 1 moment ago, Xiaochen was still a refined and elegant man, unperturbed. In the next moment, his saber intent soared into the clouds, appearing incredulous. Thunder roared again. The sand sea churned like a huge wave crashing over. The sea of sand surged like a huge wave. Another 2 battle dolls appeared. Good timing. Xiaochen's fighting spirit soared. He smiled and did not hold anything back, continuing to execute his flawless saber Dao. Dragon subduing stance, breaking stance, cloud soaring stance. A hazy saber intent immediately spread out in the vast desert. The desert became like a real sea, churning under Xiaochen's feet. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Xiaochen chopped the 2 combat puppets into pieces, displaying his tyranny. The 2 faux god old men were flabbergasted. This was not like a newcomer at all. Xiaochen understood the combat puppet's weaknesses and openings like the back of his hand. His self-created saber Dao made their eyes light up and sigh in amazement. However, Xiaochen did not feel cocky at all. After being tortured by the black and white eggs for several years, if he did not improve at all, he might as well kill himself. 2 combat puppets were destroyed. Then, 3 combat puppets appeared. Then, 4 more appeared. This cycle progressed. When 9 combat puppets appeared before Xiaochen, the Trial Tower's item spirit's voice rang out in his ears. Trial Taker Xiaochen, the final wave of attacks is about to arrive. If you can kill all your opponents, you will pass the test. It's the final wave already? In that case, let's end it in one go. After consecutive victories, Xiaochen's aura soared. He had already reached his peak and was still climbing. The saber intent blazing on his body and the thunderclouds spreading in the sky swallowed everything, appearing unstoppable. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Entering Hell. In the final wave of attacks, Xiaochen directly executed his strongest killing move, the move with the heaviest baleful aura and killing chi of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Saber lights flashed in the desert for 500,000 kilometers. Winds blew, ghosts cried, and wolves howled. An indistinct azura hell appeared. The howling saber wind made the desert churn like waves, not resting for even a moment. Azura hell appeared completely, surrounding Xiaochen in layers. Thousands of malicious spirits and countless aggrieved spirits appeared. It was like Xiaochen had absorbed the entire hell into his body. If he was not careful, he would turn into a demon lord of hell. Intense flames covered Xiaochen's entire body, burning fiercely. He looked deranged, his expression sinister and terrifying. Only his eyes remained as calm as still water. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiaochen's forehead. The instant the Buddhist swastika appeared, the various evil karma, aggrieved spirits, and Azura hell in Xiaochen's body were all drawn into the saber. Immediately, it seemed like Xiaochen was no longer holding a saber but an evil dragon from hell that wanted to destroy the world. Xiaochen felt that the saber in his hand could even pierce through the sky at this moment. The saber contained a strong force. The strong energy contained in the saber made Xiaochen's entire body tremble. The moment the 9 combat puppets arrived before him, Xiaochen roared and swung the saber in his hand. Light exploded. Before the 9 combat puppets could react, this energy blasted them into dust. Then, the shock waves blasted them into nothing. When the light scattered and the storm calmed, aside from the hum of the saber in Xiaochen's hand, everything was quiet in the desert. Outside the trial tower, everyone chatted leisurely. They were not worried about whether Xiaochen could clear the first floor or not. Of course, there was always a group of people who wished for Xiaochen to be eliminated on the first floor. Humph! Don't get eliminated on the first floor. At that time, you will become a big joke. A profound Heaven Holy Land disciple said maliciously as he looked at the trial tower. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire ground shook violently. A terrifying might rushed out from the Tower of Trials. Aside from Xiaochen, all the disciples in the trial tower were forced out one by one. What's going on? My trial is not over yet. The group felt confused, not knowing what was going on. The Heavenly Alliance's people and the people of the other super factions also felt confused, not knowing what was going on. Whoosh! Suddenly, the glory steel gave off a bright light that was even more dazzling than the sun, illuminating the entire divine city. When the light scattered, a name on the glory steel changed. Trial Taker Xiaochen, congratulations on breaking the record of the trial tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen is hereby rewarded with 10,000 faux god coins. Then, a resonant voice resounded in every corner of the Holy Domain's divine capital. The Heavenly Alliance disciples and the members of the other super factions outside the trial tower were all stupefied, flabbergasted. Several disciples in closed-door cultivation opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the trial tower. Many faux gods also appeared in the palaces where faux gods resided and looked over. How did he break the record? Is that true? Saber Demon Wu Meng and Spear Sovereign Mo Yu were both stupefied. This was something they never expected. Trial Taker Xiaochen, congratulations on breaking the record of the trial tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen is hereby rewarded with 10,000 faux god coins. The resonant voice rang out again, repeating 3 times in the sky above the divine capital. The voice lingered, reverberating endlessly, telling everyone that it was true. The record of the first level has finally been broken by someone. Outside the trial tower, the white-bearded old man overseeing the situation showed a complicated expression as he sighed. Chapter 21-27. Trial Taker Xiaochen, congratulations. This is your reward, the little light figure said as it looked at Xiaochen. The desert environment disappeared, and Xiaochen reappeared in the trial tower. The trial tower's item spirit said to him, "Whoosh!" A treasure chest fell, and Xiaochen reached out to catch it. When he opened it, he saw stacks of faux god coins neatly arranged inside. With a cursory glance, Xiaochen was surprised to discover a total of 13,100 faux god coins. 10,000 was the reward for breaking the record. 100 was the basic reward that anyone who cleared the level could obtain. Where did the remaining 3,000 come from? Xiaochen looked at the item spirit in confusion. The little light figure smiled and said, "There are 2 ways to break a record. One is to try many times, and the other is to break the record on the first try. If it is the latter, there will be a hidden reward. The hidden reward for the first floor is 3,000 faux god coins. Xiaochen felt enlightened. As he looked at the faux god coins, he grabbed a handful with his right hand and let it slide out, breaking the record. After figuring out that the black-clad cultivators were simplified combat puppets, Xiaochen felt that his chance to break the record had arrived. At first he held back. After figuring out the other party's strength, he erupted in one go, even easily unleashing his strongest killing move, all for this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng charged to the 9th floor on his first attempt, attracting 4 faux god experts to descend at the same time, shocking the world. However, Lin Feng failed to break the record. Perhaps he might be able to break the records of the other upper floors after many attempts. However, he would not be able to break the record on the first try like Xiaochen did. The record for the first floor looks simple, but in reality, it is very difficult to break. This is because the trial tower has a rule. After you clear the first floor, you cannot challenge it a second time. No matter which floor you are defeated in, you will have to try again. The little light figure said after some thought, hence, no one has broken this record for more than 1,000 years. The reward is 10,000 faux god coins. However, the record for the second floor is not that long. Someone broke it 100 years ago, and the reward is only 3,000 faux god coins. So, that is the case. The longer the record remained unbroken, the greater the reward. Of course, if you broke a high-level record, such as the record after the 20th level, the rewards would also be great. Because of the increase in difficulty, the corresponding basic rewards would also be increased. You now have a special privilege. You can freely choose the location of the second floor's trial. At the same time, you can understand the contents of the second floor's trial. So good? But this didn't seem fair to the others? However, there didn't seem to be anything unfair about it. The privilege was something he had fought for with his strength. Others could also have it if they had the strength. Tell me the details of the second trial first. The content of the second floor is the same as the first floor. It's all battle puppets. Compared to the first floor's 9 waves of attacks, the second floor has a total of 18 waves of attacks. Its strength had increased by quite a bit, more than doubling. It was truly terrifying. However, if it were a combat puppet, even if its strength surpassed that of the black and white eggs, Xiaochen felt that he could still break the record. This was because he had 4 more years of experience than the others. He had 4 more years of experience fighting virtual god-level combat puppets. Now, it was time to think about where to fight. Xiaochen pondered for a moment and chose the snowfield as the location. It was a land of ice and snow. Why not a place like a thunder marsh? It was because his opponent also had a thunder Dao domain. If he could strengthen his opponent, he could strengthen his opponent as well. Although Xiaochen did not grasp an ice Dao domain, his ice great Dao was sufficient for him to gain an advantage in the snowfield. Are you sure it is a land of ice and snow? The little light figure asked. I'm sure. Trial taker Xiaochen, I wish you good luck. The little light figure gave its blessings before sending Xiaochen to the trial tower's second floor. As he expected, heavy snow fell before him, a vast and boundless snowfield. Unlike Xiaochen's calmness after breaking the record, the Heavenly Alliance disciples and the disciples of the other super factions outside the trial tower still felt stupefied. Miss Ao Jiao, how come no one has broken the first floor in the past 1,000 years? Wu Meng and Mo still felt excited and incredulous. They could not help asking Ao Jiao, who was beside them. Ao Jiao replied after some thought, it's not just that no one has broken it in the past 1,000 years. Since the trial tower's existence, this first floor's record has only been broken 3 times. Including Xiaochen, that is 4 times. Wu Meng and Mo felt slightly startled. They had not expected someone to break the seemingly simple first floor's record only 4 times. However, when they thought about it, when they first entered the trial tower and faced the first stage, they were inexperienced. They were caught off guard and nearly lost. By the time they stabilized themselves, they had already wasted a lot of time. The time he spent was several times longer than Xiaochen's. The others were probably the same as the 2 of them, or even worse. How did this fellow break the first floor's record? This won't do. I have to inform Senior Brother Mu. Horror flashed in the eyes of a profound Heaven Holy Land disciple. After some thought, he said, "Stand guard here and see how many floors this fellow can clear. I'll go and inform senior brother." All right. This person was rushing out, but there were even more cultivators flying over from all directions. These people saw the profound light illuminating the divine city. When they heard that someone broke the record, they all rushed over to take a look. In a certain faux god palace in the air, fiendish saber Shimu and the old man across him remained silent for a long time. "Old fellow, what do you think?" The old man across Shimu asked with a grave expression. Originally, Shimu did not think highly of Xiaochen. He felt that Xiaochen was too inexperienced, lacking compared to saber demon Wu Meng. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen broke the first floor's record in one go. This was not the main point. The main point was Xiaochen's final move, the Mahamya abstinence violation saber techniques entering hell. Shimu thought for a long time before sighing. "He is rather strong." The other old man was mildly startled. Shimu's evaluation was not too high. He said that Xiaochen was rather strong. Shimu was definitely not talking about Xiaochen's strength but his cultivation in the saber Dao. Shimu was known as the fiendish saber and had lived for a long time. In terms of bladesmen, he could be said to be one of the strongest in the faux god world, aside from that person. Right now, Xiaochen was only a sovereign personage. To think that his skills with the saber caught Shimu's attention and even praised him. To think that the Heavenly Alliance produced two incredible geniuses in this batch, the old man said softly. The other person was naturally Grim Reaper Lin Feng. At this moment, in the two's eyes, Xiaochen was already on the same level as Lin Feng. Due to Xiaochen's youth, his potential was even greater. In an underground secret room in a desolate courtyard in the Holy Domain's divine capital, Senior Brother Mu, "This is incredible." This was where Mu Yunju was in closed-door cultivation. After he gained something on the comprehension platform, he had been in closed-door cultivation, digesting what he gained. Mu Yunju slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "I said before, do not disturb me if there is nothing urgent. If you have something to say it quickly." "Senior brother, the fellow you told us to keep an eye on, he broke the record today. He broke the record for the trial tower's first floor." "What? The first floor's record? Is that true?" "It's true." Mu Yunju suddenly stood up, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. If Xiaochen had broken the record for the other floors, he would not have found it so strange. The reason for this was that Mu Yunju's name was also on the glory stele outside the trial tower. Mu Yunju was also a genius outstanding talent who had broken the trial tower's record before, more than once. However, no one had broken the first floor's record for the past 1,000 years. Back then, even the universe origin sects Chu Chaoyan, who caused everyone to despair, could not break the first floor's record. To think that Xiaochen did so. What did this mean? It meant that Xiaochen was now even stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Such an opponent's future potential was scary just thinking about it. In reality, Mu Yunju was overthinking. Right now, Xiaochen was not much stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Aside from Xiaochen's outstanding strength, he had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years to break the record. However, Mu Yunju did not know about all this. He, who was in closed-door cultivation, felt somewhat restless. "No, I have to go and take a look. Is his strength really that terrifying? Why did I not see it back then?" Mu Yunju did not say anything. He showed a sullen expression as he quickly left. After the two left the underground secret room, they arrived at the courtyard's gates. Before they could step out, a bright light suddenly appeared before the two. The profound Heaven Holy Land disciple who came to deliver the news found the light piercing and had to use his sleeves to cover his eyes. "Trial taker Xiaochen, congratulations on breaking the trial tower's second floor's record for 100 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen is hereby rewarded with 3,000 faux god coins." When the light faded, a resonant voice rang out in the two's ears. Mu Yunju felt stunned, somewhat flabbergasted. Xiaochen broke through 2 floors in a row, breaking another record. Chapter 21-28. The second floor's record was broken again. Inside the trial tower, Xiaochen felt somewhat excited. Honestly speaking, he did not have much hope of breaking the second floor's record. As long as he did his best, he would try. Unexpectedly, he managed to break it again in the end. This was a pleasant surprise. Trial taker Xiaochen, congratulations on breaking the trial tower's second floor's record again. This is truly a cause for celebration. It has been a long time since someone broke 2 records in one day in the faux god world. The little light figure appeared and smiled faintly, giving Xiaochen a reward. Xiaochen opened the booth. Including the hidden reward, there was a total of 5,000 faux god coins. This was much less than the first floor's record. After all, the first floor's record remained unbroken for 1,000 years. However, the second floor's record was broken 100 years ago. Do I still have any special privileges this time? Xiaochen was rather looking forward to this. Choosing the snowy plains as the venue was crucial for him to break another record on the second floor. Naturally, there is. Those who obtain the hidden reward will have one special privilege. Come with me to the third floor. Light and shadow flashed, and the item spirit brought Xiaochen to the trial tower's third floor. The environment of the third floor was different from the first 2 floors. It was completely empty. Hundreds of statues appeared in the empty space. Each statue looked very heroic and majestic, each with its own grace. They looked very lively and dignified. These statues are all strands of faux god flame left behind by faux god experts. Be it their intelligence or states, they are several times stronger than the combat puppets. When ordinary people come in to challenge, they will choose a statue at random. You can observe and choose freely. The little light figure introduced the statue's origins to Xiaochen. The trial tower's third floor was a hurdle. Aside from the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, no one in the Heavenly Alliance could clear the third floor. It looked like there was a reason for this. This time, can I choose freely where I want to fight? Xiaochen asked the little light figure. After confirming this, it would be better for him to choose his opponent. Yes. The little light figure nodded to indicate that there was no problem. In that case, things would be much easier. Xiaochen looked at the hundreds of statues and felt somewhat dazzled. After some thought, he said, "Lord Item Spirit, please help me eliminate all the statues that are not bladesmen." If Xiaochen was not a bladesman, there was no point in challenging him. As for the trial tower, other than the rewards, it also focused on the word trial. The first 2 stages were not very helpful to Xiaochen. He had already comprehended some of the experience the black and white eggs wanted to impart. This was a rare opportunity for the third stage. Naturally, he had to fight with a bladesman. As you wish. With a wave of the little light figure's hand, more than half of the hundreds of statues disappeared, leaving only a few dozen statues. There were still quite a lot of them. Xiaochen said after some thought, "Help me eliminate the bladesmen good at the Thunder Dao and the Ice Dao." If one ran into these 2 kinds of statues, it was practically impossible to fight. Many cultivators with passable strength could only blame their bad luck if they ran into a statue of the same great Dao as them. After another round of elimination, only a dozen or so statues were left. Shi Mu, you seem to be one of these statues. In the palace, the eyes of the old man across Shi Mu lit up as he smiled softly. Shi Mu nodded and said, "Indeed, I'm one of them. However, if he still wants to break the record, he probably will not choose me." As Shi Mu spoke, he showed absolute confidence. His statue was definitely the strongest of the remaining statues. He did not believe that Xiaochen could not tell. Who knew, right after Shi Mu spoke, Xiaochen, who was in the trial tower, seemed to sense something and made his choice. This senior it is. It was Fiendish Saber Shi Mu. Inside the palace, Shi Mu and the old man across from him saw everything clearly, immediately stunned. After a while, the old man across Shi Mu guffawed and said, It looks like I really can't be too firm with my words." Fiendish Saber Shi Mu could tell that Shi Mu was very ambitious, only submitting to one person in his life. Xiaochen's choice caught Shi Mu off guard, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Shi Mu said seriously, "To think that he really chose me. I want to see how you are going to clear the third stage." Inside the trial tower, the little light figure was also somewhat surprised at Xiaochen's choice. After some thought, it said, "This is Senior Shi Mu." Among the hundreds of statues, his strength ranks within the top 10. Since the trial tower opened, none of the people who chose him managed to clear it on their first try. Even after challenging him many times, only 3 people managed to clear it. Is that so? When Xianxia heard that, he said, "He is stronger than I imagined. Let me break this record." Although Xianxia said that, in reality he was already very open about the record. With one glance, Xianxia could tell that foe god Shimu was the strongest of the remaining statues. The fighting spirit in his heart instantly blazed. The instant Xianxia met the statue's eyes, it felt like they were connected. His saber intent surged involuntarily. The tyrant saber in Xianxia's hand trembled slightly, raring to go. He could not help wanting to draw it from the scabbard. When Xianxia felt the tyrant saber's fighting spirit, he thought for a while before letting this fighting spirit surge in his heart. The strongest is the strongest. It does not matter whether I break the record or not. The opportunity to exchange moves with this senior is something that I can only hope for. Are you sure? If you are sure, not only will the record be hard to break, but you might even be defeated on the 3rd floor. Of course, with such a high hidden difficulty, the reward you will obtain will be even higher. However, many super faction members have gathered outside. They all came after hearing the news. If you break 2 stages in a row and lose on the 3rd, your previous reputation will be ruined. Xianxia said calmly, "When have I ever cared about the cold eyes of others? I just follow my heart." What a fellow. I'm starting to like him. The originally unhappy Shimu revealed a smile on his aged face when he heard that. The other party mocked, "Smile? Let's see if you can still smile when he tramples on you to break the record. Liking me is one thing, but you are overthinking if you want to defeat me on your first try." This touched his bottom line. Foe god Shimu withdrew his smile and showed a serious expression. The little light figure in the trial tower looked at Xianxia and said, "As you wish, then. Where do you choose to fight?" "Thunder Marsh." Whoosh! Light and shadow changed. When Xianxia's vision recovered, he was already in a thunder marsh. The sky was dark, and thunderclouds covered it. Thousands of bolts of lightning spread out like ferocious venomous snakes. Everything within thousands of miles was a black swamp, and the heavens and the earth were filled with dense lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Since Xianxia grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the place he chose had the advantage of the terrain. This made it more convenient for him to succeed in his challenge. A statue descended from the sky and landed in front of Xianxia. When the statue appeared, it turned into a human, looking like it came to life. The foe god Shimu that appeared before Xianxia looked like when he was young. He wore loose white robes and looked delicate and handsome. His long hair fluttered as he looked at Xianxia, his lips curling up in a smile. When the other party smiled, his aura immediately changed. The impression he gave Xianxia was one word: fiend. Becoming a fiend with a smile. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Ever since the trial tower was built, no one had succeeded on their first try. It looked like this was not without reason. "Let me take a look. To think that you got a thunder marsh. Your luck is pretty good," the younger Shimu said softly as he looked around. The statue had a trace of Shimu's divine flame and could think for itself, similar to the black and white eggs. However, the Shimu outside could not control it. Aside from that trace of divine flame, there was not much of a connection between the two. However, my saber techniques have nothing to do with the environment. Choosing me is fated to be your misfortune. Take this. The statue's temper was similar to Shimu's, proud and confident. Right after it spoke, it instantly drew its saber. The moment it drew its saber, a beautiful flower bloomed, bursting out with a resplendent saber light. At this instant, Xianxia looked around and found himself in a vast sea of flowers. The environment had changed drastically. An illusion? Or a mysterious phenomenon? Or is it purely the other party's saber Tao? Xianxia could not understand what was going on. He only calmly looked at Shimu, who was leaping around like a saucer in the sea of flowers, charging at him. However, just as the other party was about to charge over, Shimu's figure turned blurry in Xianxia's eyes. Many afterimages appeared. Strange. Since the trial tower was built, Shimu had only been defeated by 3 people after many challenges. Before he truly made a move, he already forced Xiao Chen into a passive position. However, the people outside knew nothing about this. Seeing Xiao Chen break 2 records in a row, several people felt excited. They wondered if Xiao Chen could break the record on the 3rd floor as well. If he broke 3 records in a row, he would truly be making history. With the strength that Xiao Chen displayed and the momentum of breaking 2 records in a row, no one thought that he might fall in the 3rd floor. Chapter 21-29. Fiendish Saber Shimu. A horrifying opponent with a hazy figure appeared, both real and illusory. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake in the sea of flowers. This was the first time Xiao Chen met such a strange opponent. He did not attack rashly, calmly retreating. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen retreated, he could not dodge in time. The other party's saber cut a thin wound on his right chest. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound, not a major problem. The other party has blurred my senses, preventing me from determining the trajectory of his saber. Xiao Chen looked at the wound and thought to himself. Then he could not help showing an even more cautious expression. Shimu held up his saber and continued charging over. Xiao Chen executed his flawless saber dao. As Xiao Chen retreated, his figure moved. Saber light flickered, and his movements were graceful like a dance. Since Shimu could not determine the trajectory, he used his body as a saber, his clothes as a saber, and his hair as a saber. Every move flickered with saber light. Dang, ding, ding. Shimu's figure remained hazy. Every time he swung his saber, it was like a flower blooming. As the saber light danced, 1,000 flowers bloomed, creating many illusions. However, no matter how Shimu moved, Xiao Chen used his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. His entire body shone with resplendent saber light. As Shimu moved, his defense was airtight. Xiao Chen could not determine the other party's trajectory, but Shimu could not charge in either. The two immediately entered a stalemate. Up in the palace in the sky, Shimu's true body and the old man opposite him focused on this battle. Shimu, how strong is this statue? After some thought, Shimu replied, "This statue was forged in the image of me when I was young." His cultivation and experience stopped at 200 years old. He does not have much of an advantage. However, I did not expect him to last for so long. Back in the trial tower, although Xiao Chen had fallen into Shimu's strange domain, he did not fall into a disadvantage. He managed to stabilize his offense. The old man opposite Shimu smiled and said, "This does not look good. You were not a match for him when you were 200 years old. His saber dao happens to counter your saber dao. You are getting careless this time." It's not over yet. Although this was the truth, Shimu felt somewhat unconvinced. He snorted and did not argue with his old friend. He's going to counterattack. The eyes of the other old man lit up. He saw Xiao Chen, who was in the trial tower, swiftly thrust his tyrant saber forward. In an instant, thousands of saber rays shot toward the statue like rays of light. Kacha kacha. With a crisp sound, the flowers shattered and turned into petals that drifted with the wind. You won't be able to defeat me just by relying on these illusions. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and spread out his Thunder Dao domain. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared in the sky. When the Thunder Saber domain was brought to its peak, Xiao Chen stepped forward and thrust his saber again. Boom! In an instant, the sea of flowers disappeared, and the vast expanse of lightning reappeared. The Great Dao was perfectly compatible with the surrounding environment, borrowing power from each other. The might of Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao domain became even more ferocious. Xiao Chen's aura flourished, and he showed no mercy. He attacked with the Mahama abstinence violation saber techniques, breaking the mundane. Thump! The statue's heart skipped a beat, and its thoughts wandered. The mundane events of the past appeared in its mind. By the time the statue startled to its senses, Xiao Chen's saber light was already before it. C.I. The tyrant's saber stabbed in, and the other party's physical body shattered, turning into countless shards like a mirror. The illusion shattered, and Shimu appeared behind the statue. A wound appeared on his right shoulder, and blood spurted out. Shimu had been too slow in dodging the earlier move. It was like a lotus flower not absorbing water, or like the sun and moon not remaining in the sky. Resolving the mundane, the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. When Xiaochen executed the overwhelming attack, it flowed smoothly like flowing water. He controlled it as he pleased. The other party had just stabilized himself when an eternal and inextinguishable saber light swept over with the 7-fold killing chi. Bang! 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 When resolving the mundane swept across the vast expanse of lightning, countless cracks appeared in the ground, which quickly sank. The ground under the statue looked like it was hollow, continuously sinking. Pu ci. The statue vomited a mouthful of blood. It simply found this saber light somewhat hard to block, forcing it to retreat continuously. Old friend, you are probably really going to lose. The old man across Shimu felt slightly shocked. He said in shock, the Buddhist sect's forbidden technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, is truly horrifying. His fortuitous encounters are much better than yours when you were 200 years old. The more problematic thing is that his saber Dao happens to counter your flower domain. Shimu said calmly, you are overthinking. Since the trial tower was established, this statue of mine has never been defeated by anyone. How can it not have some trump cards? Just watch slowly. The show is just beginning. It looked like the boundless saber light would swallow up the statue Shimu in the vast expanse of lightning. Then he suddenly shouted, what is a fiend? The statue Shimu pointed his saber at the sky. The tall mountain behind him in the vast expanse of lightning seemed to come to life. The statue Shimu's aura surged. Then he hacked at the saber light materialized by the 7-fold killing chi. At this moment, the tall mountain in the lightning lake turned into a saber light and attached to his saber. Dang! As the saber lights clashed, a terrifying sound rang out. Compared to this, the thunder in the sky was like the buzzing of mosquitoes. What is a fiend? The saber light filled the sky. Amid the chaos, the statue Shimu turned into a beam of light and leaped out. Cracks appeared on his face. Clearly, he was already a spent force. As this saber light danced, the tall mountains, rivers, lakes, and swamps around Xiaochen all came to life. As they wriggled, they turned into hundreds of saber lights of different styles, surrounding Xiaochen. Every strand of saber light seemed to have a life of its own, each one a lunatic, boundlessly outstanding. The vastness of the tall mountains, the surging of the rivers, the silence of the lakes, every strand of saber light was different. Shock appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. What kind of saber technique is this? I have never seen or heard of it before. When the other party executed it, it seemed somewhat crude, like he was barely able to execute it. But even so, he was already ridiculously strong, causing others to feel despair. No wonder no one could defeat the statue Shimu in one move. Facing such a killer move for the first time, who could resist it? If it was a month ago, Xiaochen would have been defeated. As for now, the Buddha was in the human world and could fight with him. Mahamaya abstinence violation art. Without much time to think, Xiaochen executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques in the mortal realm. The supreme killing Buddha descended into the mortal realm and calmed the seas and the surroundings. In the middle of Xiaochen's brows, the swastika Buddhist seal shone brightly. In the next moment, the light directly condensed into a huge unparalleled killing Buddha. Ding. The supreme killing Buddha appeared with an expressionless face. With a push of his palms, the hundreds of saber lights stopped in midair, unable to move forward. Then, with a bang, they were all annihilated. The Buddha in the human world, calming the seas and the wastelands. After choosing Buddha in the mortal realm, this move became the strongest defensive move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Kacha. When this move broke, the twilight statue, which was already a spent force, shattered before Xiaochen. Trial taker Xiaochen, congratulations on successfully breaking through the highest difficulty of the 3rd floor. You are the first cultivator in the trial tower's history to defeat fiendish saber Shimu in one go. This time, the honor steel did not give off light. He did not break the record of the 3rd floor. Fiendish saber Shimu, inside the trial tower, Xiaochen remained silent. It turned out that this senior was called Shimu. I wonder if he perfected his saber Dao. If he perfected it, I really want to see it for myself. This is your reward. 5,000 faux god coins. Similarly, you obtained another privilege. Xiaochen put away the faux god coins and said after some thought, I'll keep the privilege for now. What's wrong? You do not intend to continue the challenge? Xiaochen shook his head and said, There's no need. I exhausted myself too much in the earlier battle. Furthermore, I already gained a lot on this floor. There is no need to keep clinging to it. There will be plenty of time in the future. I'll send you out. A light flashed and Xiaochen was sent out. He was startled when he saw so many people. Initially, there were only 100-odd Heavenly Alliance members outside the trial tower. Now, there were close to several hundred people. Xiaochen came out. How young! Why did he come out when he was only on the 3rd floor? How strange! He took the initiative to leave after clearing the 3rd floor. How strong is this person? All sorts of discussions arose. Xiaochen showed a calm expression, ignoring them as he walked over to Ao Jiao. Chapter 2130. Strange. He broke 2 records in a row, but he stopped at the 3rd floor and did not continue? Did he run out of stamina? He should have special privileges for breaking the record. The privileges should allow him to rest. Given that, he might have used trickery to break the records of the first 2 floors. The one we need to pay more attention to in the Heavenly Alliance is still Lin Feng. He broke through 8 floors on his first attempt and killed his way to the 9th floor. This is true strength. That's right. Compared to records, the faux god experts are more interested in true strength and accumulations. That's why Lin Feng attracted 4 faux gods to descend at the same time. That's right. If he really had strength, faux gods would have appeared. Breaking 2 floors in a row would have attracted the attention of faux gods long ago. Since no faux gods came, it means that he is just a show. Faux gods have better eyes than us. Many of the super faction disciples who heard the news and rushed over to the trial tower to observe showed surprised expressions. They were still hoping that Xiaochen could break another record. Who could have imagined that Xiaochen would withdraw? However, Xiaochen did not care about this. He returned to the crowd and met up with Ao Jiao. Sorry, Brother Wu Meng. You lost. Wu Meng and Mo you made a bet on whether Xiaochen could make it to the 6th floor or not. The result was already out. In the end, Xiaochen did not reach the 6th floor. However, breaking 2 records in a row had already made Wu Meng and Mo forget about this bet. A bet of 100 faux god coins was not worth mentioning compared to the reward for breaking the record. Wu Meng recovered his wits and said, Little brother Xiaochen must be joking. I even forgot about this bet. Oh, right, little brother Xiaochen, why did you stop making your breakthrough? Xiaochen answered honestly, I exhausted myself too much and accidentally activated the highest difficulty of the 3rd floor. My soul energy, veritable essence energy, and mind are all somewhat fatigued. If I continued, I would likely fail. The highest difficulty. Wu Meng and Mo exclaimed softly. As they looked at Xiaochen, they felt incredibly shocked. To think that Xiaochen cleared the highest difficulty. This was simply inconceivable. This was his first time trying. We are ashamed of our inferiority. The 2 smiled bitterly, cupped their fists and bade farewell, saying that they would meet again another day. Seeing the 2 go far away, Ao Jiao smiled and said, Congratulations. Come, I'll bring you to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. As long as you have faux god coins, you can exchange for any resource in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Alright, let's go. He had a huge sum of money in his hands, so of course he had to spend it quickly and exchange it for resources to increase his strength. The 2 of them left, but the rest of the people in the Tower of Trials did not disperse. They had been influenced by Xiaochen's 2 consecutive records. Many people felt that today was a good day. It was necessary for them to try and break the record. In a certain faux god palace in the sky, Shimu's aged expression was somewhat unsightly. He showed a sullen expression and did not say a word. The old man in front of him knew his nature. He was a loner, had few friends, and was proud and arrogant. His temper could be said to be strange. However, he was extremely strong and proud of his saber Dao. The defeat of his statue in the trial tower was clearly too much for him to bear. Don't overthink. Everyone's statues in the trial tower are there for these juniors to trample on. My statue was defeated more than 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, it only represents our previous strength. It is not much. Shi Mu interrupted the old man halfway through his consoling words. I will not be bothered by such trivial matters. Earlier, 4 or 5 faux gods sent voice projections to me, asking if I would accept Xiaochen. The old man's eyes lit up as he immediately understood. Xiaochen's potential had clearly attracted the attention of some faux gods' bladesmen. Although they were tempted, the statue that Xiaochen defeated was Shi Mu's statue. If they wanted to accept Xiaochen, they had to ask Shi Mu first. What did you say? I told them not to target Xiaochen. They are just a bunch of mediocre people, misleading others. Although they were all faux gods, Shi Mu did not stand on ceremony when commenting on others. In that case, it looks like you intend to personally accept Xiaochen? How? I already lost to him. How am I going to face him with my old face? Fiendish saber, Shi Mu said irritably. Clearly, he felt very upset and depressed. So that's the case. I was wondering why you were so conflicted. What do you intend to do then? You are not letting others teach him, and you are not teaching him either. That is not good, the gray-clad old man said with a smile. I'll do what I have to do. Fiendish saber, Shi Mu said something that made no sense. Then, he took his leave, leaving the gray-clad old man alone. This old friend of mine will die because of his temper sooner or later, the gray-clad old man said with a smile. Then, he shook his head and sighed softly. If Xiaochen knew that this was the reason why no faux god appeared, what would he think? At this moment, Xiaochen and Ao Jiao had already arrived at the 10,000 Treasure Palace. The grand and majestic 10,000 Treasure Palace had a total of 2 floors. There were many startling treasures, rare spirit herbs, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, profound weapons, all sorts of divine materials, and all sorts of wondrous items. Every treasure was labeled with the corresponding faux god coins. Xiaochen and Ao Jiao could only exchange for them on the first floor. They could not go up to the second or third floors. Divine Firmament 9 Changes, a lightning-attributed movement technique from the peak of the ancient martial epic. It has been passed down for a long time. Xiaochen's gaze stopped on a brown metal plate. This was an ancient movement technique created by an expert at the peak of the martial epic. Although it was incomplete, it still held a great attraction to Xiaochen. How expensive! This movement technique costs a total of 5,000 faux god coins. After Ao Jiao saw it, she said softly, furthermore, it is incomplete. It might not be very useful. Wait, I nearly forgot. You already broke the records on 2 floors. You do not lack faux god coins. Xiaochen nodded and said, it is rare to come across a high-ranked movement technique that is compatible with me. Even if it is not worth it, it does not matter. After placing sufficient faux god coins under the pillar, the restriction automatically unraveled. Then, Xiaochen took away the metal plate. Since there was an ancient movement technique like the Divine Firmament 9 Changes, would there be other incomplete manuals of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber technique? Xiaochen went to the exchange counter and asked the woman behind to see if he could make an exchange. Sorry, the 10,000 Treasure Palace does not have the incomplete manuals of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber technique. Even if there were, we would not be able to trade it with you. But the Hidden Spirit Temple has been searching for this saber technique. This is a Buddhist sect forbidden technique, so we cannot trade it with you. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help feeling slightly startled. He had forgotten about this matter. All right. In that case, help me make the exchange. 5,000 faux god coins worth of origin liquid. Also, please give me a list of how many extreme yin and extreme yang flames there are. Also, help me look for an ancient saber technique. Sure. Please wait a moment. On the first day, Xiaochen obtained close to 20,000 faux god coins. He did not feel any heartache as he spent them, flabbergasting Ao Jiao at the side. When the two left, Xiaochen had only 1,000 faux god coins left. You exchanged for a lot of origin liquid. Are you going to enter closed-door cultivation to raise your cultivation? Origin liquid was the pure spiritual liquid produced by Spirit Jade Origins. It was rare and valuable. Even sovereign emperors used it to cultivate. No matter how much they used it, there would not be any side effects. When Xiaochen first entered the Heavenly Alliance, he obtained some origin liquid as a reward. However, he had not used it yet. Xiaochen nodded and said, "My cultivation is still somewhat low. As long as I have enough origin liquid in the faux god world, I will advance rapidly when I cultivate." Right now, Xiaochen was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Compared to the others in the faux god world, his cultivation was too weak. "I'm afraid that I will have to leave the faux god world by the time you come out of closed-door cultivation." Ao Jiao noticed that Xiaochen had prepared a lot of resources, 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid. He also needed to comprehend the Divine Firmament 9 Transformations movement technique. He would need at least a year and a half to use them all. After some thought, Xiaochen said, "It's fine. When I leave the faux god world, I will definitely go to the Golden Crow Empire to see you. You just need to wait for me for 1 year outside." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "In that case, I'll wait for you. Don't go back on your word." "It's a deal then." Xiaochen also felt that it was unfortunate. They had just met. Before they could say anything, they would have to part again. However, time was precious in the faux god world. The geniuses and outstanding talents of the various super factions gathered here. If Xiaochen did not work hard, it would be too late to regret it after he left the faux god world. After saying goodbye to Ao Jiao, Xiaochen returned to his courtyard. However, he discovered a middle-aged man waiting at the entrance. Xiaochen could not help feeling suspicious. This middle-aged man had a saber intent flowing around his body. He was a sovereign emperor and had extraordinary looks, looking rather handsome. The strange thing was this middle-aged man's cultivation. It was not strange to see faux gods or sovereign personages in the faux god world. However, it was strange to see a sovereign emperor. "You are?" Xiaochen asked out of curiosity as he stepped forward. "Young Master Xiao, this humble one is Lu Benwei. I have been waiting here on Master Shimu's orders." When Xiaochen heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. Shimu. Chapter 2131. "So, it is Senior Shimu's brilliant disciple. This way, please." "Not really. I'm just an in-name disciple." Hearing the other party's declaration, Xiaochen did not dare to be negligent. Lu Benwei clasped his fist and entered the courtyard. After sitting down, Xiaochen asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Benwei took out a painting and handed it to Xiaochen. "Master gave this to young Master Xiao." Xiaochen wanted to unfurl the painting and take a look. However, Lu Benwei stopped him and said, "Master said that young Master Xiao can look at it only after I leave." "Strange," Xiaochen muttered in his heart, but he did not insist. "In that case, I will take my leave first. I will not disturb young Master Xiao any longer." "Wait a moment. In the faux god world, you are either a faux god or a disciple of a super faction like me. How can you still stay in the Holy Domain's divine capital?" Lu Benwei smiled and said, "Sovereign emperors can enter as well, as long as they pay a small price. As for me, Master has already helped me obtain a permanent identity in the Holy Domain's divine capital. I can enter the faux god world freely. However, even Master can't get a permanent identity. It's rare to see someone like me in the divine capital." "Oh, I'll walk you out." "You're welcome." Xiaochen stood up and sent the other party out of the door. Then, he held the scroll in his hand and fell into deep thought. After Xiaochen defeated the other party's statue in the trial tower, Shimu's true body gave him a painting when he returned. What does that mean? If he had taken a liking to me, why didn't he show himself and accept me as his disciple? Xiaochen was very happy to have a faux god give him pointers and take him in as a disciple. Not only was he happy, but it was also a kind of desire. Having guidance from a faux god realm expert and not having guidance from a faux god realm expert were two completely different situations. With some doubts, Xiaochen unfurled the painting. He saw a lake on the painting. Outside the lake were vast mountains, and the lake was dark green and serene. Green mountains, blue waters, white clouds, wild cranes flying in the sky. It was a typical landscape painting. The painting was exquisite, with verdant hills and clear waters, and a profound artistic conception that could draw one's imagination. But that was all. The painting shaft, the paper, the ink, and the paint were all ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Strange. For a disciple to give me a painting for no good reason, and not come to see me, and not say anything else, just what does this senior want? Xiaoqun looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out its true meaning. He could only shake his head helplessly and put it away. I shouldn't delay matters for now. 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid is enough for me to stabilize my cultivation base and perhaps even advance further. Sighing softly, Xiaoqun entered the secret chamber and began to cultivate. In Shimu's palace, Lu Benwei reported respectfully, "Master, I have already sent the painting out. I did not say anything else." "All right, I'll give him the second painting a year later. If he can't understand it, don't blame me for ruining your future." Shimu felt somewhat bad for stopping the other faux god bladesmen. However, he could not lower his pride to meet Xiaoqun. Therefore, she directed such a play. Unfortunately, Xiaoqun really couldn't see anything. Lu Benwei thought to himself, "Master's temper is really unfathomable." That landscape painting took Xiaoqun 10 years to comprehend some of its true meaning. Master even gave some pointers from the side. Giving someone a painting for no reason was probably something Xiaoqun could not figure out, even if he racked his brains. If Xiaoqun lost himself in it and ended up wasting time, he would really be ruining his future. Of course, Xiaoqun could only say this in his heart. His master had always been like this. Shimu looked indifferently at Lu Benwei. After some thought, he said, "Master knows what you are thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons for doing this. Remember, don't meet him in private. Don't say too much. You may leave." Lu Benwei nodded and took his leave. However, he could not figure out what Shimu was thinking. Seeing Lu Benwei leave, a crafty look flashed in Shimu's eyes. He smiled and said, "I already understood half of this painting when I was 200 years old. If you still don't understand, you're not as good as me." It turned out that Shimu was still unconvinced and wanted to compete with Xiaoqun. Many years later, when Xiaoqun understood this, he would smile bitterly. Had he known about the other party's temper, he would have shown an opening and lost. Then he would not have needed to go through so much trouble to learn the fiendish saber's true meaning. Golden Dragon Bloodline Ancestor Palace, Divine Dragon Empire, Central Great Realm. A person wearing golden dragon robes sat on a high throne. His face looked like it was chiseled with a knife, showing distinct features. This was the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, the person with the highest authority in the Divine Dragon Empire. "Your Majesty, we have already obtained conclusive news. Xiaoqun has indeed entered the Heavenly Alliance. Now, he has appeared in the faux god world and is undergoing 10 years of bitter cultivation. The news just came that he broke the records of the Trial Tower's first and second floors. This is very shocking. However, no faux god expert took him in as a disciple?" Someone below asked respectfully as he knelt on the ground. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's expression did not change when he heard that. He said indifferently, "It is strange that no faux god took him in as a disciple despite his potential. If there are no surprises, he will definitely become a sovereign emperor 10 years later. What do you think we should do?" "He should be killed," the person below said sullenly, appearing somewhat nervous. "However, he is in the faux god world. How am I to make a move? This subordinate naturally has a way. After we succeed, we will not cause any trouble for your Majesty." The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor said after some thought, "I did not kill him, nor did I give the order to kill him. How is there any trouble?" The expression of the person below changed slightly. His lips twitched as he nodded and said, "This subordinate understands. Withdraw then." "Yes." After everyone left, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was the only one left in the empty hall. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor held a high position, controlling the life and death of the Divine Dragon Empire. However, no one knew about him. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor muttered to himself, "Jiang Shan, your good inheritor really helped you gain some pride. However, my golden dragon bloodline absolutely will not end in my hands. No one can stop me. A cold look flashed in the purple gold dragon emperor's eyes, and the entire hall suddenly froze. As the cold chi spread out, the dazzling golden dragon pillars turned into ice pillars. Of course, those cultivating in the faux god world would not know that even though they were in the faux god world, they could not escape the attention of some people. Xiaochen was not in the mood to think about this. 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid required him to enter closed-door cultivation for 1 year. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, aside from Ao Jiao's one visit, Xiaochen remained in his secret room. With 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid and the aid of his blue dragon divine body, Xiaochen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He was only half a step away from peak sovereign personage. Once he reached the bottleneck, he could no longer rely on resources to advance. He needed some fortuitous encounters and could not break through just by entering closed-door cultivation. After running out of origin liquid, Xiaochen started to practice the ancient divine firmament 9 transformations. Occasionally, he would go to the library to read books. During this period, Mu Yunzhu sought out Xiaochen once, wanting to fight him. However, Xiaochen rejected him. Aside from this, Xiaochen's life had been as calm as still water for the past 1 year or so. His days had not been particularly eventful. However, the faux god world was extraordinarily bustling. The fights between the various superfactions were also very exciting. People continuously broke records in the trial tower, charging to higher levels. However, all this did not have much to do with Xiaochen. He took his time, advancing step by step according to his plan. Although Xiaochen did not move quickly, his footsteps were very steady. His strength advanced steadily, leaving a deep footprint with each step. It turns out that there are so many differences in strength in the sovereign personage realm. Inside the library, Xiaochen put down a book and entered deep thought. After reaching peak sovereign personage, most people's cultivation would get stuck, either for 1,000 years or 100 years. The talented people might even be stuck for decades. This was normal. Sovereign personage was the limit of humans. Once one broke through, one would start cultivating the soul. After crossing this step, one would be separated from the divine. The difference was like a chasm, easily determined. Hence, there were strong and weak peak sovereign personages. The closer one was to a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, the stronger one would be. Peak sovereign personages normally had 3 grades. The first was heaven-defying sovereign personage. For example, the Heavenly Alliance's Gongzi Lan, Mou, Wu Meng, and the others. These people were clearly much stronger than other peak sovereign personages. These people could be called heaven-defying sovereign personages. Half-step sovereign emperor was only half a step away from divine vein realm sovereign emperor. The most obvious sign was the merging of the Tao domain and soul energy, forming a divine seal in the soul pool. For example, the profound heaven holy land's Mu Yunzhu was at this level. When he first met Xiaochen, he only said one sentence. Mu Yunzhu's voice containing the Tao entered deep into Xiaochen's soul, echoing endlessly. This was because he had formed a divine seal. Finally, there were false sovereign emperors. In reality, false sovereign emperors had already surpassed the sovereign personage realm. They could even turn their veritable essence energy into divine energy. However, they could not open their divine veins and were not true divine vein realm sovereign emperors. They were called false emperors. At this level, one could be said to be unrivaled among sovereign personages. Unless a sovereign emperor appeared, practically no one could defeat them. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, the 4 superfactions, the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Hidden Spirit Temple, all had geniuses who reached this level. The more Xiaochen understood, the clearer and more aware he became when he was in the faux god world. Right now, he was only a peak great perfection sovereign personage, not even reaching consummation sovereign personage. He needed to work harder. With my current strength, I can be considered a heaven-defying sovereign personage. However, if I run into a half-step sovereign emperor like Mu Yunzhu, my chances of victory are only 50%. It will be very difficult for me to defeat a false emperor. I have to break through as soon as possible. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The 3,000 drops of origin liquid allowed his cultivation to advance rapidly. He could break through to consummation's sovereign personage at any time. However, he lacked a fortuitous encounter. He needed a true battle. Perhaps I should leave the city to hunt foe beasts. Chapter 2132. Foe beasts were creatures unique to the foe god world, born from the primal chaos and nothingness. They took many forms and possessed horrifying strength. Even foe god experts would have to avoid a few strong foe beasts. In the entire foe god world, aside from the Holy Domain's divine capital, there were many shattered continents with all sorts of foe beasts. Foe beasts were not truly life forms. They could not survive outside of the foe god world. After they died, they would return to the depths of the foe god world and revive after a long time. Xiaochen did not know much about foe beasts. However, Qiong-ing, Yun-fei, and Nangong Feng had gone out several times to hunt them. Xiaochen took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and communicated with them. The three remained in the Holy Domain's divine capital and did not go out. So, they agreed to meet at Xiaochen's courtyard 1 hour later. Xiaochen, you finally can't sit still anymore and want to go out? The three arrived on time. When they heard Xiaochen ask about foe beasts, they laughed softly. The four were all Heavenly Alliance people. Furthermore, they came to the foe god world together, so they had a good relationship with each other. Over the past year or so, the three had come to visit Xiaochen several times. They found it strange. Why did Xiaochen fall silent after breaking the record for the first 2 floors? Why did everyone forget his name in the past year or so? On the other hand, Wu Meng, Mou, and Gong Zilan's strength soared, continuously climbing in the trial tower. Among them, Wu Meng had broken the record for the 18th floor. Back when Xiaochen broke the record, many people said that he did not clear the 3rd floor due to some trickery. Now, Xiaochen's silence verified the others' words. However, Nangong Feng and the other 2 knew Xiaochen very well. Over the past year or so, Xiaochen's strength was no longer something the 3 could handle. Even when the 3 worked together, Xiaochen would find it somewhat difficult to deal with. However, Xiaochen did not come out. He was either in closed-door cultivation or cultivating, ignoring the fights between the super factions. His cultivation has already reached a bottleneck. If he does not experience some battles, he will find it hard to break through, Xiaochen said softly. Yun-fei said, in the past year or so, the 3 of us went out to hunt foe beasts. Even if foe beasts are of the same cultivation realm, they cannot be underestimated. Many disciples of the various superfactions have died at the hands of foe beasts. I'll die. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly shocked. The disciples of the various superfactions. Those who could enter the Heavenly Alliance were all talented. They all had life-saving secret treasures. It was just like how the Heavenly Alliance prepared a set of alloy battle armor for everyone at all costs. The other superfactions, such as the Disciples of the Universe Origin sect, all had a Heavenly Flame medallion that could summon the Universe Origin Divine Flame at any time. They had similar trump cards. However, he still died at the hands of a foe beast. This was truly shocking. Nangong Feng said, as long as they do not go too far out of the city, their lifespans are usually fine. The foe god experts in the divine capital have already detected the strong foe beasts. Why don't I accompany you out of the city? It's good to look after each other. Qiong-ing suggested, after foe beasts die, they leave behind primeval divine liquid. There are many benefits to absorbing it, which is very helpful to cultivation. Primeval divine liquid was also one of Xiaochen's objectives in killing foe beasts. Foe beasts were born from nothingness. After they died, they would leave behind a clump of mysterious energy known as primeval divine liquid. The density of primeval divine liquid varied according to the strength and rank of a foe god. Xiaochen shook his head and said, there's no need. If there is no danger, it would go against my original intentions. Thank you for your kind intentions. Tell me what I need to pay attention to when I encounter foe beasts and where I need to go to hunt them. All right. 4 hours later, after Xiaochen made his preparations, he left the city. In the foe god world, Aside from the Holy Domain, which was a complete continent, the other places were all shattered continents. The larger ones might be as far as the Holy Domain, and the smaller ones might be less than a city. The distance between them varied as they drifted in the cloud sea. Aside from the absolute safety of the Holy Domain's divine capital, the other places in the faux god world had many different environments, making it hard to guarantee safety. At the mountain-like city gates, Xiaochen turned his head back to look. The two words, divine capital, on the city walls still inspired awe in people, not daring to look at them for too long. As Xiaochen stood at the periphery of the Holy Domain and looked forward, the entire world was gray, without much color. This place looked very primitive. Even the air felt ancient. This was the first time Xiaochen left the city after coming to the Holy Domain's divine capital for more than a year. Once again, he felt the shock brought about by this shattered world. Wind, fire, lightning, and many other Daos mixed with the air. It was like the primal chaos had yet to develop, pure and complicated, filled with contradictions. As Xiaochen breathed, he could feel all sorts of Daos at any time. It was very mystical. A primal chaos fog sea lay in front, hazy and mysterious, filled with the unknown. As this place was not too dangerous from the Holy Domain, Xiaochen occasionally saw figures moving about. Xiaochen opened a map of the faux god world and took a look. Then, he put away the map and activated the alloy battle armor. Immediately, Xiaochen looked very heroic. He wore the silver alloy battle armor, showing off his tyrannical aura. As his long hair fluttered, he gave off a sharp light. Then, he placed the tyrant saber on his back and soared into the air. Now that he was fully equipped, he could bring out his strongest strength at any time. Xiaochen did this because many superfaction disciples died because they could not bring out their trump cards before they died. Maintaining the alloy battle armor drained a lot of origin liquid. However, origin liquid could be replenished at any time. Compared to his life, this bit of expenditure was nothing. Whoosh! The moment Xiaochen left the Holy Domain, he immediately felt astral winds blowing at him. These winds contained chaotic Daos. There were flames, ice, and all sorts of strange forces, making it somewhat difficult to block. Fortunately, Xiaochen had the alloy battle armor to protect him. The alloy battle armor, combat boots, shoulder guards, arm guards, leg guards, and other parts seemed to be one. They gave off a silver light and formed a formless barrier that blocked the astral winds. Indeed, the Holy Domain was protected by divine energy. After leaving the Holy Domain, the wild side of the faux god world was revealed. Xiaochen thought to himself as he carefully flew towards his destination. The place he wanted to go was called the Ice-Fire Wasteland. It was about 1/10 the size of the Holy Domain. It was considered a rather large continent. However, the environment was harsh, and faux beasts roamed about. It was a good place for experiential training. Most of the members of the various superfactions came here for experiential training, hunting faux beasts. The Ice-Fire Wasteland was not too far from the Holy Domain, but it was not too close either. Only Sovereign Emperor-level faux beasts gathered there. If one ventured deep, one would end up in the depths of the faux god world. The danger there would be indescribable. Boom! Without any warning, a ferocious beast's claw suddenly appeared in the fog sea below, clawing at Xiaochen. Just this beast claw was as large as a small mountain. When it clawed, it completely obscured Xiaochen's vision. Divine Firmament 9 Variations, Traceless Lightning Shadow. Only a faint purple lightning mark remained where Xiaochen had been. Then, he vanished like he teleported and reappeared at the side. Xiaochen grasped the tyrant saber on his back with his right hand and instantly drew it. Then, he sent out a purple saber light. The saber light tore through the beast claw, and a blue liquid that looked like blood spurted out. Clad in the alloy battle armor, Xiaochen held up the tyrant saber as he calmly watched the beast claw vanish. The fog sea churned, undercurrent surging. Who knew what kind of danger lurked there? I'm pretty lucky. Sheathing his saber, Xiaochen took out a jade bottle and collected the blue liquid. This bottle contained primeval deep night liquid. He needed to refine it before he could extract it. After the heavenly realm shattered, the entire primal chaos space lost its stability long ago. The order of space and time fell into chaos. The area below the fog sea was an absolute forbidden zone. Even foe gods did not dare to casually enter. The foe beasts born under the fog sea possessed exceptionally horrifying strength. They were known as deep-sea foe beasts and normally would not show themselves. This was because once they showed themselves, the foe god world's experts would sense them. As long as they were not under the fog sea, foe god experts would be able to kill them easily. The primeval divine liquid that these deep-sea foe beasts left behind after they died was also a great temptation to foe gods. However, if someone like Xianxia went out, these deep-sea foe beasts would occasionally target them and attack them. If one got caught, one would die for sure. The sky was filled with primal chaos, and the ground was a land of boundlessly shattered pieces. A wild, primitive, and ancient aura lingered in the air. After leaving the holy domain, the foe god world appeared before Xianxia in a completely different style. 4 hours later, a huge ice continent appeared before Xianxia. This place was clearly very cold. However, the snowflakes drifting on the ice continent were made of flames. When they landed on an ordinary person, they would instantly burn them to ashes. Xianxia arrived at his destination, the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Chapter 2133. Ice-Fire Wasteland. Snowflakes, made of flames, drifted down on a desolate plain made of ice. While this looked strange, it was not strange in the foe god world. Even the sky of the primal chaos space was hazy as if the world had yet to open. There were all sorts of chaotic chaos, primeval auras, an everlasting fog sea, and tears in the sky. Aside from the holy domain's divine capital, the foe god world was an undeveloped, savage land. There were fortuitous encounters and supreme treasures. Of course, there were dangers and forbidden lands. When Xianxia set off, he chose to activate the alloy battle armor. Clearly, his judgment was correct. The moment Xianxia landed on the desolate plain, a group of foe beasts leaped out and charged at him. These foe beasts looked ferocious, like ferocious dogs. These foe beasts had flaming fur all over their bodies. Even their faces were covered in fur. These foe beasts were about half the height of a person. Their fur trailed on the ground, revealing only a pair of primal chaos and empty eyes. These foe beasts' physical bodies seemed illusory, not made of flesh and blood, looking extremely strange. Mastiffs. Xianxia had made ample preparations before coming, allowing him to recognize the foe beasts before him. These were mastiffs, exceptionally ferocious. These mastiffs appeared in packs. Just one of them was as strong as a peak sovereign personage. They were tyrants of the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Even a heaven-defying sovereign personage would have to flee if they were alone. Otherwise, they would not survive at all. 10-odd mastiffs appeared and howled endlessly. When the flames rained on them, they did not cause them any harm. Instead, the flames increased their strength, making their flaming fur even brighter. When the mastiffs pounced over at the same time, they showed great ferocity. If they knocked Xianxia down and swarmed over, they could instantly tear the superfaction disciples to shreds. Xianxia had the alloy battle armor. Even if the mastiffs knocked him down, it would be hard for them to tear him to pieces. However, it was best not to get surrounded. Go then. Xianxia raised his left hand, and a red light flashed on his fingertip. The demon blood vulture appeared. It roared ferociously and fearlessly clashed with the 10-odd mastiffs. The demon blood vulture spread its wings. Its feathers were as bright as blood, flowing with light, looking as beautiful as scarlet flames. After traveling the foe god world with the little golden crow for half a year and obtaining some resources that Xianxia exchanged for, the demon blood vulture's strength soared. Now, it was a great help to Xianxia. On top of that, it was the king of ferocious beasts. It was born with a strong demonic nature, and its bloodline had mutated. It did not fear these mastiffs at all. It spread its wings and fought with the dozen or so mastiffs, not letting a single one escape. Xianxia knew that although the mastiffs were strong and their demonic might was ferocious, they would not be able to hold out for long if they were surrounded by 10-odd mastiffs. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xianxia beckoned with his right hand, and the 5-element divine lightning activated with his Thunder Dao domain. It condensed into a short spear that was half a meter long. In an instant, lightning flashed on the surface of the short spear. It was incomparably dazzling and emitted a boundless might of thunder. The Thunder Monarch Spear was Xiao Chen's trump card in the first place. The 5-element divine lightning was a wondrous treasure in the world. Now that his Thunder Dao's strength had improved greatly, he could drive it with his Thunder Dao domain and condense it into a spear that contained the 5-element Thunder Dao. Naturally, its might went without saying. So. The half-meter-long Thunder Monarch Spear looked solid as it shot out. Then, it split into 9, instantly striking the 9 mastiffs. Their flesh tore, but no blood flowed out. Only some primal chaos chi leaked out. Xiao Chen did not stop attacking, sending out several more Thunder Monarch Spears. The mastiffs, which already held the upper hand, immediately cried out in pain. The demon blood vulture let out a few strange laughs and immediately beat up the fallen mastiffs. Then, it spat out a mouthful of scarlet flames, and demonic chi surged into the air. The 10-odd mastiffs were forced back. Then, they charged over ferociously, appearing very resilient. When the mastiffs charged over again, they went berserk. Their bodies expanded, and they were already the size of small mountains. Xiao Chen did not care. To a heaven-defying sovereign personage, these were a pack of mastiffs that were extremely difficult to deal with. However, to Xiao Chen, they were not worth mentioning. He had his own means to deal with them. Purple flower petals spun in Xiao Chen's right eye, layering over each other and forming a purple lightning flower. Divine Lightning Eye. Xiao Chen's Divine Lightning Eye had already reached the 6th layer. When he executed it, 36 thunderclouds filled the sky. Boom! Tribulation lightning descended at the same time. The many mastiffs were instantly blasted into tumbling on the ground, twitching endlessly. Miserable cries rang out. These mastiffs were huge, and when they crashed into the ground, they caused many cracks and shook the desolate plain. Bush. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of flowing light, darting about. As its claws tore, it nearly tore the mastiffs in half. What a powerful foe beast! Xiao Chen thought to himself, with the demon blood vulture's claws, even a peak sovereign personage with a refined physical body would be torn to pieces. To think that these mastiffs are still intact, just severely injured. Indeed, one cannot use common sense to understand the bodies of foe beasts. If I get entangled, I might exhaust myself to death. After a few clashes, these mastiffs realized how powerful Xiao Chen was. They started to circle around the demon blood vulture, charging at Xiao Chen without a care for the price. However, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. If they messed around like this, they would die even faster. Xiao Chen used his movement technique and gently moved, leaving behind a purple mark. Then he appeared elsewhere. If Xiao Chen could not dodge, he would use the sharp spirit finger. The mountain-sized mastiff was sent flying by a single finger. It was a very strange sight. Xiao Chen did not fight with these mastiffs. Instead, he used the demon blood vulture as bait and brought out his Thunder Dao domain to its limits. He executed all sorts of lightning-related means. If the mastiffs got close, he would execute the sharp spirit finger. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital chi filled his entire body. Then he merged all his energy into one finger and flicked away the mastiffs. Demon blood vulture, move aside. Xiao Chen called out, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and quickly fled. Then, a great desolate Aeon candle dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chen. 2 candle flames flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the next moment, boundless ice flames landed on this pack of mastiffs. After being tortured for a long time, the extremely resilient mastiffs could no longer move. The candle dragon flame burned the mastiffs' long fur, slowly burning them. Whoosh! Wearing the alloy battle armor, Xiao Chen grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. Then, he drew his saber and swung it around before walking forward. Xiao Chen looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, killing a mastiff with one swing of his saber. These mastiffs, which could cause heaven-defying people to flee when they saw them, and which even half-step sovereign emperors had to spend a lot of effort on, were easily killed by Xiao Chen. The mastiffs' corpses scattered, turning into beams of light that entered the cracks in the sky. Only clumps of white primeval divine liquid remained on the ground. Xiaochen took out a clump of primeval divine liquid and refined it before absorbing it into his body. Ripples appeared on his 9-star primal core as he absorbed all the primeval divine liquid. The bottleneck of Xiaochen's cultivation immediately loosened, making Xiaochen reveal joy on his face. After more than half a year, this was the first time his cultivation bottleneck had loosened. It looked like this primeval divine liquid was indeed effective. After the demon blood vulture circled in the sky, it turned into a palm-sized bird and landed on Xiaochen's shoulder. Let's hunt the mastiffs, then. Most of the other foe beasts are crafty. If we run into them alone, they might be easy to defeat or kill, but they will be problematic. These mastiffs are naturally ferocious and do not know when to advance or retreat. Furthermore, they move in packs, which suits me. If Yun Fei and the others knew that Xiaochen started hunting mastiffs the first time he came to the Icefire Wasteland, their jaws would drop in shock. When they saw these mastiffs, they had to retreat. They were tyrants of the Icefire Wasteland. When they moved in packs, no one dared to clash with them. However, Xiaochen stubbornly persisted. How could they not be shocked? In the following month, Xiaochen spent his time hunting mastiffs. As he became more familiar with the mastiff's nature, killing them became easier. As the difficulty increased, Xiaochen went from killing 10-odd mastiffs at once to several dozen at a time. Eventually, he killed 100 horrifying mastiffs. When Xiaochen had free time, he would study the painting that fiendish demon Shimu gave him. Lu Benwei had already given him the second painting. Xiaochen managed to make out some things. He discovered that this painting seemed to contain some kind of saber technique that he could not figure out. Xiaochen was in no rush. He just took his time to study it. At this moment, raising his cultivation was still his priority. As time passed, all the cultivators on experiential training in the Icefire Wasteland's periphery came to know that such a ruthless person gave Xiaochen the nickname Dog-Killing Demon. Normally, when ordinary people saw mastiffs charging in packs, the rational ones would flee for now, not fighting with these mad dogs that did not fear death. However, Xiaochen did the opposite, hunting more than 100 mastiffs in one go. Furthermore, Xiaochen did not allow others to interfere. This made everyone tremble in fear. They were even more afraid of Xiaochen than of a mastiff. Chapter 2134. The Icefire Wasteland was about 1/10 the size of the Holy Domain. Even to sovereign personages, it was vast. The Icefire Wasteland was divided into the periphery, the inner area, and the core. After passing the core, there was a boundless lightning sea. Even foe gods would not be able to traverse the entire lightning sea. Xiaochen did not have much ambition. For the past few days, he had been killing foe beast mastiffs in the Icefire Wasteland's periphery. After 1 month, he had already killed more than 1,000 mastiffs. This was a horrifying number. On average, Xiaochen killed 30-odd mastiffs every day. Even Mu Yunzhu would have to put in a lot of effort to kill 30-odd mastiffs when they attacked together. Of course, it was more likely that Xiaochen did not know how to kill mastiffs at all. The mastiff's strength was still acceptable. The main thing was that they moved in packs. Most importantly, they had a berserk nature in their bones. Compared to the crafty and intelligent foe beasts, the mastiffs would not rest until one of them died. Killing mastiffs was a waste of effort. Since that was the case, Mu Yunzhu might as well enter the inner area or the periphery and take the risk to kill those high-ranked foe beasts. Xiaochen was different. Right now, he could kill 100 mastiffs in one go. If he used all sorts of means, the mastiffs would not be able to run even if they wanted to. In the past month, I refined 150 kilograms of primeval divine liquid. The bottleneck has loosened significantly. Compared to closed-door cultivation, I have improved a lot. However, I still have not broken through this bottleneck. Outside the Icefire Wasteland, Xiaochen, who was currently hunting a pack of mastiffs, frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his progress. Xiaochen obtained 150 kilograms of primeval divine liquid in 1 month. Furthermore, he was only a great perfection sovereign personage. If others found out about this harvest, they would feel envious. Xiao Chen's friends had to work together in this ice-fire wasteland to obtain such a harvest. However, Xiao Chen was very strict with himself. Time in the faux god world is too precious. After casually knocking away a mastiff that pounced over, Xiao Chen split his attention and thought about something else. During the battle between the demon blood vulture and the mastiffs, Xiao Chen happened to discover that the demon blood vulture could consume faux beasts. The mastiff's ferocious might was extremely compatible with its nature, allowing it to grow quickly. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he noticed that the 100-odd mastiffs that he had been hunting suddenly began to run away when they saw that they were about to fall into a desperate situation. He ran away. The mastiffs ran amok in the periphery of the ice-fire wasteland due to their frenzied and ferocious nature. A large part of the reason people ran when they saw them was that they would not rest until they were dead. But now, this group of mastiffs that were the size of small mountains actually ran away when they were on the verge of death. Don't tell me you're scared of me. Xiao Chen had hunted more than 1,000 mastiffs, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Chase. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on the demon blood vulture's back, frantically giving chase. Seeing that the harvest was about to begin, the 100-odd mastiffs actually began to flee. There was no reason to let go of a cooked duck. Thunder Monarch Spear. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and 9 short spears containing the Daos of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, shot out. Each half-meter-long Thunder Monarch spear was like a treasure weapon, flickering with light and bursting with electric light. When they connected, they looked like a 5-element world, exuding an extremely strong pressure. Bang! When the 9 Thunder Monarch spears landed, they immediately killed 9 mastiffs. Then, they exploded, killing another 10-odd mastiffs. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and hovered in the air, getting the demon blood vulture to continue giving chase. He landed and waited for the mastiffs' corpses to scatter and the primeval divine liquid to appear. When the primeval divine liquid appeared, Xiao Chen waved his hand and collected it into a jade bottle. Divine Firmament 9 Variations, Everlasting Thunder Shadow. The instant Xiao Chen landed, he executed the Divine Firmament 9 Variations, leaving a purple mark. In the next moment, he reappeared on the demon blood vulture's back. When 100-odd mastiffs fled at the same time, the commotion they caused was incredibly huge. When the other trial takers saw this scene along the way, they were all frightened silly. Some of them could not dodge in time and even got injured by the mastiffs. Am I seeing things? Why is there someone chasing after mastiffs? The mastiffs that are like mad dogs actually fled. I'm not hallucinating, right? This is my first time seeing someone chasing after mastiffs. In the past, we always ran when we saw mastiffs. It's him. The dog-killing frenzy demon. No wonder. It turns out to be the dog-killing frenzy demon. At first, when the cultivators along the way saw the hill-sized mastiffs fleeing wildly, they were all startled. However, when they saw Xiao Chen wearing the alloy battle armor on the demon blood vulture's back, they all revealed expressions of understanding, no longer feeling surprised. Everyone in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery already knew about the dog-killing frenzy demon. Some people even took the initiative to lead the mastiffs to where Xiao Chen was when they had nowhere to run. However, Xiao Chen did not say anything. Who is this person? When a group of cultivators in black clothes with flaming clouds hurried along the ice-fire wasteland's periphery saw this scene, they marveled at it and stopped. The one who spoke was a youth with an extraordinary aura. He actually surpassed a heaven-defying sovereign personage, a half-step sovereign emperor. Senior Brother Fong, this is the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen, the Heavenly Alliance's youngest member. Back then, he was the one who broke the records of the first and second floors. How incredible! To think that he chased after a group of mastiffs. How strong! I heard that he said that he would not fear Mu Yunzhu after half a year on the comprehension platform. However, Mu Yunzhu avoided him after half a year. I heard that he did not break the record back then. Furthermore, what is so great about killing these mastiffs? They are just some rabid dogs that no one is willing to offend. The true experts are like Senior Brother Fong. charging into the ice-fire wasteland's core. The Universe Origin sect disciples felt disdain for Xiaoqun. After the man with the family name Fong listened for a long time, he lost interest. He only looked at Xiaoqun's alloy battle armor in a somewhat distracted manner. How unfortunate. To think that he went to kill dogs while wearing the alloy battle armor. If it were me, I would be fully confident in this trip. The alloy battle armor. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Alliance's members. If they did not have sufficient accumulations, they needed resources. Any member of a super faction would covet the alloy battle armor. However, that was just that. Even if non-Heavenly Alliance members snatched the alloy battle armor, they would not be able to activate it. They could only look at it. Let's go. We still have something to do. The man with the family name Fong withdrew his gaze and led the Universe Origin sect disciples to the depths of the ice-fire wasteland. The appearance of this group of people attracted some attention in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery. This immediately incited discussions, guessing what they were going to do. It's Fong Xiaobai, one of the Universe Origin sect's top 10 disciples. He is a half-step sovereign emperor. I wonder why he is here? The ice-fire wasteland has been very lively recently. It seems like some of the top 10 disciples of the various super factions are here. Could it be the ice-fire divine origin in the core? That might really be possible. Looking at the time, the ice-fire divine origin should be about to appear. Should we go and take a look? Never mind. Every time the ice-fire divine origin appears, there will be people dying. As long as we can safely survive 10 years in the faux god world, it will be a great opportunity. There is no need to risk our lives. That's right. Many outstanding talents did not know how to restrain themselves and ended up dying. We do not have the lives of outstanding talents, so there is no need to worry about the hearts of outstanding talents. We just do what we need to do. These words were very true. Compared to outsiders, being able to enter the faux god world was a great opportunity. There was indeed no need for ordinary people to get greedy. It was important to understand one's own strength. Even so, there were still some people in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery who felt tempted when they heard that the ice-fire divine origin was about to appear, so they quietly flew to the inner area. At this moment, Xiaoqun did not know about this. He continued his great task of killing the mastiffs. After a chase, only a few of the 100-odd mastiffs remained. Only 10-odd were still running wildly. If not for waiting for the corpses to scatter and collecting the primeval divine liquid, which took some time, these mastiffs would not have wasted so much time. As Xiaoqun gave chase, he thought to himself, faux beasts are intelligent as well. Although the mastiffs have a crazed, reckless spirit in their bones, it is not strange for them to wake up after being killed for more than a month. However, hunting mastiffs in the future would be somewhat problematic. If Xiaoqun had to chase after them for half a day every time, it would be a waste of time. The gains would not make up for the losses. It looks like I will have to enter the ice-fire wasteland's inner area in advance. The mastiffs have become smarter. I cannot continue this business. How tiring! Xiaoqun finally dealt with the final 10-odd mastiffs. He had chased them for more than 6 hours. It was not very tiring, but it did take some time. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture suddenly turned wary. It seemed to sense some danger, and all its feathers swelled up. Master, I feel that something is wrong. Xiaoqun did not sense anything wrong. However, the demon blood vulture was a ferocious beast. Compared to humans, it had an instinctive sense of unknown danger. Let's go! After carefully looking around, Xiaoqun leaped onto the demon blood vulture's back and returned the way they came. After flying 50,000 kilometers calmly, rows of mastiffs appeared at the limits of Xiaoqun's vision. Their chaotic and lifeless eyes flickered with a scarlet light as they looked coldly and emotionlessly at him. Boom! Large patches of black clouds appeared in the sky above these mastiffs. When Xiaoqun looked around, the churning black clouds charged at him from all directions. Soon, the demonic clouds gathered in all directions, and the sky instantly turned dark. Clatter! Clatter! Heavy footsteps resounded. The seemingly densely packed mastiffs blocked off all directions, encircling Xiaoqun step by step. It turned out that during the chase, Xiaochen had arrived at an extremely desolate place in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery. The demon blood vulture under Xiaochen's feet trembled slightly. Clearly, it felt afraid of so many mastiffs. "Master, what should we do?" The demon blood vulture had never seen such a large formation before. Despite its demonic nature and fearless nature, it actually felt somewhat timid. The demon blood vulture looked around and saw the densely packed mastiffs. There were at least 4,000 or 5,000 of them. All the mastiffs in the entire ice-fire wasteland were probably here for Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he muttered to himself, "Even the dogs are scheming like humans. How much hatred do they have?" Chapter 2135. When Xiaochen looked around, there were at least 4,000 or 5,000 mastiffs in all directions. Although Xiaochen had easily hunted down 100 mastiffs, that was already his limit. If the number increased by half, he would not be able to handle it. Doubling the number was probably his limit. If the number increased by 3 times, he would not even turn and run after taking another look. Now that the number reached such a level, there was no need to rush to run. Even if he wanted to run, he could not. Since when did dogs become more like wolves, knowing how to use strategies and listen to commands? Strange, Xiaochen looked around and finally saw a mastiff that stood out from the rest in the east. This mastiff was completely snow-white. It stood out among the other mastiffs with flaming fur, looking very out of place. A light flickered in the mastiff's eyes, filled with spirituality. The instant the mastiffs met, Xiaochen felt a chill run down his spine. This white mastiff should be the king of this pack of mastiffs. If Xiaochen guessed right, it was the one who planned this plan. Despite being in danger, Xiaochen did not panic. He calmly thought of a countermeasure. Low roars resounded in the surroundings. Every mastiff looked coldly at Xiaochen. They were only waiting for the order to tear Xiaochen to shreds and tear him to shreds. The roars were somewhat vexing. Xiaochen looked up at the sky. Demonic clouds already covered the shattered sky, preventing him from seeing it clearly. One could not fly too high in the faux god world. This was because the sky was shattered, with spatial tears everywhere. Space-time reversed currents were everywhere. If one was not careful, one would get sucked into some darn place. One would not be able to come out for the rest of one's life. Hence, aside from the Holy Domain's divine capital, all the other places were forbidden zones. This pack of mastiffs stirred up demonic clouds, covering the space. Space-time reversed currents and spatial tears could not be seen clearly. If Xiaochen dared to flee through the sky, he would definitely die a tragic death. Boom! Suddenly, that snow-white mastiff let out a long howl, causing cracks to appear in the desolate plains below. The surrounding mastiffs launched themselves at Xiaochen. Their mountain-sized bodies shot over like sharp arrows. Under such pressure, the demon blood vulture's ferocious might was brought out as it cried out. The demon blood vulture flapped its wings, and a scarlet tornado appeared, churning violently. Plop, plop. When the mastiffs crashed into the scarlet tornado, they were immediately mangled and blasted back. However, there were simply too many of them. As they continued to attack, the power of the storm gradually weakened. Several mastiffs passed through the storm, barking at Xiaochen with ferocious expressions. Even before it got close, the sound waves from its roar were enough to make one's head spin. It penetrated deep into one's soul pool and reverberated endlessly. Faux beasts were born in the primal chaos space. They innately grasped all kinds of great daos, just that they did not know how to use them. Their techniques were crude, but in reality, their power was not ordinary. Xiaochen's expression remained calm as the dragon roar in his body spread out and clashed with the sound waves from the mastiffs. The two clashed endlessly, producing intense sounds. Even before the battle had begun, it was already incomparably intense. Xiaochen calmly watched the mastiffs lunging at him. Then, he pressed down on his saber without moving, not flustered or flustered at all. His gaze was calm as he looked at the mastiffs that were charging at him. He held onto his weapon and did not move. He did not panic and did not panic at all. In Xiaochen's vision, the figures of these mastiffs grew larger and larger until they occupied his entire vision. Kill! Just at this crucial moment, Xiaochen drew the tyrant's saber. Whoosh! A resplendent saber light shot out from the saber. Under the state of martial and soul as one, Xiaochen stored up power and chopped with his saber. Whoosh! The mastiffs cried out miserably at the same time. Blood spurted out. However, this blood lost its color when illuminated by the saber light. Clearly, it was not practical to use the sharp spirit finger now. The sharp spirit finger could knock back the enemy but not kill them. When hunting, it was best to use it to knock back the enemy and prevent the mastiffs from getting close. However, now he wanted this group of beasts to not return. If they dared to come, they would die. Under the state of martial and soul as one, Xiaochen executed his flawless saber dao. All the mastiffs that came over were merciless. With his full power, he killed them with one saber strike. 10-odd mastiffs immediately died amid mournful cries. However, there was still an unending stream of them, unending. Master, I can't hold on any longer. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture said in Xiaochen's mind. The demon blood vulture was different from Xiaochen. Without the alloy battle armor, the mastiffs could take its life in a few bites. The demon blood vulture had been able to help Xiaochen last until now, blocking most of the mastiffs and holding on for 1 hour, which was already very rare. Come back. There's no rush. I still have one last strike. The demon blood vulture ignored Xiaochen's words. It suddenly left Xiaochen's feet, and its entire body blazed with a fierce flame. However, as the intense flame burned, the demon blood vulture's gargantuan body slowly condensed and shrank. However, the light on its body became increasingly intense. Even the saber light that Xiaochen sent out with the martial and soul merger regained its color. When the demon blood vulture was palm-sized, the surrounding scarlet storm suddenly vanished. In an instant, the hundreds of mastiffs that had been blocked outside charged at Xiaochen. The scene was extremely dangerous. The martial arts that Xiaochen practiced could not kill all these mastiffs except in the human world. The consequences were extremely terrifying. Over 100 mastiffs pounced on him, and even with the protection of the alloy armor, he would still be seriously injured. Just as Xiaochen prepared to execute in the mortal realm, the palm-sized demon blood vulture covered in a jade-like scarlet light remained. Like an arrow, it shot out. Shio! The demon blood vulture's body stabbed into a mastiff's eye. Then, it spun its wings and pierced through the mastiff's brain. Kakaka! A jade-like scarlet light shone as the demon blood vulture's body shot out like an arrow, turning into a beam of light and piercing through the heads of the many mastiffs. In an instant, these hundreds of mastiffs were like paper before the demon blood vulture's strongest killing move, killing them all. The originally densely packed mastiffs, which nearly suffocated Xiaochen, all fell to the ground. Xiaochen sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong! Even if Xiaochen executed entering hell, he would not be able to kill all these mastiffs. However, the demon blood vulture did it. Before Xiaochen could sigh, he saw the demon blood vulture's body turn dim and wobbly after executing this killing move. A mastiff pounced over and opened its jaws, preparing to swallow the demon blood vulture. Scram! Divine Firmament 9 Variations, Traceless Lightning Shadow. Leaving behind a faint purple mark, he appeared in front of the mastiff and sent it flying with a vicious kick. The demon blood vulture quickly turned into a beam of scarlet light and returned to Xiaochen's fingertip, turning into a ring. Master, this is a killing move that I learned from Big Brother Little Yellow Feather. It's pretty good, right? The demon blood vulture's voice rang out, sounding very weak. However, it seemed to be waiting for Xiaochen's praise. Xiaochen felt some heartache as he said, "Quickly rest. You are very strong. You did what I, your master, could not do." He, damn it. However, I'm too tired. I can't help master anymore. The demon blood vulture let out a strange laugh at first. Then, its voice grew softer until it stopped. Xiaochen looked around. After the demon blood vulture's massacre, there were at least 1,000 mastiff corpses on the ground. Martial and soul as one required merging the will of the martial Dao and the will of soul. Every time one attacked, one could bring out 120% of a cultivator's combat prowess, even 50%. Hence, Xiaochen could kill a mastiff with one saber strike. However, in the state of martial and soul as one, the drain on veritable essence energy and soul energy was immense. With the protection of the alloy battle armor, Xiaochen's physical body would not be affected in such an intense battle. However, it was hard to say how long he could last. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw that the snow-white mastiffs were still in formation. Despite the huge losses, this pack of mastiffs did not panic, preparing for the next wave of attacks. It was already very unusual for them to disregard all costs to fight like this. Xiaochen took a rough look and estimated that there were at least 4,000 mastiffs. If he continued fighting, he would definitely die. When he ran out of veritable essence energy, he would definitely die. Charge out. Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on the snow-white mastiff. Then he immediately charged at the snow-white mastiff. The key to breaking out of this situation was this snow-white mastiff. With this beast in formation, it was practically impossible to charge out in any other direction. Only by fighting with this beast and making it unable to give orders, would he be able to fight for a chance of survival. Even though he knew that this beast was as strong as a half-step sovereign emperor, he had to fight to the death. Chapter 2136. Seeing Xiaochen fly towards the white mastiff, the many other mastiffs launched themselves at Xiaochen, trying to block his way. Under the white mastiff's command, the originally clumsy and ferocious mastiffs actually knew when to advance and when to retreat. They knew how to block Xiaochen, how to delay him, how to disrupt and harass Xiaochen. This made Xiaochen's advance very difficult. That white mastiff stood at the top and did not back down. It only looked at Xiaochen coldly, like it wanted to give him hope. As Xiaochen arranged his troops, the mastiffs in the other directions also took the opportunity to surround him. Before Xiaochen advanced halfway, the alloy battle armor that he wore turned black from the mastiff's blood. Mastiffs were not made of flesh and blood. Although it was called blood, it was actually just the strange liquid in their bodies. Halfway through, Xiaochen was horrified to discover that the distance between him and the white mastiff did not shrink. Instead, it increased significantly. What's going on? After a moment of shock, Xiaochen suddenly understood. It turned out that when this white mastiff was commanding the black flame beasts, the black flame beasts did not move at all. It turned out that when the white mastiff commanded the other mastiffs to change their angle, it looked like they were continuously killing mastiffs and pressing in. In reality, Xiaochen was being led by the nose by the mastiff. As he advanced and retreated, he had already changed his original direction. If Xiaochen had not startled awake, he would not have reached the white mastiff even if he killed for the rest of his life. Such a scheme sent a chill down Xiaochen's spine. Even some intelligent humans would not be able to come up with such a scheme. To think that the white mastiff was so smart. Damn it. When Xiaochen thought about how he got tricked by a dog, he could not help feeling angry. Coupled with the fact that the continuous battles were all in vain, it caused a trace of fluctuation to appear in his tranquil state of mind. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw that the white mastiff was still looking at him coldly. However, to Xiaochen now, there was an additional trace of mockery in its gaze. Calm down. If I'm not careful, I might die here. Every month, outstanding talents from the outside world would fall in the faux god world, losing their originally great futures. In the past, Xiaochen felt astonished. Human cultivators had many trump cards and various means. How could they still die to faux beasts? Now, he himself had fallen into such a dangerous situation. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would lose his life. It had to be said that it was somewhat ironic. Xiaochen withdrew from the state of martial and soul as one. Given the current situation, before his veritable essence energy and soul energy ran out, he would not be able to escape. With the state of martial and spirit as one, Xiaochen would not be able to kill all the mastiffs. He might as well save some energy for the white mastiff. There was no way out. The mastiffs were already chasing after them. Their only chance of survival was to charge forward. I don't believe that I, Xiaochen, will die under the siege of a bunch of mad dogs. Xiaochen snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a scroll slowly unfurled. It slowly rose into the sky. When it fully unfurled, a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in the sky. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame chased each other in the sky. Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Xiaochen held his saber with his right hand and raised his left palm to the sky, circulating the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram with all his might. Immediately, an overwhelming might spread out from the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiaochen quickly withdrew his saber, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram descended from the sky. The Taiji force field appeared under Xiaochen's feet, trapping the mastiffs. Xiaochen moved between yin and yang, moving erratically. He raised his saber and swung it, continuously killing the mastiffs. The snow-white mastiff felt somewhat flustered. In this Taiji force field, it could no longer command the mastiffs. Trapped in the Taiji force field, the mastiffs moved very slowly. They still had to block Xiaochen's saber light and could not even take care of themselves, unable to carry out the white mastiff's commands. Without the white mastiff's command, the berserk mastiffs reverted to their original nature. Their threat to Xiaochen was greatly reduced. Xiaochen had no choice but to use the trump card that he had prepared for this white mastiff in advance. Xiaochen's figure moved like lightning as he controlled the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, weaving through the many mastiffs, advancing quickly. Soon, the white mastiff arrived before him. Resolving the mundane. Without any hesitation, Xiaochen entered the state of martial and soul as one and soared into the air. Then, with his 7-fold killing chi, he executed resolving the mundane. However, something strange happened. Xiaochen was already very fast. However, that white mastiff seemed to have figured out when Xiaochen was going to make his move. It was like an experienced cultivator. Before the eternal and inextinguishable saber light completely formed, the white mastiff pounced over like a bolt of white lightning. It pounced over like a bolt of white lightning, roaring in midair and slapping its claw over. This claw contained many chaotic great daos. It was very crude and extremely primitive. However, the great daos were vast and mighty, directly shattering Xiaochen's incomplete resolving the mundane. Puxia. Xiaochen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as he moved back. Incredulity flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for the other party to attack, Xiaochen materialized Firmament's rage with his left hand and threw a palm strike. The white mastiff wanted to charge forward and kill Xiaochen. However, a huge palm containing the Tao of the 5-element divine lightning struck it. The snow-white mastiff's huge body was smashed to the ground by the palm. The white mastiff also showed shock in its eyes, clearly surprised. It was like a seasoned hunter, roaring continuously. The many mastiffs that were not trapped in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram leaped into the air, moving as nimbly as birds. Leaping through the air, they were as agile as birds as they slowly surrounded him. Buddha in the mortal realm, quelling the seas and desolation. Xiaochen snorted coldly, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. Then, ancient Buddhist chants reverberated. A hole appeared in the black demonic clouds in the sky. Then, the supreme killing Buddha descended and pushed its palms in all directions. Bang! In an instant, the 1,000-odd mastiffs flying over were all knocked back. Cracks appeared on their physical bodies. Entering hell. Xiaochen chose to fight the white mastiff so that it could not care about anything else, unable to command the other mastiffs. Seeing the white mastiff use the same trick, how could Xiaochen let it do as it wished? He executed Buddha in the mortal realm and knocked back the 1,000-odd mastiffs. Then he held up an evil dragon materialized from the Azura hell and chopped down. With this saber strike, a world-destroying evil dragon appeared. It bared its fangs and claws, looking like it wanted to swallow the world. Although the white mastiff was strong, it was still a faux beast in the end. It could not practice martial techniques like human cultivators. This was Xiaochen's strongest saber strike. It instantly gained a suppressive advantage as it pressed down. Boom! The evil dragon knocked back the huge mastiff for 5,000 kilometers like it was a snowy mountain. After it landed, another loud sound rang out. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and a pillar of flame shot up into the sky. After the Azura hell disappeared, Xiaochen wore the alloy battle armor, looking very heroic. He held his saber and appeared very tyrannical. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Divine Firmament 9 Variations, Traceless Lightning Shadow. He left behind only a few faint purple marks. Then, 5,000 kilometers away, Xiaochen charged over at lightning speed. A terrifying sound wave suddenly rang out, and visible ripples spread out. Caught off guard, Xiaochen held his saber horizontally in front of him and got knocked back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After stabilizing himself, Xiaochen tightly grasped his tyrant saber and swung it in the air a few times, scattering the remaining sound wave energy on him. After a few swings, saber winds howled, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Xiaochen's long hair fluttered about, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Doubt flashed in his eyes. This white mastiff was overly strong. Mastiffs were strong because they moved in packs. They were strong because of the madness in their bones. Individually, any heaven-defying sovereign personage could easily crush them. While Xiaochen's cultivation was not high, he did not fear fighting a half-step sovereign emperor alone. The white mastiff placed its 2 palms on the edge of the huge pit. Then, it leaped up and charged at Xiaochen again. Let's see how strong you are. A golden light burned in Xiaochen's eyes as he instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. At the same time, he entered the state of martial and soul as one again. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiaochen swung the tyrant saber in his hand a few more times. Saber lights flickered in this black and white world, appearing dazzling. Under the effects of his great desolate Ian bloodline, Xiaochen activated martial and soul as one. With a few random swings, he kicked up a strong wind that made the ferocious white mastiff stagger. 10,000 Dragons Picture. The 10,000 Dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Xiaochen. Boundless dragon roars resounded as Xiaochen fought an intense battle with this white mastiff in his peak state. There was no time. He needed to deal with this white mastiff quickly. The mastiff pack that he knocked back earlier was closing in again. However, even though Xiaochen was in his peak state, he did not have the strength to execute any of his martial techniques. He had already executed his strongest Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique earlier and could not execute it again within a short time. I still have the flawless saber Dao. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen saw the mastiff lolling its fangs and charging over. So, he decided to use his flawless saber Dao as the final strike. The flawless saber Dao was not about perfection. It was about a heart that pursued perfection. Heart as a saber, body as a saber, hair as a saber, will as a saber. Ding, 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 ding. Xiaochen brandished his saber. His steps were like that of an immortal, moving nimbly and refined. Strands of saber light flickered on Xiaochen's body. 3,000 strands of hair were 3,000 saber lights. Every part of the alloy battle armor was a resplendent saber light. A zither-like saber hum rang out in the 5,000 kilometers of desolate plains. Just at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly remembered the first painting that senior fiendish saber Shimu gave him. Lush mountains, clear waters, white clouds, and wild cranes flying in the sky. If there is no one in the painting, for whom are the green mountains? If there is no one in the painting, for whom are the green waters flowing? I understand now. A bright light suddenly flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he listened to the zither-like saber hum echoing in the 5,000 kilometers of desolate plains. It reverberated in the mountains, wanton in the wind, rejoicing with all things in this vast world. However, if one opened one's eyes and looked, the mountains were mountains, the water was water. The most ordinary scenery in the world was just that. If there is no one in the painting, for whom are they? The green mountains are the green mountains, the green waters are the green waters, the white clouds are the white clouds. All things have spirits, all things are fiends. What is a fiend? Xiaochen reared his head back and laughed. Then, he suddenly gave up on the white mastiffs and pointed his saber at the sky. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. The world fell silent. In the next moment, the vast desolate plains rejoiced with Xiaochen. Boundless saber lights burst out of the mountains and the ground. At this moment, all things rejoiced together. Resplendent saber lights filled the vast, desolate plains. Aside from Xianxia, the others were pierced by thousands of saber lights. When the saber lights scattered, all the mastiffs were destroyed, leaving only countless drops of primeval divine liquid floating in the surroundings. Chapter 2137. The green mountains were the green mountains, and the white clouds were the white clouds. Bloodline activation, alloy battle armor, martial and soul as one. In his peak state, he had to use his strongest killing move. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. With just one move, Xianxia killed all the mastiffs within 500,000 kilometers in his strongest state. As his bloodline slowly faded, Xianxia exited the state of martial and soul as one. He should have exhausted his veritable essence energy and soul energy, but he felt refreshed and carefree. However, he felt refreshed and carefree, and his entire body was surging with power. I broke through. Xianxia broke through the final bottleneck of a great perfection sovereign personage with this moment of comprehension. He became a peak sovereign personage, sweeping away all his fatigue and weakness. When one's strength improved, no amount of resources could compare to an instant of comprehension. The old saying was indeed true. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xianxia's figure flashed, moving as fast as lightning as he arrived beside the white mastiff's corpse. The white mastiff was merely a half-step sovereign emperor. Given Xianxia's strength, he would not feel any pressure fighting it alone. Foe beasts were different from humans. They did not know martial techniques or chaotic Dao domains, much less mental states. Within the same cultivation realm, a mediocre person would not be a match for a foe beast. However, if a foe beast was not special, it would not be sufficient to face an outstanding talent. However, this white mastiff before Xianxia forced Xianxia into danger several times. Even fighting it alone was somewhat difficult. If Xianxia had not comprehended the painting that the foe god expert fiendish saber Shimu left behind at the last moment, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. How to deal with the remaining mastiffs would have been a problem. Its intelligence was monstrous, inspiring fear. Xianxia felt very curious about what was so special about this white mastiff for it to be so difficult to deal with. Compared to the other mastiffs, the white mastiff's corpse dissipated very slowly. Most of its body still remained. What is this? Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. A black jade pendant appeared in the white mastiff's disappearing head. This jade pendant was clearly refined by a cultivator. The foe beast would not have something like this. Xianxia's expression immediately changed and became somewhat gloomy. This white mastiff was being controlled by someone. From the mastiff's strange escape, someone had set up a trap for him, waiting for him to jump into it. No, perhaps, from the moment he left the Holy Region's divine capital, he had already been targeted. After killing mastiffs for a month, someone finally found an opportunity to set up this trap. If Xianxia died, it would be a perfect plan. Who knew how many outstanding talents had died at the hands of foe beasts? Over the past month, many people had personally witnessed him madly killing mastiffs. Dying to the mastiff's vengeance was completely justifiable and would not arouse any suspicions. It was simply flawless. The black jade pendant no longer had any spiritual qi. It looked like a black stone, a broken stone. Xianxia picked it up and looked around. The person who came had planned this meticulously. Clearly, Xianxia had many misgivings. He feared exposing his identity or that his true body was not in the ice-fire wasteland at all. Who will kill me? As Xianxia looked at the black jade pendant, he entered deep thought. His thoughts raced as he thought of many things. Many people's faces appeared in his mind. However, in the end, Xianxia suddenly laughed. See. Xianxia clenched his right fist, and the black jade pendant in his hand shattered into dust. It did not matter who it was. The important thing was that he was still alive. As long as he could survive, the truth would come to light sooner or later. Overthinking was not good. Now that Xianxia had gained enlightenment and made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he gained many more comprehensions of the martial Dao. There was no need to waste time on this. Demon Blood Vulture, come out. Xianxia woke up the Demon Blood Vulture. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation, He no longer needed this vast amount of primeval divine liquid. Master, what's wrong? After waking up, the demon blood vulture appeared somewhat weakly. However, when it saw the densely packed primeval divine liquid, it was stunned. My goodness! Master, how did you do it? To think that you killed all these mastiffs. Xiaochen glanced at the corpse of the white mastiff, which had yet to completely disappear, and said, Stop speaking nonsense. Quickly swallow them all. They are all yours. These are the white mastiff's corpses. They're also yours. I won't fight with you over them. The demon blood vulture immediately felt like it was dreaming. Really? When have I ever joked? Gagaga. Thank you, Master. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. A bunch of trash. In the end, Grandpa will still consume them. Perhaps I can take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. The originally weak demon blood vulture immediately perked up and let out strange cries. Its cries sounded incredibly arrogant, as if it had forgotten itself. Xiaochen thought for a while and looked for a quiet place to land. Then, he took out the first painting that Lu Benwei had given him. Lush mountains, clear water, white clouds, and wild cranes flying in the sky. In the past, Xiaochen could not understand it. He could only vaguely sense that the painting contained an indescribable Tao. This should be the inheritance of some special saber technique. However, Lu Benwei did not say anything, and Xiaochen had not even seen fiendish saber Shimu. When Xiaochen focused and brought out his flawless saber Tao to its limits, he finally understood. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to complete my saber Tao in one go and comprehend the Tao of the saber Tao. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he stared at the painting. The lush mountains, clear water, and white clouds in the painting all came to life, demonstrating his Tao to him. Xiaochen gently loosened his grip, and the painting floated in front of him without any external force. All things rejoice together. This is my comprehension. My flawless saber Tao clearly benefited a lot from this. If I can make another breakthrough from this and gain some more comprehension, I will definitely be able to break through to the Tao of the saber Tao. The expression in Xiaochen's eyes became increasingly resolute. As he stared at the painting, he slowly became immersed in it, forgetting some things. He forgot about his flawless saber Tao, where he was, and his original purpose. It was like he had entered the painting, becoming entranced. Whoosh! After some time, the painting before Xiaochen burst into flames. He startled awake, feeling like he was dreaming. Just earlier, he felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, he turned into stone, flowing water, and a tall mountain in one moment. It was not that his soul had been imprisoned. Instead, he had really turned into a tall mountain and flowing water. In the dream, he could feel the majesty of the mountain, the joy of the water, the tranquility of the trees, and all sorts of emotions. In the dream, Xiaochen had forgotten everything. Now that he suddenly startled awake, the painting before him burned. Xiaochen quickly stepped forward, wanting to put out the flame. This was something that the faux god had given him. It was hard to say how much it was worth. The crucial thing was that the faux god had not stated clearly whether he had given it to Xiaochen or not. If the other party wanted it back, Xiaochen would feel like crying. However, the flame burned too quickly. By the time Xiaochen reacted, the painting had already burned up, turning into ashes. The demon blood vulture slowly descended from the sky. Xiaochen sighed helplessly and asked, How long did I comprehend the Tao for? Master, you maintained that strange posture for a total of 10 days. Just 10 days? Why do I feel like several hundred years have passed? Xiaochen said softly, feeling disappointed and frustrated. Then he looked at his surroundings again, feeling very mysterious. The entire ice-fire wasteland seemed different to his eyes. As he looked around curiously, Xiaochen was shocked to discover that this world was truly different. Without any effort, he could feel the flow of everything. He could even see the wind. The wind was formless. Without any reference, it would be impossible to discover it. However, in Xiaochen's eyes, the wind was like a child jumping around. This feeling was very mysterious. Although his combat prowess did not increase, the wondrous feeling was indescribable. Unfortunately, my saber Tao domain is still lacking. I feel that I should be able to grasp the Saber Dao domain. If the foe god gives me pointers, I will be able to immediately comprehend it. Shaking his head, Xiaochen turned his head to look at the demon blood vulture. He was shocked to discover that the demon blood vulture's eyes had turned completely golden. A faint golden line appeared on all of its tail feathers. Its appearance seemed to have changed slightly. What is this? Many thanks for Master's help. My mutated bloodline seems to have improved. I feel like I'm reverting to my ancestors. Right now, my strength is 50% higher than 10 days ago. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Your improvement is even greater than mine. I don't dare to compare myself to Master." The demon blood vulture now submitted to Xiaochen. No matter how cocky it was, it did not dare to appear before Xiaochen. Just at this moment, Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the wasteland under his feet and muttered, "Strange. Why do I feel like the ground is moving up and down like waves?" "No, Master?" Chapter 2138. After comprehending all things rejoicing together, Xiaochen felt like he gained a new ability that allowed him to see through the essence of all things. However, Xiaochen grasped martial and soul as one, allowing him to bring out more than 100% of his strength without any worries. The demon blood vulture reminded Xiaochen. Then, the wind blew on the ashes of the painting, revealing a scarlet light. Just as Xiaochen felt uncertain, the blood flowed into Xiaochen's palm. His palm immediately gave off a scarlet light, and images of mountains, rivers, white clouds, and wild cranes flashed in his mind. Xiaochen saw through the underground in a nearly transparent manner. Aside from the flame veins, he even saw several hidden ores and divine materials. In that instant, Xiaochen saw through the entire ice-fire wasteland. The ground turned transparent in his eyes. Xiaochen frowned slightly as he bent over and touched the ground with one hand. Does Senior Shimu know about this? When the ashes completely dissipated, a drop of blood was revealed. Strange? Xiaochen thought for a while. He could take this opportunity to absorb it and nurture his heavenly snow divine flame and universe origin true flame. How cold! If I did not have the alloy battle armor to protect me, I would have committed a great taboo by coming down like this. As Xiaochen muttered to himself, he raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. The ground rippled like waves in his eyes again. After a while, Xiaochen let go. He had already recorded a map in his mind. His veritable essence energy surged and scattered the ice. Xiaochen felt some lingering fear. He had only descended 10 kilometers, and he had not gone far before he ran into a problem. Just this point alone allowed him to surpass many half-step sovereign emperors. Whoosh! Right now, Xiaochen revealed an expression of joy. It turned out that the ice continent of the ice-fire wasteland contained 18 crisscrossing flame veins. Blood represented hatred, anger, and pain, which often brought about negative emotions. However, the feeling that this drop of blood brought about was very strange, but not evil. When the blood merged with his palm and all the images disappeared from his mind, a saber technique appeared in Xiaochen's mind, all things rejoicing together. The deeper one went, the harder the ice became. After reaching a depth of 10,000 meters, the hardness of the underground ice was comparable to divine materials. Even an Imperial King expert would find it difficult to force their way through. The same scene appeared twice. Even if it was really a hallucination, there was definitely something strange about it. As a crack appeared on the ground, Xiaochen jumped down without hesitation. 4 ordinary martial artists, being able to display 80% of their strength was already extremely impressive. Those who could display 100% were few and far between. The alloy battle armor was now at 2-star. Raising the alloy battle armor's star rank was an extremely arduous task. Xiaochen needed a vast amount of divine materials. Then, he had to hand the gloves to the Heavenly Alliance to use a secret method to refine them. After carefully comprehending the fiendish saber inheritance, Xiaochen collected his thoughts and looked at his left hand. In addition to martial and spirit as one, and my many trump cards, my true strength right now, I should be between a half-step sovereign emperor and a false emperor. However, I have never seen a true false emperor before, so it is not easy to test my true strength. The instant Xiaochen raised his hand, the various mysterious phenomena vanished. The ice-fire wasteland returned to normal in Xiaochen's eyes. As Xiaochen watched, one of the 9 stars around the divine characters lit up when the blood stopped flowing. Why did the painting burn? It was not just Xiaochen who was comprehending it. The mountains and rivers in the painting also improved rapidly. Xiaochen suddenly startled awake. All things had spirits. The mountains and rivers in the painting that Senior Shimu gave him all turned into fiends. Shimu was the one who gave Xiaochen the painting. Clearly, the fiend blood had such a miraculous effect because of Senior Shimu's opportunity. Many cracks immediately appeared in the ground. Xiaochen's gentle palm strike shook the wasteland for 5,000 kilometers around, as terrifying as an earthquake. The ice-fire wasteland had existed for many epochs. It was very normal for true divine materials to be born there. Clearly, the wasteland did not really move like waves. The ground was still flat. Xiaochen closed his eyes and touched the ground with one hand. The scarlet divine characters on the back of his right glove suddenly released a red light that seeped into the ground. Right now, the only problem was how to enter the ice-fire wasteland's underground. Whoosh! Did I see wrong? I vaguely obtained a fiendish saber inheritance. Xiaochen placed his right hand on the ground again and activated the scarlet divine characters. A wondrous scene appeared again. Senior Shimu truly lives up to his reputation. Under the wasteland made of ice, there were 18 flames that looked like blood vessels, crisscrossing in the underground, forming a complicated network. It's here! However, the painting could no longer support these creatures. So, it burned up, leaving only this drop of fiend blood. This place was a weak node in the complex underground. A single move would cause the entire body to move. There would always be weak points in the vast ice-fire wasteland. As long as one found the weak points and connected them together, one could enter the underground. Master, what is that? A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. After some thought, he said, "Now that I am a peak sovereign personage and comprehended this fiendish saber, all things rejoicing together, a heaven-defying sovereign personage is no longer a match for me. My cultivation is already close to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. I just have not merged my Tao domain and soul energy to form a divine seal." Xiaochen needed to figure out what was going on with this drop of fiend blood. What a mysterious feeling. Xiaochen looked carefully and saw that the ground had indeed not moved. He could not help finding it strange. What was going on? Xiaochen had already asked around about Shimu in the Holy Domain's divine capital. He knew that this senior was an extremely strong foe god. Shimu's saber techniques were superb. He could be considered the peak of peak among peak foe god bladesmen. On the contrary, there was a trace of gentleness that did not repel him. Xiaochen felt startled. He had never experienced such a thing before. It looked like he had to meet Senior Shimu after he returned. There was a total of 9 grades of primal chaos level flames. Right now, Xiaochen's Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and Universe Origin True Flame had both reached rank 5. After looking around to verify his surroundings, Xiaochen coldly smacked the ground with his palm. This is the blood of the legendary mountain and river spirits. Xiaochen could bring out more than 100% of his strength only under special conditions or with the help of medicinal pills. He could not avoid the side effects. No wonder it is called the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Perhaps the true core of this continent is the 18 yin-yang flame veins. After thousands or tens of thousands of years, they form this ice-fire wasteland. The ground is the ice continent, and the sky is empty with snowflakes made of flames. Bush. Xiaochen released his hand, and his figure flashed. Then he arrived at a seemingly ordinary spot. This immediately startled Xiaochen. His alloy battle armor had already reached 2-star. What was the origin of this drop of blood left behind after the painting burned? Crack. However, Xiaochen had used the divine characters dyed red by the fiend blood to see through the entire ice-fire wasteland. To him, this was not too difficult. Furthermore, this inheritance was even stronger than Lubinwei's, as Xiaochen had obtained a drop of fiend blood, perfectly obtaining his unique inheritance. The fluctuations that Xiaochen saw earlier were actually flame energy surging and expanding underground. That energy was extremely horrifying. It felt like it could topple the entire ice-fire wasteland at any moment, shattering it. However, a drop of fiend blood actually raised the alloy battle armor by 1 grade. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, one needed to spend large amounts of faux god coins to exchange for all sorts of flames to raise the grade of a flame. However, Xiaochen grasped martial and soul as one, merging the will of soul and the will of martial Dao. He could easily bring out 100% of his combat prowess. With some effort, he could bring out 120%, even 150% of his strength. However, since Xiaochen was already here, there was no reason for him to shrink back. However, Xiaochen did not pay attention to all this. He only focused on finding the weak spots underground. That drop of blood merged with Xiaochen's palm. Then, the Heavenly Alliance's insignia, formed by 7 pieces of gold, started flowing like blood on the back of his alloy battle armor. Earlier, Xiaochen had sensed that these 18 flame veins were yin and yang. 9 flame veins represented extreme cold, and the other 9 were contradictory extreme heat. When Xiaochen landed, a chill assaulted him from all directions. A layer of frost covered the alloy battle armor. With every few steps, the frost turned into ice, slowing Xiaochen's movement somewhat. Crack! Unexpectedly, the painting that fiendish saber Shimu gave Xiaochen hit a strange drop of blood. Chapter 2139. The earlier palm strike struck the node of this 50 kilometers of desolate plain, shaking the ground and creating large cracks. After he landed, he found himself in front of a newly formed underground tunnel. Then, according to his memory, Xiaochen found this tunnel. According to his memory, Xiaochen advanced through the many branches of the underground ice tunnel. Xiaochen moved very slowly. As it was too cold, he had to stop occasionally to remove the ice from his alloy battle armor. 1 hour later, a dead end appeared in front of Xiaochen, blocked by a thick layer of ice. At this depth, the underground ice was already as hard as divine material. Logically speaking, it should be very hard to break. However, if Xiaochen did not go the wrong way, the ice wall in front should be a weak spot. Xiaochen soared into the air and punched. He immediately felt his palm go numb, which was very uncomfortable. The ice blocking the way only left a faint mark, not much of a ripple. Did I remember wrongly? Xiaochen let out a soft cry of surprise. Then he prepared to throw another punch. Kasi. Cracks appeared in the ice wall in front. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the formation in the alloy battle armor activated automatically, forming a lightning shield in front of him. Pa! However, it was still too late. Pa! The impact of the explosion instantly knocked Xiaochen into the air. The entire underground once again shook violently. The ice above their heads seemed to be swaying as well, and pieces of ice and rocks kept falling off. Xiaochen relaxed his hands and took a look. Then, his expression changed slightly as he executed the Divine Firmament 9 variations. Like a sudden clap of thunder, he dashed towards the opened passageway in front of him. Just as he disappeared, a figure appeared in front of him. The instant he disappeared, the ice wall behind him collapsed. When Xiaochen looked back, the path he had come in was completely blocked. The terrain changed again. It will probably be difficult to turn back now. When Xiaochen jumped down, he did not think too much about it. Now, he discovered that it was indeed a problem. I should continue. As long as I can benefit the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin true flame, it will all be worth it. Following the route in his memory, Xiaochen broke through the weak points one by one and connected them together, going deeper and deeper. The terrain fluctuated for a few times. The fighters who were training above ice and snow wilderness were all scared and didn't know what had happened. Found it. After a few twists and turns, Xiaochen finally found a flame vein after walking underground for 6 hours. When Xiaochen lowered his head and looked down, the surging flame vein was pure and dense. It was like a surging river flowing continuously. Even though Xiaochen was 10,000 li high up in the sky, he could still feel the surging heat waves assaulting his face. Fortunately, he had alloy battle armor. Alloy was different from other divine materials, and it could not withstand heat. If the armor was made of other divine materials, even a postnatal divine body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not only that, but the alloy war armor also had a very good heat insulation effect, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Such pure flame energy. Pleasant surprise filled Xianxia's eyes. He could not truly feel it when he was above ground. However, when he observed it up close, Xianxia knew that he had picked up a treasure. As long as Xianxia could absorb a tenth of the flame in this flame vein, his universe origin true flame would probably immediately advance to rank 6. That would save him at least 100,000 faux god coins. As Xianxia stood above, his emotions fluctuated. He still felt like he was dreaming. He really had to thank the person controlling the mastiff to kill him. If not for that person, how could he have comprehended all things rejoicing together? How could he have comprehended the painting and obtained that drop of fiend blood? Otherwise, without the help of the fiend blood, Xianxia would not dare to say that he was a faux god. No matter how strong a divine vein realm sovereign emperor was, it would take at least 100 years to reach this place. Of course, it was more likely that they could not sense the 18 flame veins under the ice-fire wasteland. Boom! Xianxia opened his palm, and a clump of golden flame appeared. This was the universe origin true flame's origin flame, the heavenly flame that he obtained in the Kunlun realm. Go! Xianxia gently pushed, and this clump of origin flame slowly descended, hovering above the flame vein. The flame vein surged endlessly like a gushing river. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, and his soul energy surged. Immediately, the origin flame spun endlessly. A suction force was emitted, and a loud sound rang out. Waves of fire surged up from the flame vein below, rushing towards the origin flame. The primordial true fire's origin flame was like a cultivator absorbing source liquid. It excitedly absorbed and refined the flames of the flame vein below. Xianxia closed his eyes and circulated his energy, unhurriedly controlling the universe origin true flame's origin flame to absorb and refine the flame in the flame vein below. How slow! 1 hour later, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. The flame vein was vast and boundless. It was like the sea. Although the origin flame absorbed it quickly, it was still insignificant. At this rate, Xianxia would need to spend 2 or 3 years before he could absorb a tenth of this flame vein. No, I can't wait that long. Determination flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Then he stood up and looked at the flame vein, entering deep thought. The flame vein surged and surged nonstop. Where was it heading? Are the other flame veins also surging endlessly, gathering in the same direction? If I can find the location where these flame veins gather, I can save a lot of effort. However, just this one flame vein was somewhat unbearable. How horrifying would the location where 18 flame veins gathered be? Go for it. After hesitating for only a second, Xianxia made up his mind. He leaped up and withdrew the universe origin true flame's origin flame into his body, then jumped into the flame vein. Whoosh! The flame vein surged at least 10 times faster than Xianxia's movement technique. Amid the surging flame, Xianxia used his veritable essence energy to fully activate the alloy battle armor, allowing himself to avoid being swallowed up by the flame vein. That was close. Fortunately, my alloy battle armor has reached 2-star. Otherwise, I would not have been able to endure it. Using the alloy battle armor, Xianxia barely managed to endure the flame vein's torrent. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. All that remained was to follow the flow of the flame vein and enter the place where the 18 flame veins gathered. As time passed, Xianxia found it increasingly unbearable. Even with the alloy battle armor protecting him, he could not withstand it. Even with the alloy battle armor, his physical body was already bright red, looking like it was about to be cooked. Xianxia knew that he was getting closer to the other flame veins. The greatest challenge would be when the other flame veins gathered. The 18 flame veins were split into yin and yang. 9 were extreme yin and 9 were extreme yang. They crisscrossed, appearing complicated and ever-changing. Master, your alloy battle armor seems to be softening. The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xianxia's mind. When he looked carefully, he saw that the alloy battle armor was indeed slowly softening. Such a discovery immediately flustered Xiaoqin. This was the alloy battle armor's self-protection method. If the alloy battle armor could not endure it in the end, it would liquefy and flow back into the gloves. At that time, Xiaoqin would be in big trouble. What should I do? Without the protection of the alloy battle armor, I will melt in less than 7 minutes in this flame vein. Even if the acquired divine body awakened once, it was still a body of flesh and blood. Unless one was a true pure-blooded true dragon, one would not be able to endure such heat waves. The rate at which the alloy battle armor softened suddenly increased. This startled Xiaoqin. Oh no, I'm about to reach the place where the 18 flame veins gather. It's over. I'm going to die in this damn place. The alloy battle armor softened into a silver liquid and slowly flowed back into the gloves. However, Xiaoqin still headed for the flame veins involuntarily. The 18 flame veins that swept through the entire ice-fire wasteland gathered here. Just one flame vein was already somewhat unbearable for Xiaoqin. Now, he was at the place where the 18 flame veins gathered and had lost the protection of the alloy battle armor. How could he survive? With this thought, Xiaoqin felt that his life would end here. His physical body grew hotter. Xiaoqin's consciousness turned blurry from the roasting, and his breathing became weak. In his daze, Xiaoqin's physical body sank continuously. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Xiaoqin understood that the 18 flame veins had completely gathered together. Then he fainted. In his daze, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and discovered that he was at the bottom of a lake. His physical body was swimming slowly. I'm not dead. 9 flame veins were about to roast me to death. To think that 18 flame veins gathered and did not kill me on the spot. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a clear lake. Am I dead or alive? Why am I hallucinating? The place where the 18 flame veins gathered is actually a lake? Chapter 2140. Illusion? Or reality? The ice-fire wasteland, where the 18 flame veins gathered, was actually a clear lake. The light and shadow were mottled, and the lake water was distorted. It was both a dream and an illusion. Xiaoqin was bewildered. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Feeling confused, Xiaoqin suddenly discovered that the little demonic qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in his body were circulating on their own, forming a weak taiji force field around him. A taiji diagram even appeared under his feet. He didn't die. Xiaoqin was sure that he wasn't dead. Everything he saw was real and not an illusion. Slowly calming down, Xianxia looked around and fell into deep thought. This lake is not water in the ordinary sense. Xiaoqin suddenly understood. 9 flame veins were extreme yin, and 9 flame veins were extreme yang. The place where yin and yang met was actually a stretch of primal chaos. In reality, it contained chaotic force, making it extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person tried to sneak in recklessly, they would definitely die. His yin and yang would definitely be reversed, and he would not be able to control everything about his body. In the best-case scenario, he would suffer from cultivation deviation. In the worst-case scenario, he would die within the chaotic flame vein. The only reason he could survive was because of the taiji force field. Xiaoqin separated the flame veins, which were in a state of primal chaos, into yin and yang. Then, he found a place where the 18 flame veins gathered. I see. Xiaoqin had a look of realization. The scene before him was an eye-opener. When the 18 flame veins gathered, the primal chaos it produced was actually clear lake water. No one else would be able to imagine this, let alone enjoy the scenery as calmly as he did. Danger lurked everywhere in the primal chaos. One option was to forcefully break through and reach the faux god realm. Otherwise, only Xiaoqin could do it, breaking through force with skill and separating yin and yang, balancing the 9 extreme yin flame veins and 9 extreme yang flame veins. Good chance. Here, I can cultivate the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame at the same time. Moreover, I can comprehend the Tao here and increase my cultivation. It's equivalent to killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xiaoqin calmly analyzed in his heart. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Sush. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his knees, palms facing the sky. In the next moment, the heavenly snow divine flames origin flame in his left hand burned, and the universe origin true flames origin flame appeared in his right hand. The two primal chaos grade flames began to absorb the yin attributed and yang attributed flames in the lake at the same time. The Tai Chi diagram beneath them gradually became clearer. As the flame in Xiao Chen's palm grew stronger, the Tai Chi diagram beneath him gave off a faint light that looked solid. Xiao Chen closed his eyes. At some point in time, two balls of origin source appeared in his palm. As if it had come to life, it swam down agilely like a fish. The flame veins chased each other in the water, forming an even more realistic Taiji force field that frenziedly absorbed the flame veins' essence. After an unknown period of time, sparks appeared at the bottom of the clear lake. These sparks were like stars shining at the bottom of the water. When it saw Xiao Chen, it swam toward him like a moth flying into a flame. They were densely packed and layered upon one another. Xiao Chen was completely unaware that he was comprehending the Tao at the bottom of the lake and had sunk into a rather profound state. All the injuries on his body had recovered, and his condition was like that of a baby in his mother's womb. It was indescribably mysterious. The ice-fire wasteland was divided into the periphery, the inner area, and the core. The periphery occupied half of the area. Previously, Xiao Chen had been hunting mastiffs in the periphery. People called him the dog-killing mad demon, one of the tyrants of the periphery. The inner area of the ice-fire wasteland was a mysterious frost forest. Many ice crystals wrapped in silver grew there. These ice crystals looked like crystals, transparent and crystalline. Their entire bodies were covered in white snow, giving them an ancient and heavy feel. Every tree was at least 10,000 years old. Many crafty and strong foe beasts lived in them. Half-step sovereign emperor experts or other sovereign personages who dared to take risks would come here for experiential training. Experiential training here was much more dangerous than in the periphery. One could die at any moment. Although the inner area was dangerous, most people understood it or had occasionally gone in for experiential training. However, the core of the ice-fire wasteland was extremely mysterious. Many people did not even know what the core looked like. Only the true experts among sovereign personages dared to venture deep into the core and take the risk. On this day, a group of people arrived at the periphery of the ice-fire wasteland's core. These were the Universe Origin sect disciples who mocked Xiao Chen for killing dogs back then. All of them had extraordinary appearances, standing out from the crowd. The leader, Fang Xiaobai, looked the most elegant. "Senior brother Fang, we have arrived." This group of people exuded strong killing qi. Clearly, they had experienced many dangerous battles here. Fang Xiaobai remained silent as he looked to the front. A vast and boundless sea of fire lay before him. Outsiders would not be able to imagine that the center of this continent made of ice was actually an extremely horrifying sea of fire. The sea of fire surged, alternating between hot and cold, looking extremely strange. The surging heat materialized many mysterious phenomena. Just a wave surging over was equivalent to a peak strike from a half-step sovereign emperor. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. The scariest thing was that the sea of fire had yet to separate yin and yang. It was filled with primal chaos, unfathomable and impossible to deal with. Fang Xiaobai showed an extremely cautious expression as he faced this sea of fire. Needless to say, the other disciples were even more cautious. Most of the Universe Origin sect disciples were skilled with the Fire Tao. Many of them even comprehended the Fire Tao domain. But it was useless. In this sea of flames, yin and yang had yet to be separated, and everything was chaotic. The slightest carelessness would cause one to burn while playing with fire. Thus, they had to be even more careful than those who were not proficient in the Tao of fire. It looks like the people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Bushin Palace are one step ahead of us. After looking around, Fang Xiaobai muttered to himself as he looked at the sea of fire. "Senior martial brother, don't worry. The ice-fire divine origin won't be born anytime soon. It's useless even if they go." Fang Xiaobai said softly, "I'm not worried about that. I'm just afraid that these people will work together in advance. Never mind. Let's take out the yin-yang flame-pairing pearl and enter as well." At this moment, Fang Xiaobai thought of having the alloy battle armor again. The group of people took out their fire-repelling pearls and placed them in their mouths. Immediately, a bright and dark-colored enchantment appeared around them. So. With the yin-yang fire-pairing pearl, the few of them were able to step into the sea of fire without worry. Otherwise, staying in there for too long would be suicide. It was the same for the other super forces. They all had similar secret treasures. Otherwise, in this sea of fire, not to mention preserving one's strength, even surviving would be a problem. As the sea of fire surged, the group advanced cautiously. Although there was no rush to obtain the ice-fire divine origin, the other three super factions had already taken the lead. They could not delay any longer. Fang Xiaobai's strength was outstanding, so he led the way. Occasionally, huge waves surged over. The surging flames looked horrifying, looking like they would swallow up the world. They were like the ferocious maw of a huge void beast. Bang! Every time a fierce wave surged over, Fang Xiaobai did not dodge. He simply threw a palm strike with a cold expression. The originally gentle, elegant, and handsome Fang Xiaobai seemed like a completely different person when he attacked. He was like a wild beast, his aura bursting out as he threw a palm strike. The palm wind containing the Tao roared ferociously, erupting with thousands of light images. The light images were like swords, as resplendent as the sun. They forcefully split the fierce waves, not dodging at all. Senior brother, junior brother Lu can't hold on any longer. When Fang Xiaobai looked back, he saw that a disciple had accidentally cracked his fire-pairing pearl. When the primal chaos flames invaded the disciple, he immediately found it extremely unbearable, unable to advance or retreat. Fang Xiaobai only glanced at the disciple before saying indifferently, "End your own life." That disciple immediately showed an anxious expression. "Senior brother, save me." "You got careless, and you want me to save you? If I save you now, how are you going to fight the others when we reach Flame Island?" Fang Xiaobai did not have any intention of saving that disciple. He said indifferently, "If you are not following, then just accompany him." The others immediately felt very anxious. They ignored their companion, whose fire-parrying pearl had been broken, and quickly followed Fang Xiaobai. "Senior brother! Senior brother!" That person's voice sounded very shrill, flustering the others. However, Fang Xiaobai's expression did not change at all. These people risked following him because they wanted to obtain the ice-fire divine origin and obtain the corresponding benefits. Since that was the case, they should know to bear the risks themselves. After half a day, Fang Xiaobai used another palm strike to split the fierce waves. The indistinct figures of some people appeared at the limits of his vision amid the heat waves. "We are almost there." Fang Xiaobai put in more effort and increased his speed. Afterimages appeared behind him. The afterimages were like fire, burning fiercely like intense flames. Soon, the scene at the limits of his vision appeared before Fang Xiaobai. Many average-sized islands appeared in front. When he counted them, there were 18 of them. Technically, it would be more appropriate to call them submerged reefs. This was because these islands only had a radius of 100 meters. The smaller ones were only 10 meters wide. However, these submerged reefs were very important to these people. Yin and Yang were everywhere in the primal chaos flame sea. There was no pattern to it. It would be extreme Yin at one moment and extreme Yang at another, making it exceptionally uncomfortable. Only the submerged reefs had fixed Yin and Yang, either extreme Yin or extreme Yang. Only by stepping on the submerged reefs could one truly gain a foothold. At this moment, many people occupied the various islands. When these people saw Fang Xiaobai appear, their expressions changed at the same time. In the faux god world, reaching sovereign emperor meant that one's cultivation had reached perfection, and one needed to leave. After the many old people left, Fang Xiaobai could be said to be the leader of the universe origin sects group. Everyone had experienced Fang Xiaobai's strength long ago. His ruthlessness inspired fear. After Fang Xiaobai stood still, He casually glanced around, and his face immediately sank. The other Universe Origin sect disciples behind Fang Xiaobai slowly caught up. When they saw this, they immediately cursed. 18 submerged reefs of various sizes were occupied. The people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple occupied all 18 submerged reefs, not leaving a single one for the Universe Origin sect. Indeed, these people had reached an agreement in advance. The thing that Xiaochen worried about the most happened. Fang Xiaobai showed a cold expression as he gently flung his sleeves. He said, "Everyone, are you going to give up some islands on your own initiative, or do you want this Fang to make a move and start a massacre?" Chapter 2141. Will everyone take the initiative to give up some islands, or will this Fang make a move and start a massacre? Fang Xiaobai's words sounded very threatening. At this moment, the three clans each occupied 6 of the 18 submerged reefs. They had rested for many days, building up their strength. Compared to the travel-worn Fang Xiaobai and the others, who rushed over, they were in much better condition. In reality, even if Fang Xiaobai and the others were in perfect condition, the leaders of the other 3 clans would not fear them. However, this Fang Xiaobai was a ruthless person. When he attacked, he did not hold back. Once Fang Xiaobai set his sights on someone, he would fight to the death. He was as difficult to deal with as a madman, giving others a headache. Aside from Fang Xiaobai, the others also saw that the Universe Origin sect had sent several experts. The 2 people beside Fang Xiaobai were the top 10 Universe Origin sect disciples in the faux god world. They were half-step sovereign emperors. Their Dao domains merged with their souls and formed divine seals. The rest were heaven-defying sovereign personages. Without exception, they were all elites. With the 3 clans working together, they could suppress the other side. However, if a fight broke out, it would be problematic. Someone might even die. The leaders of the profound Heaven Holy Land, Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple discussed with each other and gave up 3 islands. When Fang Xiaobai saw the situation, he snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Obtaining 3 islands was already pretty good. After all, his side had arrived late, so he could not blame others. If a fight really broke out, aside from Fang Xiaobai and his 2 half-step sovereign emperor junior brothers, the others would not have a good ending. With the 3 clans working together, they could crush them. Everyone, get on the island and recover your strength first. After Fang Xiaobai and the others landed on the island, they immediately took out the yin-yang fire parting pearls. Then, they sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered the veritable essence energy they exhausted along the way. At the same time, they warily watched the other 3 clans. 2 people stood side by side on the largest island occupied by the Bushin Palace. One person wore fluttering white robes and had a scarlet mark on his forehead, giving off a cold and sinister aura. The other person wore azure and showed off his sharpness, appearing unruly and unruly. One of these 2 was by Yunfei, the White Marsh Beast Empire's by Clan Young Master. The other was the Hound Lion Empire's Crown Prince, Xiahou. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. The 2 of them had some grudges with Xiaochen, and they both appeared in the Void God realm. Xiahou looked at Fang Xiaobai, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "This Fang Xiaobai is really arrogant and despotic. He is not a royal court disciple of the Tianwu dynasty, yet he dares to be so unbridled before us." Bai Yunfei said indifferently, "Although he is not a member of the royal family, the Fang clan of the Tianwu dynasty is the head of the 4 great clans. Currently, the clan head is conferred the title of Prince Jin. More importantly, the Fang family's position in the primordial sect is firm. Their patriarch is one of the 8 flame protectors of the primordial sect. His status is not much lower than that of the royal family's disciples." "Compared to the 2 of us?" Xiahou said disdainfully. Bai Yunfei said after some thought, "It's hard to say. The crucial thing is that the other 2 clans might not be on the same side as us. That Mu Yunju is not someone to offend. If we fight rashly and he sneak attacks us, all our efforts will be for naught. That Baldi Yuan Zhen is not someone to be trifled with." The leaders of the 4 superforces were all scheming people. They did not trust each other too much. Everyone came for the ice-fire divine origin. However, there was only one ice-fire divine origin. At that time, they would definitely fight over it. Of the 18 submerged reefs, 9 were extreme yin and 9 extreme yang, forming a circle in the vast flame sea. This place was the core of the entire ice-fire wasteland. The ice-fire divine origin was born here. Senior Brother Mu? What exactly is this ice-fire divine origin? A disciple on the profound Heaven Holy Land's submerged reef asked Mu Yunju. Mu Yunju looked around and replied softly, "The ice-fire divine origin is similar to the origin liquid we exchanged for in the Holy Domain's divine capital. However, it is of a much higher grade. It can be said to be the embodiment of the entire ice-fire wasteland's essence. It is born only once every 3 years. Compared to ordinary origin liquid, its quality is 10 times, even 100 times, or even 1,000 times higher. More importantly, origin liquid does not have an attribute. However, this ice-fire divine origin contains an attribute. If you cultivate one of the great Tao in it, the wondrous effects you will obtain are simply indescribable." There was once a person who instantly broke through the bottleneck of his Tao domain after refining one of the divine origin. That was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Do you think it is precious or not? Furthermore, it comes from the same source as ice and fire. When two completely contradictory attributes are combined, it is something worth studying in the first place. Even if you do not use it, you can sell it to a faux god expert and obtain boundless benefits. The person who asked the question immediately felt an irrepressible desire. Unexpectedly, the ice-fire divine origin was such a wondrous item with a startling value. If it were not startling, it would not have attracted the experts of the 4 superfactions. Mu Yunju remained rather calm. He said seriously, "Don't overthink. The people from the Universe Origin sect, Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple are not easy to deal with. It is hard to say whether they can obtain the ice-fire divine origin or not." As Mu Yunju spoke, he glanced at Bai Yunfei, deep fear flashing in his eyes. If Fang Xiaobai was a mad dog that no one dared to offend, then this Bai Yunfei was a venomous snake. Even sovereign emperors feared his 1,000-taste red. The poison could penetrate deep into the soul. If one was not careful, one would be consigned to eternal damnation. Then, Mu Yunju looked at the Hidden Spirit Temple's monks. All of them looked benevolent. However, he knew that they were not kind people. In this vast flame sea, the monks who cultivated the Buddhist sect's indestructible iron body had the greatest advantage in terms of their physical bodies. The leaders of the 4 factions all harbored strange thoughts. They all feared each other, thinking of how to snatch the ice-fire divine origin that was about to appear. Rumble! Suddenly, the 18 submerged reefs started shaking. 18 pillars of fire soared into the sky from the surrounding sea of fire. The fiery light was as dazzling as mercury. After they soared into the sky, they spread out like fireworks. The sky immediately looked very beautiful, like thousands of flowers blooming. Fang Xiaobai, Xiahozun, Mu Yunju, and the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuanzhen all showed joy on their faces. Then they turned extremely grave. After waiting for 10 days, this sunny day has finally arrived. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuanzhen said softly as he looked at the beautiful sky. A sunny day was a sign of the ice-fire divine origin's birth. With a sunny day, the ice-fire divine origin would not be far from appearing. Everyone be careful. If the flames that fall later are not small, you might lose your life. In the Great Thousand Realms, anyone who was overly beautiful would avoid it. This sunny day was no exception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the fireworks fell, the disciples of the 4 superfactions started executing their various means, either dodging or forcibly scattering the falling fireworks. A loud sound immediately erupted. An inconspicuous wisp of flames suddenly appeared. The seemingly unremarkable clump of flames actually rivaled the peak strike of a half-step sovereign emperor. Some of them even surpassed it. Of the 4 superfactions, the Hidden Spirit Temple's monks were the most relaxed. These monks all cultivated the Buddhist sect's indestructible iron body cultivation technique. The advantage of their physical bodies was evident. They could even endure this flame head-on without much problem. Whoosh! The fireworks slowly scattered, and gurgling sounds came from the center of the 18 submerged reefs. Closely following that, a beam of light soared into the sky and scattered the sunny day. "It's coming," Fang Xiaobai said after some thought, raising his guard to the highest. The ice-fire divine origin was about to be born. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The surrounding disciples all showed grave expressions. Their auras had already started clashing in secret, causing the flame sea to surge and roar. Waves surged up and down, rising and falling. All sorts of terrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared in the surroundings. However, the group remained unmoved, showing calm expressions. Even when the flame waves surged over like ferocious beasts, they did not move at all, only staring at the sea region where the pillar of light was. It seemed like something was slowly rising in the flaming sea region, bathed in the golden pillar of light. Soon, this item charged out of the flame sea, revealing a corner. It was a budding lotus flower. The two-colored flames and leaves were wrapped together in layers, flickering with two-colored flowing lights, attracting people's wild and fanciful thoughts. To think that there are 360 lotus leaves. The ice-fire divine origin that is born this time is probably the most in the past 1,000 years. The previous time the ice-fire divine origin was born, there were less than 100 lotus leaves. That was already very rare. This time, there are 360 lotus leaves. This is probably the limit of what the ice-fire wasteland can produce. There is nothing stronger than this. After seeing the number of lotus leaves, Mu Yunzhu and the others became utterly excited, their hearts thumping wildly. Their eyes flickered with a fiery light, filled with desire. The universe origin sects Fang Xiaobai thought coldly, to think that it is the most in the past 1,000 years. I have to obtain this ice-fire divine origin. After obtaining the fire divine origin, my universe origin true flame will definitely advance from rank 6 to rank 7. While Fang Xiaobai thought this, the others were thinking the same. After going through so much trouble to come to this dangerous flame sea, they actually found the best ice-fire divine origin in the past 1,000 years. No one was willing to hand it over. Everyone was determined to obtain it. The lotus petals fell off one by one, and the ice-fire divine origin was about to reveal itself. Everyone held their breath at this moment. However, when all the lotus petals fell off, a person sat cross-legged on a lotus platform amid the bright light. Fang Xiaobai swallowed back the words, "attack," that he was about to say, completely flabbergasted. What the heck? Where is the ice-fire divine origin? It was not just Fang Xiaobai. Anyone who saw a person sitting on the lotus that gave birth to the divine origin would be flabbergasted, their brains short-circuiting. Chapter 2142. What's going on? Based on the pattern of the past, shouldn't the ice-fire divine origin appear when the lotus flower bloomed? Why is there a person? Everyone was stunned. They could not understand what was going on. Where's the ice-fire divine origin? Who can tell me what's going on? Heavens! Why is there a person living in the lotus flower? This feeling was driving them crazy. Originally, there were 360 lotus petals. The ice-fire divine origin that blossomed should have been the greatest in the past 1,000 years. Fang Xiaobai and the others were already incredibly excited, waiting for the moment the lotus flower bloomed to take action. However, that was not the case at all. Their moods immediately changed. Senior brother Fang, he is the dog-killing mad demon, the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen. Someone beside Fang Xiaobai shouted as he pointed at Xiao Chen after recognizing him. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun exchanged glances. The two knew that Xiao Chen had joined the Heavenly Alliance and that he was in the Holy Domain's divine capital. However, they did not care about him. After more than a year, Xiao Chen had vanished without a trace. No one cared about breaking the Trial Tower's record. Why is this fellow here? Xiahou Zun asked, feeling suspicious. Of course, Bai Yunfei could not explain it. No matter how hard he thought, he could not figure out how Xiao Chen came out of the lotus flower. We just need to capture him and ask him clearly, Bai Yunfei said indifferently. Back then, When Xiaochen escaped from his hands in Cloud Water Marsh, he had embarrassed himself before the Dragon God Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, they met again in such a manner. Xiahou Zun said indifferently, "That's true. We just need to capture him and interrogate him. This way, we can settle old and new grudges together." On the lotus platform, Xiaochen opened his eyes, feeling warm all over. As he looked around, his heart skipped a beat, filled with doubt and confusion. He had been cultivating and comprehending the Tao in the water, refining the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame at the same time. He found it boundlessly profound, forgetting about everything else. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in this place. He could not understand it. Xiaochen felt very warm and comfortable. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly heard the sound of wind. It was Xia Hozuan making the first move. Xiaochen ruthlessly threw a palm strike at Xiaochen. This palm was boundlessly domineering and contained a powerful aura of the Great Path. Its body was supported by the might of the Great Path, and it was as heavy as a mountain and indestructible. The seemingly ordinary palm strike had, in fact, already unleashed its greatest power in a situation where it was caught off guard. Xiaochen opened his eyes and did not understand what was going on. He reflexively threw a palm strike. Boom! A taiji diagram appeared under the lotus platform. When the two palms clashed, a taiji diagram appeared. Catching Xia Hozuan off guard, Xia Hozuan, who was charging over, was immediately blown away. On, xiao xiao on he, xiao xiao chen, on tian. True, xiao, on, xiao xiao on, xiao xiao on, fire, true, on, xiao, is, xiao on he, comma, this stunned Xiaochen. Xiaochen, who had just advanced from Great Perfection Sovereign Personage to Peak Sovereign Personage, immediately reached peak consummation. Xiaochen's cultivation reached consummation as a sovereign personage. This was completely unexpected. Xiaochen estimated that even in the faux god world, he would need to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before he could truly reach consummation. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen had just broken through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage before he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he reached consummation. Xiaochen had an acquired divine body, a great desolate Aeon bloodline, and cultivated the Purple Thunder divine incantation. Along the way to sovereign personage, Xiaochen had accumulated a lot of accumulations. Once he reached consummation, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he looked around again. Not to mention the others' expressions of wanting to swallow him up. Just by Yunfei, Xiahou Zun, and Mu Yunzhu, these 3 old acquaintances, would be more than enough to deal with. Although Xiaochen did not understand what happened, since these 3 were here, there was no room for him to maneuver. When Xiahou Zun landed, he looked at Xiaochen with some shock. The Ice-Fire Divine Origin. He must have refined the Ice-Fire Divine Origin. Where did the Ice-Fire Divine Origin go? Be honest. Fang Xiaobai shouted as he looked coldly at Xiaochen. The murderous qi he exuded was somewhat terrifying. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique, Buddha in the mortal realm. However, before Fang Xiaobai finished speaking, a Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiaochen's forehead, and a supreme killing Buddha descended from the sky. Bang! The instant the killing Buddha descended, it kicked up an overwhelming wave before it even attacked. The surging flame waves surged out in all directions. Immediately, the cultivators on the submerged reef had no choice but to dodge. Boom! When the killing Buddha made its move, the sea region turned completely chaotic. The surrounding cultivators were thrown into disarray. Xiaochen took advantage of the chaos to stand up. As he hovered in the air, he turned his head to look at the lotus platform. After thinking for a while, he waved his right hand and placed the lotus platform in his storage ring. Divine Firmament 9 changes, traceless lightning shadow. Leaving behind a faint purple mark, Xiaochen leaped out of the encirclement and headed to the front. When everything calmed down, Fang Xiaobai and the others were in somewhat sorry states. They all showed rage on their faces. To think that this Xiaochen dared to take the initiative to attack them. Xiao Chen was truly bold, seeking death for himself. Where is he? When everyone looked carefully, they discovered that Xiao Chen's figure had vanished. He was no longer where he had been. The expression of the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen changed slightly. The lotus platform was gone. In reality, this group of hidden spirit temple disciples did not come for the Ice Fire Lotus platform but for the Ice Fire Lotus platform. However, now that the lotus platform was gone, they immediately felt flustered. He is there. He ran away. Someone shouted. When everyone looked back, they saw Xiao Chen quickly fleeing far away in the vast flame sea. After him. We absolutely cannot let him get away. If they let Xiao Chen escape from under their noses, they would be utterly embarrassed. If word of this got out, they would become a huge joke. Where is this place? Xiao Chen, who was quickly moving forward, frowned slightly. He did not get far in the vast flame sea, but he was startled. The flame sea did not differentiate between yin and yang. The extreme yin and extreme yang flowed without any pattern. There was no way to resist it. Xiao Chen quickly activated the alloy battle armor. Fortunately, the softened alloy battle armor had already recovered. With a thought, the 2-star alloy battle armor instantly covered Xiao Chen, blocking most of the heat wave. When the alloy battle armor covered his entire body, Xiao Chen released his bated breath. However, his expression remained grave. None of the large group of people behind him were easy to deal with. There were at least 10 half-step sovereign emperors. This was especially so for Fang Xiaobai and the others. Even though Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved significantly, he was not confident of victory. What exactly happened for this group of peak outstanding talents to gather here? Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. He could not figure out what was going on. Furthermore, the people behind him were hot on his heels, so he did not have time to think. Stay behind! A loud shout came from behind Xiao Chen. It was Fang Xiaobai. He took the lead, chasing at the very front. Fang Xiaobai's shout contained the Dao. It sounded like spring thunder, resounding in Xiao Chen's ears. Half-step sovereign emperor. This was a half-step sovereign emperor. The Dao domain merged with the soul to form a divine seal. With one roar, the sound waves could invade the soul and linger endlessly. When Xiao Chen first met Mu Yunzhu on the comprehension platform, he suffered greatly at the other party's hands. However, Xiao Chen was no longer the same as before. Naturally, he would not suffer from the same method twice. The moment the other party's voice rang out, dragon roars erupted from Xiao Chen's body. A blue dragon circled him, and his hot-bloodedness surged. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the sound waves clashed in the vast flame sea. A loud explosion that was louder than the previous one set off a huge wave that shook the heavens. The sun and moon shining together, mysterious phenomenon instantly appeared, allowing the light of the sun and the moon to enter Xiao Chen's body. This series of moves was completed in an instant, allowing Xiao Chen to block the other party's sound waves from entering his soul. However, this delay delayed Xiao Chen for the blink of an eye. It was this blink of an eye that gave Fang Xiaobai an opportunity. Great Gale Force. Fang Xiaobai threw a palm strike. His Wind Dao domain had already reached the second layer. This palm strike brought out its full might. This palm strike sent the surrounding 500,000 kilometers of the flame sea flying like a castle, looking very horrifying. Then it shattered. The strong wind was like countless sharp blades slicing through it, extinguishing all the flames for 500,000 kilometers. Before Xiao Chen, who was in the middle of the flames, could react, he got knocked into the air along with the flames. The strong wind was like a knife, extinguishing the flames and blowing them away, exposing Xiao Chen in the air. Dang! Ding! Ding! Countless strong winds struck the alloy battle armor, producing tinkling sounds. When the strong winds scattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. As Xiao Chen watched Fang Xiaobai arrive with the wind, the others chased closely behind him. With this delay, they would probably catch up. The Faux God realm is indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Xiao Chen said calmly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If not for the alloy battle armor blocking most of the power of that palm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Seeing that his killing move injured Xiaochen, Fang Xiaobai shouted coldly and descended from the sky, sending another palm strike at Xiaochen. When Xiaochen saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Did this fellow think that he had stopped because he no longer had a chance to retaliate? Such arrogance, it seems like this is all there is to it. In that case, I will take back my words. So-called geniuses were nothing more than this. Taiji was divided into yin and yang. Xiaochen gently pushed his palms to the left and right, and the Taiji force field spread out. Yin and yang merged under his feet. A chaotic sea of fire instantly stabilized. Suddenly, the violent and chaotic sea of fire magically calmed down. As Fang Xiaobai charged over, his expression changed slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like someone was suppressing the energy of this sea of fire? Did you notice it? It's too late. Explode. Xiaochen roared, and the Taiji force field instantly exploded. The violent sea of fire that had been forcibly separated burst out with an even more violent momentum as Xiaochen's palm strike. Chapter 2143. Xiaochen used the Taiji Dao to forcefully suppress the primal chaos energy in the primal chaos flame sea. When Fang Xiaobai charged over, he released the force of his palm strike. The primal chaos flame sea, which had been suppressed for a long time, clashed with Fang Xiaobai's palm strike in an even more berserk manner. Puchi! Fang Xiaobai immediately vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Cracks appeared in the yin flame parrying pearl on his body. Without the fire-repelling pearl, it would be hard for him to keep his life in the chaos flame sea. So. Figures flickered, and Buddhist light broke through the waves. It was a group of disciples from the hidden spirit temple. While they were fighting, they caught up. This group of monks all cultivated the indestructible Vajrabody. Xiaochen's physical body held a great advantage in this primal chaos flame sea. He unhurriedly followed after Fang Xiaobai. The group of monks had their palms clasped together. Buddhist light shone behind their heads, making them look holy and solemn. However, he didn't feel any pity for Xiaochen. He chased after him and landed next to Xiaochen. Without saying a word, he attacked. Every move was fierce and domineering, containing a great amount of strength. The fleshly body was as hard as a divine material. When Xiaochen's fist light landed on his opponent's body, a crisp metallic sound rang out. In the boundless sea of fire, Xiaochen fought and retreated without much fear. The 10,000 Dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Xiaochen. He used the Supreme Dragon Fist to clash head-on with the Hidden Spirit Temple disciples. Dragon roars rang out, and countless dragon images leaped about in the sea of flames. From time to time, they would soar in the sky, and from time to time, they would dive to the bottom of the sea. The many Hidden Spirit Temple disciples linked their fist lights together, spreading out a Buddhist light. The 8 tribes Heaven Dragon, the Buddha preaching, the Bodhi discussing the Tao. All sorts of Buddhist phenomena appeared one after another. Although these people's cultivation techniques were varied, they all came from Buddhism. When they attacked together, the phenomenon of Buddhism linked together, as if a pure land of gods and Buddhas had appeared. However, Xiaochen did not fall into a disadvantageous position under such pressure. He retreated as he fought, and he didn't panic in the slightest. How can this person's physical body be stronger than ours? How could this be? Even at close range, you are still unable to instantly capture him? Although the expressions of the Hidden Spirit Temple disciples did not change, they were already complaining in their hearts. In close combat, the group of people fought one after another. Relying on the advantage of the indestructible Vajrabody, they wanted to directly suppress Xiaochen. But the result was the complete opposite. After exchanging a few punches, it was their bodies that couldn't take it anymore. Acquired divine body. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Zhen, who had not made a move all this while. Suddenly, he said, "Benefactor Xiao is really astonishing. To think that you managed to cultivate an acquired divine body. This is truly admirable. However, you're only one person in the end and won't be able to hold on for long. If you hand over the Ice and Fire Lotus platform, we'll stop here." Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled softly. If not for me having some relationship with your hidden spirit temple, I would not have been so polite long ago. As long as I am in this primal chaos flame sea, I will be undefeatable. No matter how many people there are, so what? I did not seek trouble for you, but you wanted my lotus platform. Yuanzhen felt slightly stunned. Naturally, he did not know about the matter between Xiao Chen and the little monk. However, Yuanzhen recognized the Buddha in the mortal realm that Xiao Chen executed earlier. This was the Buddhist sect forbidden technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Yuanzhen could not help feeling suspicious. Could it be that he really has some relationship with my temple? Stop! Yuanzhen shouted. The many hidden spirit temple disciples immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Yuanzhen's command, they all stopped and retreated. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he also heaved a sigh of relief. This group of monks was a tough nut to crack. If this continued, Xiao Chen would not have it easy. In the end, he would have to take out the Buddhist sect's golden letter to stop this group of people. You are really decisive. Xiao Chen glanced at Yuanzhen and praised him. Then he immediately moved far away. Senior brother, why did you make a move? Are you just going to let him go? The group of hidden spirit temple disciples looked at Yuanzhen in confusion, finding this strange. Yuanzhen said after some thought, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that this person executed is called in the mortal realm. It happens to be something that our temple has. If there is no connection, it is impossible to learn this saber technique. He does have Buddha nature, so it is really difficult to judge his identity. I will go back and ask my master. A figure quickly flew by. Yuanzhen took a look and saw that it was the profound heaven holy land's Mu Yun. He could not help but think that even if he let Rang go, it would not be easy for him to walk out of this vast sea of fire. Not long after Xiao Chen left, Mu Yunzhu caught up to him and gave chase. Although Fang Xiaobai's group was slower than Fang Xiaobai and Yuanzhen's group, they did not suffer any interference. He immediately pushed his movement technique to the limit and finally caught up. Half a year ago, you refused my challenge. I thought you were a coward. Now it seems that you are really good at enduring. Mu Yunzhu said seriously as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Based on the strength that Xiao Chen displayed, it was clear that he could hold his own against Mu Yunzhu. This person's mental state was very calm. No matter what the ice-fire divine origin was, Mu Yunzhu could not let Xiao Chen leave this vast sea of fire to avoid a future problem. Xiao Chen, it has been a long time. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to fight, two figures appeared behind him. Bai Yunfei and Xiao Hozun actually surrounded him from behind. When Xiao Chen saw these two familiar people, he could not help frowning slightly. Today's calamity came out of nowhere. Things really bode ill for him in this vast sea of fire. Xiao Chen glanced at Bai Yunfei, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said indifferently, "It has indeed been a long time. Back then, you nearly forced me into a corner in Cloudwater Marsh." At the mention of Cloudwater Marsh, Bai Yunfei could not help feeling angry. Back then, Xiao Chen turned around and scared him off. Bai Yunfei thought that he ran into a demonic Tao sovereign emperor. Now that he thought about it, it was simply a great humiliation. This time, let's see how you are going to play tricks on the vast sea of fire. Bai Yunfei held the bamboo flute in his hand. The scarlet orchid formed by the 3 scarlet marks on his forehead looked very alluring, but his expression was extremely cold. Xiao Hozun said indifferently, "Xiao Chen, it is time to settle the score between us at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival." Xiao Chen mocked. "The person who embarrassed you at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival was the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. What does that have to do with me? If you want to seek trouble from me, just say it. There is no need to make it sound so wronged." Mu Yunzhu, who was at the side, found this strange. He had not expected Bai Yunfei and Xiao Hozun to have such a grudge with Xiao Chen. These two were not people to be offended. One was the crown prince of the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the other was the crown prince of the Hound Lion Empire. They held noble statuses and illustrious statuses. Furthermore, their bloodlines were excellent. Their futures in the Bushan Palace were limitless. How lively! A figure said coldly as he slowly descended. It was Fang Xiaobai, who had repaired the yin-yang fire parting pearl. When Fang Xiaobai saw that the others were present, he said, "Everyone be careful. This fellow has a strange cultivation technique that can suppress the primal chaos flame sea. By using the might of the primal chaos flame sea, even I nearly fell for his palm strike." The 4 experts surrounded Xiaoqin but did not make the first move. This was especially so for Fang Xiaobai. After he said that Xiaoqin grasped a special cultivation technique that could use the primal chaos flame sea, the 4 experts surrounded him. "Hand over the ice fire divine origin. We can settle our grudges in the future." Bai Yunfei frowned slightly. With Mu Yunju and Fang Xiaobai around, he felt somewhat fearful. He could not kill Xiaoqin, lest others take advantage of him. "Sorry, I do not know what the ice fire divine origin is. However, even if I knew, given my character, I would not give it to you." Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. He caught the lack of confidence in Bai Yunfei's words. He could not help smiling coldly. "Even if you are not crown princes, you are still outstanding talents of your sections. Why is it that you do not dare to attack me at this moment?" "That's right. I still have not activated my great desolate Ian bloodline. Furthermore, I am wearing the alloy battle armor. If we fight to the death, who can guarantee that they will not die? Since you don't have the heart to die, then get out of my way. I won't rest until I kill whoever blocks my way in this boundless sea of fire." Xiaoqin shouted, and his aura surged. With the alloy battle armor, his tyrannical aura appeared in full display. When Fang Xiaobai and the others heard that, their hearts skipped a beat. When they thought of the primal chaos flame sea, if Xiaoqin really targeted them and fought to the death, even if they killed Xiaoqin, they would end up dying in the flame sea. Xiaoqin laughed loudly and left, leaving the 4 looking at each other with awkward and conflicted expressions. Once a person became timid, it would be very difficult to muster their courage again. Before making a move, they would remember that this was the primal chaos flame sea. It was not easy to fight to the death with others here. Otherwise, even if they won, they would suffer severe injuries and fall in the flame sea. They would have 10,000 reasons to convince themselves not to make a move. Crown princes of empires and outstanding talents of sects are only ss. Ha! As the 4 remained silent, they heard laughter in the distance, echoing endlessly in the vast flame sea. Chapter 2144. Amid the vast flame sea, Xiaoqin's laughter reverberated in all directions. However, it sounded exceptionally piercing to the ears of Bai Yunfei and the other 3. Their expressions turned extremely sullen. "After him. Let's see if you still have the capital to be arrogant after we reach the shore." Fang Xiaobai snorted coldly. Then he executed his movement technique and gave chase again in the flame sea. That was right. The reason why the group feared Xiaoqin was because they were in the flame sea. If they were not careful, they might end up dying together with Xiaoqin. Furthermore, the 4 did not trust each other and feared each other. Hence, they did not dare to attack Xiaoqin rashly. In reality, there was one more thing that the 4 were unwilling to admit. Be it Bai Yunfei, Fang Xiaobai, Mu Yunju, or Xiahozun, they all felt intimidated by Xiaoqin's aura. Xiaoqin's declaration that he would not rest until he killed anyone in the way intimidated them, not daring to make the first move against Xiaoqin. However, no one would admit this in their hearts. Seeing Fang Xiaobai give chase, the others quickly followed. They all radiated killing chi and showed sullen expressions. They wished that they could tear Xiaoqin to pieces on the spot to vent the unhappiness in their hearts. This Xiaoqin is really going to thoroughly offend the 4 of us. This way, this matter will probably spread in a few days. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Zhen said sullenly with a slight frown. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Zhen, who was in the rear of the flame sea, frowned slightly. Xiaoqin's laughter was very loud, spreading far and wide. Everyone within 50,000 kilometers could hear it. Apart from them, the other disciples who were chasing after them also heard it clearly. If I cannot confuse their minds, how can I shake off this group of people? Right after Yuan Zhen spoke, a figure in the air spread open his arms like an immortal crane in the clouds and landed firmly beside the group. Xiaoqin. When the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciples clearly saw the person who arrived, they were greatly startled. Xiaoqun clearly headed for the shore. Why did he turn around in the blink of an eye? What's going on? You did it on purpose. Yuan Zhen's thoughts raced as fast as lightning. Soon he figured out the crux of the matter. Then he enunciated every word as he looked at Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and nodded. That's right. These 4 people are peak experts among half-step sovereign emperors. It would be hard for me to defeat any one of them, much less all 4 of them. I could temporarily intimidate them, but they weren't fools. They would quickly come to their senses. With the 4 of us working together, there was no need to be afraid of dying. When the time comes, they will still be able to catch up to me. If I don't humiliate them and make them angry and blindly chase after me, I won't be able to leave. Furthermore, their lives are valuable. And they are not willing to die with me. How is my life worthless? There is no need for me to risk my life against them. The 4 felt that their lives were valuable and did not want to risk their lives against Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun's SSS. How laughable. The 4 of them still felt that their lives were precious and that there was no need to fight to the death with Xiaoqun. Benefactor Xiao, will you be able to explain your relationship with your temple in detail? Yuan Zhen asked softly as he looked at Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun took out a brocade box and handed it to Yuan Zhen. After Yuan Zhen received it, he gave Xiaoqun a suspicious look. Xiaoqun took out a brocade box and handed it to Yuan Zhen. When Yuan Zhen received it, he gave Xiaoqun a suspicious look. You will know when you open it. Xiaoqun extended his hand and gestured for Yuan Zhen to open it. The moment the brocade box opened a crack, a piercing golden light shot out. When the brocade box completely opened, Yuan Zhen's expression changed. The expressions of the other Hidden Spirit Temple disciples behind also changed drastically, looking at Xiaoqun in shock. The Buddhist sect's golden letter. That was a 1-page golden letter, the highest gift of the Buddhist sect. Only those who showed great kindness to the Buddhist sect could obtain it. When Xiaoqun saw the other party's expression, he smiled. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly took the brocade box back before Yuan Zhen's stunned gaze. I only let you take a look and did not use this 1-page golden letter. Don't blame me for taking it away. Xiaoqun smiled faintly as he put away the golden letter. Yuan Zhen recovered his wits and started cultivating again. Earlier, he had indeed thought of taking back the golden letter so that he could think of a way to help his sect repay this favor. After all, it would be more worthwhile for him to repay this favor than for the other esteemed monks. Who knew? Xiaoqun seemed to have anticipated this. Before Yuan Zhen could react, the golden letter was snatched away. Just address me as Yuan Zhen. I am just a lay disciple. Benefactor Xiao, there is no need to be so polite. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao is right. I only took a look and did not use it. Xiaoqun thought to himself, this Yuan Zhen is pretty good. Then he said softly, Now, do you believe my relationship with your sect? Yuan Zhen smiled and said, the Buddhist sect's golden letter already appeared. What else do I not believe? Now that the Buddhist sect's golden letter appeared, Xiaoqun took the opportunity to ask, what is the ice-fire divine origin? Yuan Zhen gave Xiaoqun a strange look. Benefactor Xiao, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Xiaoqun said helplessly, I indeed do not know what the ice-fire divine origin is. I don't even know where it is right now. Seeing that Xiaoqun's expression was not fake, Yuan Zhen explained the ice-fire divine origins and where this place was to Xiaoqun. After Xiaoqun heard that, he revealed a contemplative expression. There were still some parts that he did not understand. The flame vein rushing Xiaoqun to the core of the ice-fire wasteland made sense. However, Xiaoqun could not understand why the ice-fire divine origin disappeared and why Xiaoqun appeared on the lotus platform. Then, Xiaoqun thought about his great improvement in cultivation, going from the initial peak to consummation peak. Xiaoqun guessed that he might have inadvertently refined and absorbed the ice-fire divine origin. He seemed to recall seeing many flickering spots of starlight at the bottom of the lake before he entered a meditative state. Perhaps it had something to do with this. However, there was no need to overthink this. After all, his cultivation had improved significantly. He had nurtured the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame to rank 6. All this was real. What did the ice fire divine origin's disappearance have to do with Xiaoqin? From the very start, he had never had any designs on the ice fire divine origin. Benefactor Xiao, why did you appear on the ice fire lotus platform? What exactly did you experience? Yuan Jin asked softly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. This question concerned the secret of Xiaoqin comprehending all things rejoicing together. For now, Xiaoqin could not tell others. He could only reply after some thought, it's a long story. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will explain to you. When Yuan Zhen heard that, he knew that this involved Xiaoqian's secrets, so he did not pursue the matter. He nodded to indicate his understanding and smiled. That is not important. However, there is something important that I would like to discuss with Benefactor Xiao. The Ice Fire Lotus platform? Yuan Zhen nodded and said, that's right. It looks like Benefactor Xiao is a smart person. I would like to use my treasures to exchange for this lotus platform with Benefactor Xiao. What miraculous uses does this lotus platform have? Xiaoqin asked, feeling confused. It has boundless miraculous uses for people of my Buddhist sect. However, it is not very useful to outsiders, Yuan Jin explained casually with a smile. Xiaoqin thought to himself, this monk is really smart. He did not tell me what it is used for. Indeed, none of the people who rushed to this primal chaos flame sea were easy to deal with. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He smiled and said, I can be considered half a member of the Buddhist sect. Master Yuan Jin, please explain it to me. Yuan Zhen nodded and said, since Benefactor Xiao is half a member of the Buddhist sect, you should know that lotus platforms are very common Buddhist treasures in my Buddhist sect. This ice fire lotus platform was born in this extreme environment. There are no signs of it being artificially modified, so it is known as an innate Buddhist treasure. In the entire martial epic, only 3 places can give birth to this innate lotus platform. Such a lotus platform would be a rare item even in my hidden spirit temple. It would be even rarer in other temples. Yuan Zhen continued, nearly all esteemed monks and powerhouses require such an innate Buddhist treasure. Otherwise, it would not match their status. Hence, it is very rare for people of my Buddhist sect. While Yuan Zhen's words sounded reasonable, in reality, it was all nonsense. According to Yuan Zhen, this lotus platform was something that esteemed monks and powerhouses used to show off their status. Indeed, it had such a function. However, the true value of the ice fire lotus platform that Xiaoqin obtained lay in its 360 lotus petals. In the past, the best ice fire lotus platform only had 180 lotus petals. He had never heard of one with 36 petals. A lotus platform born in the world was not used to show off one's status but for comprehending Buddhist principles. Even those esteemed monks and powerhouses needed to comprehend some profound Buddhist principles. By using this innate Buddhist treasure, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Just think about it. Even esteemed monks and powerhouses had such an effect. What more ordinary people? When using this lotus platform to cultivate Buddhist sect cultivation techniques, it would also have wondrous effects. As for people cultivating other cultivation techniques, it would also be useful. It was not as Yuan Zhen said that it was useless to outsiders. More importantly, Xiaoqian's Ice Fire Lotus platform was a peak-quality item among peak-quality items. No one knew if it had other wondrous effects. Of course, it did not make sense to say that Yuan Zhen was lying. Everything he said was true, he just did not focus on the main points. After hearing the other party's explanation, Xiaoqin said, it looks like it is indeed useless to me. I can reconsider the exchange. In that case, would Benefactor Xiao like to take a look at my collection? I believe there will be something that Benefactor Xiao will be satisfied with. Seeing the other party so anxious, Xiaoqin smiled in his heart. This monk was not telling him the truth. He said softly, sure. Let's talk as we walk. Chapter 2145. With this group of hidden spirit temples people as bodyguards, the return journey could be said to be very peaceful. There were many crafty and sinister foe beasts in the mysterious ice forest. However, There was no need for Xiaoqun to make a move. Along the way, Yuanzhen appeared very enthusiastic, feeling that he would be able to obtain the Ice-Fire Lotus platform. Yuanzhen rejoiced in his heart, but he did not show it. Instead, he chatted happily with Xiaoqun. As Yuanzhen spoke, his impression of Xiaoqun changed significantly. This Xiaoqun had a unique understanding of Buddhism. Xiaoqun did not seem like an outsider who only knew a little about the Buddhist sect. He believed that a monk should not care about the mundane world, living in peace and few desires. Yuanzhen's many insights were refreshing to Yuanzhen. Given this, Yuanzhen was no longer in a rush. Since Yuanzhen was not in a rush, Xiaoqun was even less in a rush. While the two were not in a rush, Fang Xiaobai and the other three were so anxious that rage filled their hearts. The four chased frantically all the way to the Holy Domain's divine capital, but they did not see Xiaoqun's figure. How can it be like this? Fang Xiaobai felt confused. The four of them were half-step sovereign emperors with deep and unfathomable cultivations. Compared to Xiaoqun, their cultivations were much higher. Even if Xiaoqun managed to escape the Sea of Fire first, they should not have been unable to see his figure. Xiaoqun had formed his divine seal and merged his Tao domain with his soul. His soul energy was several times stronger than that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. The distance that he could explore far surpassed that of Xiaoqun. However, along the way, they did not see Xiaoqun's figure at all. It looks like he has a secret treasure that can teleport people in the Holy Domain. Damn it. Teleporting in the faux god world was extremely dangerous. Space-time flowed in reverse, and one might get disturbed if one was not careful. Although it was dangerous, it did not mean that it was not possible. One could exchange for such secret treasures with faux god coins in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. However, the price was high and the quality-price ratio was low. Most people rarely exchanged for them. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Otherwise, Xiaoqun would not have disappeared from their sight for no reason. What should we do now? Mu Yunzhu asked seriously as he looked at the other three. Fang Xiaobai paced in front of the Holy Domain's divine capital, thinking to himself. After a while, he said, "Now that we have reached the Holy Domain's divine capital, there is no chance of taking his life anymore. I wonder what happened to the Ice-Fire divine origin. No matter how I think about it, I'm still full of anger. Now, I really can't do anything to him." Aside from some special places in the Holy Domain's divine capital where people could spar, fighting was prohibited elsewhere. Unless both parties were willing, even if they could fight, it was impossible to kill anyone in the Holy Region's divine capital. This was the Saint Domain's prohibition. If something were to happen, even the superpowers behind them wouldn't be able to protect them. The few of them were in a terrible predicament. They couldn't swallow this anger in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. He heard anxious shouts coming from afar. Turning his head, he saw that it was his junior brother following him. Senior brother, senior brother." When Fang Xiaobai saw his junior brothers flustered and extremely anxious, he frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all so flustered?" After one of them rested, he said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Fang, that Xiaoqun hasn't gone far. He's still behind." "What?" The expressions of Fang Xiaobai and the other three changed drastically. This was truly shocking. They were in disbelief. "That's impossible. The four of us chased all the way. How could we let him slip behind us under our noses?" Mu Yunzhu said resolutely, refusing to believe it. Bai Yunfei said coldly, "Since he is behind us, with so many of you, could it be that you cannot capture him alone?" The Bushin Palace disciple said with some grievance, "Senior brother Bai, he was with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. They left together from the Primal Chaos Flame Sea. They were chatting and laughing, and their relationship was very good. We did not dare to make a move." Bai Yunfei and the other three were intelligent people. The moment they heard this, their complexions immediately turned ashen. "We got fooled." Back then, Xiaoqun had purposely mocked them, wanting to infuriate the four into chasing blindly out of humiliation. However, at this moment, the four sneaked behind them and met up with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. The crown prince of an empire, an outstanding talent of a sect, is only SOSO. Now that they thought about it, these words were incredibly ear-piercing, making them blush in embarrassment. The group of junior brothers did not dare to say anything, lest they say something that would anger these four. Damn it! Damn it! To think that this Xiaochen played us like monkeys. Bai Yunfei's handsome face turned completely black at this moment, filled with indescribable rage. He had already been fooled by Xiaochen once in Cloud Water Marsh and the Desolate Sea. Even so, Bai Yunfei respectfully addressed him as senior. That was already a great humiliation. This time, he was fooled again. As the saying goes, it's impossible for a person to make the same mistake twice. But Bai Yunfei had been fooled twice in the past. The first time, he was fooled into addressing Xiaochen as senior. This time, he was even more embarrassed. Not only was he fooled, but he was even mocked in public. How could Bai Yunfei endure this? The other three showed extremely unsightly expressions, no less than Bai Yunfei's. They were so frustrated that they nearly vomited blood. However, they could not think of a good solution. Senior brother, they are here. One of them pointed to the back. Then, they saw Xiaochen descending from the sky with the Hidden Spirit Temples group, slowly landing in the Holy Domain's divine capital. Xiaochen chatted happily with Yuan Zhen. I will definitely kill him. The 3 scarlet marks on Bai Yunfei's forehead formed a beautiful orchid that looked like it would ooze blood. Such a scene startled the other people from the Bushan Palace. They quickly pulled Bai Yunfei back. Senior brother, calm down. This is the Holy Domain's divine capital. We cannot attack here. There are people watching us from the city walls. Indeed. Senior brother, it is not worth it for this person. The others feared that Bai Yunfei would act rashly in his anger. If he failed to kill Xiaochen, he would end up in the Holy Domain's heavenly prison. If that happened, he would be completely ruined. That would be exactly what Xiaochen wanted. Ha! Yuan Zhen, brother Bai wants to kill me. As a member of the Buddhist sect, you should advise him to rein in his murderous heart. Being so easily angered is not good for his body. When Xiaochen walked over and saw Bai Yunfei's flustered and exasperated appearance, he laughed without any fear. Yuan Zhen stepped forward and pressed his palms together. May the Buddha bless you. Benefactor Bai, why bother? Since you are already in the Holy Domain's divine capital, don't cling to your murderous heart. Buddha is merciful. Benefactor Bai, please calm down. Don't be anxious, don't be impatient. Don't have a murderous heart. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel your heart demon. You will soon face a bloody calamity. Pu Si. To think that this bald donkey Yuan Zhen actually recited his Dharma name. Bai Yunfei immediately cursed in his heart. However, when the words reached Bai Yunfei's mouth, he could not spit them out. Anger overwhelmed him, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly paled, and he looked extremely dispirited. The combination of Bai Yunfei's handsome face and his pale complexion made one's heart ache. Senior brother, when the Bushan Palace's disciples from the White Marsh Beast Empire saw this scene, they immediately felt anxious. At the same time, they were startled and horrified. This repulsive monk said that senior brother would face a bloody calamity. To think that it really came true. When Fang Xiaobai and the other 2 saw this scene, they could not help being startled. They quickly calmed down, no longer getting angry. It looked like this monk was really on the same side as Xiaochen. Bai Yunfei did not know what he had experienced to hate Xiaochen to such an extent. After Mu Yunju calmed down, he looked at Xiaochen and Yuan Zhen. Then, he said, I found it strange that the ice-fire divine origin disappeared for no reason this time. It looks like your hidden spirit temple did something. Fang Xiaobai's expression turned cold as a murderous intent flashed on his face. It looks like the 2 sides are working together, each taking what they need. One is seeking the ice-fire divine origin, and the other is seeking the ice-fire lotus platform. We were really miserably tricked. What a good scheme. This Fang admires it. Yuan Zhen immediately felt somewhat anxious. He explained, You really maligned me. The mystery of the ice-fire divine origin's disappearance has nothing to do with the hidden spirit temple. Xiao Hozun retorted indifferently, There is no need for you to explain whether it is related or not. Even now, you are still treating us like fools. Do you think that we are really stupid? The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Sooner or later, we will settle this debt with your hidden spirit temple. After giving Yuan Zhen a cold look, Xiao Hozun shifted his gaze to Xiaochen. Then, he turned and left without saying a word. Yuan Zhen's expression already turned somewhat unsightly. He felt helpless in his heart. You are really stupid as a pig. After speaking nonsense, you thought that you understood everything. You even want to settle this debt with the hidden spirit temple? There is no way to communicate with you. Mu Yunju and the others left one after another, feeling very vexed. They did not want to remain here for another second. Every time they saw Xiaochen, they would feel angry. If they could not hold back, they would end up like Bai Yunfei. Mu Yunju felt so frustrated that he vomited blood and fainted. After the group of people left, Yuan Zhen looked at Xiaochen and asked, Benefactor Xiao, what do you think? Are you willing to trade the Ice Fire Lotus platform? Xiaochen nodded and replied, I have considered it very clearly. This Ice Fire Lotus platform is very important to the Buddhist sect. I intend to personally visit and present it to your honored temple for free. Yuan Zhen immediately felt stunned. Then he smiled helplessly and said, Benefactor Xiao is really considerate. I will represent the hidden spirit temple in thanking you in advance. You are too polite. I'll take my leave first. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and left, vanishing from the group's vision. Senior brother, he is tricking us. He said that he is giving it to us, but he did not add a time limit. If he were to give it to us 10 years or 100 years later, we would not be able to reason with him. As Yuan Zhen looked at Xiaochen's departing figure, he seemed very open-minded. He smiled and said, How could I not know? He is such an intelligent person. How could he hand over the Ice Fire Lotus platform just because of some words from me? It is within my expectations. Let's go. This person has a deep friendship with our temple's little ancestor. Remember to treat him politely whenever you see him. Little ancestor. The hidden spirit temple had many old ancestors, but there was only one little ancestor. That was an existence that even the abbot had to avoid, an existence that could not be offended. Upon hearing Yuan Zhen's words, the other hidden spirit temple disciples all trembled, feeling that it had been a close call. No wonder this Xiaochen could fool them. How could someone who had a deep friendship with the little ancestor and did not die be someone to offend? That was not right. It was not a question of whether Xiaochen should be offended or not. It was as senior brother Yuan Zhen said. Xiaochen absolutely could not be offended. As everyone looked at Xiaochen, they felt that his back seemed much taller. Chapter 2146. Once he entered the Holy Domain's divine capital, he would be completely safe. When Xiaochen returned to his own courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was really a narrow escape from death this time. He had only wanted to kill some mastiffs in the periphery, but someone had set up a trap and he had nearly died to the mastiffs. Xiaochen only wanted to nurture the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin true flame. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the leaders of the 4 superfactions targeted him. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the harvest was not bad. Now that Xiaochen's cultivation reached peak consummation, he could be considered officially a heaven-defying sovereign personage. As a sovereign personage, one's veritable essence energy and soul energy had already been cultivated to their limits. There was no more room for improvement. Nurturing the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame was part of the plan. His cultivation was a pleasant surprise. Normally, it would take at least a year or 2 of hard work to reach the peak. This was because the faux god world had an extremely dense environment in the first place. Furthermore, there were all sorts of resources that could be exchanged for with faux god coins. The next direction of cultivation was to condense divine seals. After forming the divine seal, the might of Xiaochen's soul energy and Dao domain would reach a whole new level. At that time, even if Fang Xiaobai and the others worked together, Xiaochen would not fear them. In the primal chaos flame sea, Xiaochen had to use a scheme to trick these 4 people away. This was because the 4 were peak experts among half-step sovereign emperors. With the support of their divine seals, they were able to survive. Martial techniques and cultivation techniques could bring out a might far surpassing that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. It would be fine if one person worked together. However, if four worked together, Xiaochen would not stand a chance of victory. Forming a divine seal was the first step to breaking through to the sovereign emperor realm. It was crucial to the sovereign emperor realm. Divine seals were divided into different levels. The more Dao domains that fused with the soul, the stronger the divine seal. The attributes of the Dao domain would also affect the divine seal. For example, the divine seal formed by the Death Dao domain was stronger than the divine seal formed by the Thunder Dao domain. Of course, it would be much more difficult. Right now, Xiaochen only grasped one Dao domain, the Saber Dao and the Ice Dao. He had yet to break through to the Dao domain. As for reincarnation, he was still stuck at the level of will. He had yet to grasp the Dao of reincarnation. If he had a choice, Xiaochen would naturally choose to merge the Cycle Dao domain with his soul and form a divine seal. However, this was clearly unrealistic. The will of Cycle was too difficult to cultivate. While Xiaochen was confident of grasping the Cycle Dao, he did not know if he could break through to the Dao domain. This was because the reincarnation Dao was too powerful. It had already surpassed time and space. It was an ability that even faux gods would find difficult to grasp. Putting aside the Samsara Dao for now, Xiaochen was not someone who was willing to be mediocre. He would definitely not just fuse a single Dao domain with his soul. If Xiaochen could not break through to the Dao domain in his Ice Dao and Saber Dao, he definitely would not form a divine seal. Next, I'll focus my cultivation on comprehending the Saber Dao and the Ice Dao. Xiaochen revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that because he had merged with the Ice-Fire divine origin, he felt that his Ice Dao could break through to the Dao domain at any time. On the other hand, Xiaochen's specialty, the Saber Dao, was forever separated from the Dao domain by a thin layer of fog. It felt very close yet very far. He had once lost some things, and it was extremely difficult to find them again. Oh, right, I have not looked at my Ice-Fire Lotus platform in detail yet. Xiaochen had nearly forgotten about one of his greatest gains on this trip. With a thought, the Ice-Fire Lotus platform flew out of his storage ring. The Lotus platform consisted of a total of 360 lotus leaves. It had a natural Dao and spiritual energy. With one look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. As Xiaochen looked at the Lotus platform floating in the air, he entered deep thought. I probably won't be able to make out anything from just looking at it. I don't know much about the Ice-Fire Lotus platform either. I have to ask someone. Let's go to the 100 Treasure Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion was a place where one could exchange faux god coins for treasures. There were excellent appraisers there. They could appraise any treasure. Of course, that was on the premise that one had sufficient faux god coins. After a while, Xiaochen arrived at the 100 Treasure Pavilion's appraisal area. This item does not need any special appraisal. Give me 500 faux god coins, and I can tell you its origins and uses. The appraiser was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His cultivation was unfathomable. He gave a price with one look. Xiaochen still had some faux god coins on hand, so he happily handed over 500 faux god coins and waited for the appraiser's answer. This is the Ice-Fire Lotus platform, born in the Ice-Fire continent. The Ice-Fire Lotus platform has always been favored by the Buddhist sect's esteemed monks. Its greatest use is comprehending the Tao. Even the esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect can use this item to help them comprehend Buddhist principles. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt excited. Indeed, Yuan Zhen had kept a trick up his sleeve. How was this a lotus platform that esteemed monks used to show off their status? It was clearly a priceless treasure. For others, they can use this lotus platform to comprehend the Tao, martial techniques, and some mysteries. It can allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It is similar to the faux god prayer mats in the comprehension platform. However, as it is naturally formed, it is even better. The appraiser continued, if this item is forged using a Buddhist sect secret technique, it can be refined into a soul tool that can be used to ward off lightning and undergo tribulations. The most important thing is that your Ice-Fire Lotus platform has a total of 368 lotus petals. The highest quality lotus platform that appeared in the Icefire Wasteland only has 160 petals. Its value is simply inestimable. I nearly got cheated. Xiaochen thought to himself, I got lucky. Had I listened to Yuan Jin, I would have cried myself to death. Xiaochen suppressed his excitement and asked, do I need a Buddhist sect secret technique to forge it? Can the faux god world refine it? The appraiser shook his head. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and gave a negative answer. Then, he added, you are a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps the Heavenly Alliance can think of something after you go out. After all, the Heavenly Alliance gathers all the Grandmaster blacksmiths in the world. It might be possible. Many thanks. This gave Xiaochen some hope that he could think of something after he went out. The old man was very responsible. After saying that, he explained the many uses of the Icefire Lotus platform to Xiaochen. The old man even explained its origins in detail, including the strong secret treasures forged using it in history. This made Xiaochen feel that the 500 faux god coins were worth it. After receiving the Icefire Lotus platform, he thanked the old man again. Young Master Xiao, you are too polite. This is just this old man's duty, the old man said with a smile, feeling satisfied with Xiaochen's politeness. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and asked, feeling curious, Senior, you know me? Naturally. You broke the 1,000-year record for the Trial Tower's first floor, and you broke the third floor's highest difficulty in history. How can I not know you? I remember that many faux god bladesmen wanted to take you as a disciple back then. However, Senior Shimu stopped them, the appraiser said casually with a nod. The appraiser nodded slightly as he spoke casually. However, his words shocked Xiaochen. What? Back then, many faux god bladesmen wanted to take me as a disciple, but this Senior Shimu stopped them? Xiaochen did not feel surprised when he heard that. Back then, he only thought that he was not too outstanding and did not overthink it. Unexpectedly, there was such a secret, which flabbergasted him. Is this true? Of course. How can I speak carelessly about such a thing? Xiaochen did not say anything more. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When he walked out of the 100 Treasure Pavilion, he felt somewhat confused. Why did Senior Shimu do this? Is it because I defeated his statue, so he hates me? That's not right. If he hates me out of jealousy, he would not have given me the painting and let me obtain the fiendish saber inheritance. The thoughts of that old senior are really unfathomable. Xiaochen sighed and stopped thinking. Then, he returned to the courtyard and took out the second painting that Lu Benwei once gave him. The style of the second painting was different from the first one. It was very realistic. It was a picture of a lake with ripples on the surface of the lake. A drop of water slowly fell from the sky. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Compared to the first painting, this second painting was even simpler and more ordinary, even harder to understand. However, Xiaochen comprehended all things rejoicing together from the first painting. This second painting definitely had its mysteries. Now that Xiaochen's saber Dao had reached a bottleneck, he placed most of his hopes of breaking through the bottleneck of the Dao domain on this second painting. Perhaps it would be better for me to sit on the lotus platform and comprehend it. As he thought this, Xiaochen took out the Icefire Lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Xiaochen immediately sensed a profound and incomprehensible feeling coming from the lotus platform, filling his entire body. It was just like when he comprehended at the bottom of the lake. Xiaochen now understood. It turned out that he was already sitting on the vague form of the lotus platform at that time. Let's not care about that for now. Let's see what exactly is so profound about this painting. Chapter 2147. In the Void God Realm, in a place where clouds and mist lingered, a group of mountains could be faintly seen. The majestic mountain range was like a coiled dragon soaring through the clouds. The mountain peak was like a blade, piercing through the sky, standing proudly. This was where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated in seclusion in the faux god world. An air-piercing sound rang out, and a figure shuttled through the clouds like a celestial being. His posture was agile and his temperament was extraordinary. It was Lu Benwei, one of fiendish saber Shimu's nominal disciples. At the peak of the mountain range, in the depths of the endless clouds and mist, there was a mountain peak that stood upside down. Countless vines wrapped around it, giving it an ancient and boundless feeling. Lu Benwei flew all the way, and when he arrived, he slowly landed. There were many ancient buildings on the inverted platform. Lu Benwei walked toward one of them. His master, fiendish saber Shimu, was waiting for him. Strange, why did Master suddenly summon me here? Lu Benwei thought to himself, feeling a little puzzled. Generally speaking, his master rarely summoned him without saying anything. If he had any instructions, he would definitely inform him in advance so that he could make preparations. Lu Benwei felt some doubt when he saw fiendish saber Shimu. After bowing respectfully, he said, "Greetings, Master. I wonder, why did Master summon this disciple?" Fiendish saber Shimu had a head full of white hair, and wrinkles covered his old face. Only his eyes remained frighteningly sharp. "It's nothing. Let me ask you, did Xiaochen look for you?" Lu Benwei was stunned when he heard this, but he still answered truthfully, "Master, Xiaochen hasn't looked for me for more than a year. He hasn't contacted me at all." Fiendish saber Shimu could not help feeling stunned. He stroked his beard and muttered, "That shouldn't be the case." Could it be that he couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting? He didn't have any doubts at all. With his talent, he should be able to see the abnormality. Shimu did not think that Xiaochen could comprehend the mysteries of the painting so quickly. However, he should be able to tell that the painting was extraordinary. According to his conjecture, since he could see the abnormality but didn't know much about it, he should seek Lu Benwei's advice. However, it had been more than a year since he had contacted Lu Benwei. Shimu felt confused. Strange, did I make a mistake? He really couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting. Couldn't he guess what kind of opportunity was contained in the painting? If he had known about the inheritance represented by the fortuitous encounter in the painting, how could he not be tempted? If it were anyone else, he would have long sought out Lu Benwei. After some thought, he felt that this was not a bad idea. This means that this brat cannot compare to my younger self. It was just a coincidence that he defeated my statue in the trial tower. With this thought, fiendish saber Shimu smiled and said, "Go and bring him over. Say that I want to meet him." Lu Benwei could not help but ask in surprise, "Master, what are you doing?" Fiendish saber Shimu smiled and said, "This fellow is pretty good. I want to take him in as a nominal disciple and give him some pointers." Lu Benwei was speechless. He didn't understand what his master's logic was, but since it was an order, he just had to follow it. Yes, this disciple will obey master's orders. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, Xiaochen sat cross-legged. He had been comprehending the Tao on the ice-fire lotus platform for more than half a month. In his eyes, the painting in front of him was no longer the same as what he had seen in the past. Xiaochen's vision was now focused on the lake in the painting, on the droplet of water falling from the air. The droplet of water and the lake. One was insignificant, the other vast. One was nimble and the other was calm. The scene looked peaceful, a droplet of water and a lake. In reality, there were surging undercurrents, clashing with one another. In Xiaochen's eyes, this droplet was like a powerful bladesman showing off his sharpness. It was a powerful bladesman with lofty ambitions, carrying the courage to die as it fell from the sky. This droplet of water had lofty ambitions. This droplet of water wanted to challenge a lake. Pa! The scene continued to change. Xiaochen felt like he was in the painting, seeing nothing but emptiness. Rain was about to fall from the sky. Thunder rumbled, and thousands of droplets of water fell from the sky. However, a droplet of water gathered in the sky, unmoved. It allowed the other droplets of water to come and go, leaving them to fate as they fell from the sky. This droplet of water remained unmoved. This was a lonely droplet of water and also a proud droplet of water. Whoosh! The rainwater on the ground gathered into countless tributaries, slowly forming a lake in front of Xiaochen. The surface of the lake widened. However, that droplet of water continued to hang high in the sky, unmoved. The heavens were enraged. The thunderclouds scattered, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky, punishing on behalf of the heavens, using the power of the sun to scatter this droplet of water. However, something strange happened. When this droplet of water shone on it, it glistened like crystal. The hotter the sunlight, the more resplendent it was, the more dazzling this droplet of water became. This droplet of water was so proud. The sun set and the sun rose. This blazing sun roasted this droplet of water for 3,333 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before, not changing its past. The heavens were enraged. Then, the heavens used thousands of lightning bolts to strike it, wanting to completely destroy it. Another 3,333 years passed. This droplet of water did not change its past, remaining as proud as before. The heavens raged and used strong winds to torture it for 3,333 years. The blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning tormented it for a total of 9,999 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before. For 9,999 years, the lightning, strong winds, and intense flames could not change its past. It only made it shine even more resplendent, washing away all the impurities on its body. It became crystalline and pure, as beautiful as a demon. What is a demon? Someone as lonely as me, hanging high in the 9 heavens for 10,000 years, existing alone. What is a demon? Someone as proud as me, not fearing the heavenly might. Just like that, Xiaochen watched this droplet of water for 9,999 years, watching this droplet of water hang high in the sky, not changing its past. The scene suddenly changed. Xiaochen retreated and saw this droplet of water continue falling. Pa! When this droplet of water landed on the lake, the vast lake instantly exploded. The sky also shattered at this moment. This droplet of water expelled all of the lake's water. The droplet of water pierced through the lake and exploded the boundless lake water. No matter how much water there was in the lake, it could not contain the heart of this droplet of water. Boom! Xiaochen felt shocked. In the next moment, he startled awake. Xiaochen's entire body was drenched in sweat as if he had had a very long dream. Then, he looked at the painting floating in front of him. The scene in the painting still had not changed. It was still a droplet of water slowly falling, and the lake remained calm and peaceful. Xiaochen leaped down and put away the ice fire lotus platform. Then, he opened the painting in his hand and carefully looked at it, entering deep thought. Even a droplet of water can become a demon. The blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning cannot destroy it. It only adds to its elegance, making it look even more demonic. Not going with the flow, not following the will of heaven, not respecting the heavenly might. A droplet of water shatters the sky. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The inheritance contained in this painting was simply incredible. Fiendish Saber Shimu's nominal disciple, Lu Benwei, comes to seek an audience with the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen. Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought, Lu Benwei's voice rang out in the courtyard. Xiaochen muttered, "What is he doing here? Is he here to give me the third painting?" After putting away the painting, Xiaochen went out to receive Lu Benwei. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, big brother Lu." Lu Benwei gave Xiaochen a strange look. "You look very pale. Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Xiaochen knew that he had exhausted too much of his mind while comprehending the second painting. So, he wanted to tell the truth and ask for guidance. Lu Benwei asked, "Do you need to rest? My master would like to meet you." "Fiendish Saber Shimu wants to meet me? Alright, I want to meet him as well." Xiaochen was very curious about what kind of existence this fiendish Saber Shimu was. Why did Shimu reject all the other foe gods who wanted to take him in as a disciple and refuse to take him in as a disciple? Also, why did Shimu give him the fiendish saber painting? "There's no need. We can leave now. Big brother Lu, please lead the way." Xiaochen immediately answered without hesitation. "Come with me then." Lu Benwei nodded slightly and sized up Xiaochen. He also wondered why his master suddenly wanted to take Xiaochen in as a nominal disciple. The two were filled with questions as they rushed to where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated. Chapter 2148. Big brother Lu, might I know why Senior Fiendish Saber is looking for me? Xiaochen asked Lu Benwei out of curiosity along the way. Lu Benwei led the way without answering. After a while, he said, "Let's talk after we meet Master. Since he did not instruct me to tell you, he clearly does not want you to know." So mysterious, Xiaochen thought to himself. This only piqued his curiosity. 15 minutes later, the two slowly distanced themselves from the Holy Domain's divine capital. Lu Benwei said, "Follow me closely. I'm going to bring you through a few spatial tiers. Don't get lost. Otherwise, it will be very problematic." At the mention of spatial tiers, Xiaochen could not help being more cautious. If he got lost in one, it would be really troublesome. Lu Benwei did not lie. Not long after he spoke, his figure flashed and entered a spatial tear. Xiaochen quickly followed, not daring to hesitate. After passing through 6 spatial tiers, the scene before him suddenly opened up. He saw an incredibly vast mountain range shrouded in clouds. Occasionally, mountain peaks broke through the clouds. They were like powerful sabers, shining with a dazzling light. Just as one was about to find them, they hid in the clouds. This was truly astonishing. Many winding mountain peaks, many demonic geniuses in the cloud sea. These words suddenly appeared in Xiaochen's mind, making him feel as if he was on an isolated mountain peak. These isolated mountain peaks seemed to have a mind of their own. The instant they broke through the cloud sea, Xiaochen's bloodlines surged involuntarily. A saber intent wanted to break out of his body to compete with them. It was like the mountain peaks were not mountains but powerful bladesmen. Clang. Suddenly, before Xiaochen could react, he could no longer hold back the saber intent that he suppressed in his body, bursting out. A mountain peak appeared in the cloud sea and also shot out a saber intent. The two saber intents clashed intensely in the vast cloud sea, producing metallic clangs that resounded in the world. Ding, 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 ding. In that instant, countless hidden mountain peaks appeared at the same time. When each mountain peak appeared, it gave off a strand of saber intent. Immediately, the boundless cloud sea for 500,000 kilometers reverberated with boundless saber intent. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. "What's going on?" "Brother Lu." Turning his head to look, Lu Benwei had already disappeared without him knowing. "Brother Xiaochen, this is Master's test. Don't worry too much." Lu Benwei's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind, but he was nowhere to be found. Xiaochen did not have much time to think. In an instant, hundreds of saber intents shot at him. "Senior brother, this Xiaochen doesn't seem like much. He's only taken a few steps, but he's already unable to suppress the saber intent in his body." Outside the sea of clouds, 5 people stood side by side, 4 men and 1 woman, looking at Xiaochen, who was deep in the sea of clouds. That woman was elegant and had a face that could topple a city. She looked at Xiaochen with a complicated expression. This was the Divine Dragon Empire's White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ruyue. The 5 were fiendish saber Shimu's nominal disciples. Aside from Lu Benwei, the others were new members of the other super factions. Because they showed extraordinary talent in the saber Dao, Shimu took a fancy to them. However, he did not formally take them in as disciples. "I think he is in trouble. He is too careless, activating hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. He will be finished if he gets struck by one. Junior Sister Lu, what do you think?" The one who spoke was a handsome man from the profound Heaven Holy Land. His name was Zhang Yushan. Lu Ruyue felt some disgust in her heart, but her expression did not change. She replied indifferently, "It's hard to say." Zhang Yushan smiled and said, "What's so hard to say? I don't believe that he can retreat unscathed." Clang. Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, Xiaochen drew his saber and danced in the cloud sea. The flawless saber Dao used the body as a saber and the intent as a saber. In this breath, Xiaochen's entire body burst out with thousands of saber lights. Ding, 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 ding. Xiaochen's fine black hair fluttered, and saber hums sounded like zither music. At the crucial moment, he brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. In nearly an instant, Xiaochen sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes, draining a third of his veritable essence energy. Saber chi surged, erupting with resplendent light in the cloud sea. Xiao Chen barely managed to block the hundreds of saber lights from the fiendish peaks. Upon seeing this scene, the expression of Zhang Yushan, who just finished speaking, changed slightly. Then he shut his mouth and remained silent. However, Lu Benwei, who was at the side, remained silent. Xiao Chen activated hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. It was not that he was careless. It was just that the saber intent in his body was too sharp. Although Xiao Chen had not comprehended the saber Dao domain, the sharpness of this saber intent surpassed that of the 4 people beside him. After all, Xiao Chen was someone Master took a fancy to. Since he managed to avoid this calamity, the remaining tests should not be a problem. Indeed, as Lu Benwei expected, when these fiendish peaks first appeared, they caught Xiao Chen off guard. Xiao Chen nearly fell for it on the spot. After Xiao Chen stabilized himself and brought out his normal strength, dealing with the rest became easier. Soon, the clouds parted, and the fiendish peaks disappeared. An ancient, inverted peak with thousands of vines hanging from it appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. He knew that he had passed the test and could meet Senior Shimu now. However, Xiao Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This Senior Shimu is really strange. He is clearly the one who wants to meet me, yet he is testing me. If it were Xiao Chen's previous temper, he would have left on the spot. However, after thinking about it, the other party was a faux god expert, a powerful bladesman of his generation. He had a temper, so there was no need to bother with him. Xiao Chen. A voice called out. Xiao Chen turned his head to look and saw Lu Benwei. There were 4 other people beside him. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Then he looked at Lu Ryue. To think that she was here as well. These are the nominal disciples that Master took in. They are the new members of the various super factions. Let's go and meet Master now. I will introduce them to you later. Lu Benwei pointed to the 4 people beside him and explained to Xiao Chen. Aside from Lu Ryue, the other 3 looked at Xiao Chen with some disdain. They did not even nod or greet him. When Lu Benwei saw this scene, he smiled coldly in his heart. These 3 relied on their half-step sovereign emperor cultivation to comprehend the saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had already comprehended the saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had become nominal disciples long ago, so they somewhat looked down on Xiao Chen. However, they did not know that Xiao Chen, whom Master had not met personally, held a much higher position than the other 4. Xiao Chen's status was much higher than theirs. He even gave Xiao Chen 2 fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Furthermore, these 4 only cultivated on the mountain and received pointers. They had not even seen the fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Xiao Chen did not care about the 4's attitude. He only looked at Lu Ryue and smiled. We meet again. When Lu Ryue heard that, a blush flashed on her face. She remembered the last time the 2 met. Under the bright moon, in the center of the lake, Xiao Chen had taken advantage of her being caught off guard to kiss the back of her hand. However, Lu Ryue adjusted her emotions in the blink of an eye. Then she said, Indeed, we meet again. This is the faux god world. I will not interfere with your grudge with the Divine Dragon Empire. However, if you dare to pester me, I do not mind capturing you and bringing you back to the Empire. In name, Xiao Chen was still a wanted person in the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Dragon Holy Daughter. As the White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ryue naturally had a duty to capture Xiao Chen and bring him back to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, she only said that. Because of her younger sister, Lu Ryue did not care about capturing Xiao Chen. Given that, Lu Ryue just wanted Xiao Chen to stop making things difficult for her. On one hand, this person had taken liberties with her. On the other hand, Xiao Chen was her younger sister's sworn friend. Maintaining a distance between them was the best choice. Many thanks. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled faintly and thanked Lu Ryue. However, a dense melancholy flashed in the depths of his eyes. If it were in the past, Lu Ryue would not have said that to him. She would have doted on him instead. However, now the 2 of them, who clearly loved each other, stood together like strangers. When Xiao Chen smiled seriously on his delicate face, he looked very pretty, like an iceberg melting. However, no one could understand the sorrow behind his smile. It was indescribable. Even so, Xiaochen still felt very happy. This smile came from the bottom of his heart, driven by his true feelings. As for the sorrow and helplessness, he could just savor it himself. Let's go then. Lu Benwei did not overthink. He only felt that his master was still waiting, so he called out for everyone to follow. Stay away from junior sister Ryue. I have 10,000 ways to make trash like you live a life worse than death. Zhang Yushan whispered a threat as he passed by Xiaochen. Then he gave Xiaochen a cold look before catching up to Lu Benwei. Chapter 2149. Stay away from junior sister Ryue. Zhang Yushan's threat lingered in Xiaochen's ears, but he ignored it. Xiaochen was currently immersed in some memories of the past. When he saw Lu Ryue again, he felt very conflicted. He could not be bothered with this fly. Master, this fellow is very despicable. Should we teach him a lesson? The demon blood vulture said angrily as it materialized and turned into a beautiful, demonic, scarlet bird perched on Xiaochen's shoulder. Xiaochen said indifferently, he is just a fly. There is no need to mind him. After following the group for about 7 minutes, Xiaochen saw fiendish saber Shimu in a large hall. The simple and plain hall had simple decorations. Compared to the demonic atmosphere outside, it looked somewhat out of place. Greetings, Master. Lu Benwei stepped forward and bowed. The others performed cupped fist salutes at the same time. As Xiaochen bowed, he quietly sized up fiendish saber Shimu. Shimu had a head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, giving him an aged air. As he looked at the group, he nodded slightly. Xiaochen thought to himself, this senior Shimu before me is very different from the one I saw in the trial tower. The senior Shimu in the trial tower was strangely handsome, possessing a delicate beauty that did not belong to a woman. His entire body gave off a fiendish aura, living up to the name Fiendish Saber. This senior Shimu before Xiaochen was an old man with an extraordinary air but a lethargic air, appearing very ordinary. If one had to say what was special about him, it would be his eyes. Xiaochen could vaguely see the sharpness of the past, the vastness of the years. Yes, Master. Disciple and the other junior brothers welcomed young Master Xiao together. After Lu Benwei made the introductions, he led Lu Ryue, Zhang Yushan, and the others out of the hall to watch from afar. Greetings, Senior Shimu. I am honored to be summoned. Xiaochen stepped forward and bowed formally, expressing his respect and admiration for a faux god expert. This was respect from the bottom of his heart. The martial Dao was difficult. After the heavenly realm shattered, the martial Dao became even more difficult. Since then, it was already extremely rare for one to surpass the limits of mortals and advance to sovereign emperor. One could dominate a region and be called a peak expert. Surpassing sovereign emperor and igniting the divine flame to become a faux god was even more difficult. Faux gods already stood at the peak of the martial epics pyramid. Any faux god was an expert that others looked up to. Aside from Lu Benwei, Lu Ryue and the others did not know why Shimu's master called Xiaochen over. Junior sister seems to have some old grudges with this kid. If it's inconvenient for you to make a move, senior brother is willing to do it on your behalf. When Zhang Yushan heard what Lu Ryue said earlier, he tried to curry favor with her. Lu Ryue did not have a good impression of Zhang Yushan at all, as she cultivated in this mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that they were from the same sect, he wouldn't have given them any face. Now that he started a conversation for no reason, he was in a bad mood. Furthermore, as the White Dragon Saintess, she had long been famous in the southern region. She had high standards, and her talent and bloodline were excellent. Hearing those words, he was quite displeased and said coldly, "You think I'm not strong enough?" Zhang Yushan was snubbed, so he smiled sheepishly and said, I wouldn't dare. Lu Benwei found this funny. However, he was rather old and had long since passed the age to care about such trivial matters. His expression did not change, but he did not say anything. Senior brother, I think this brat and Lu Ryue have some sort of relationship. The White Dragon Saintess is famous for her decisiveness in killing in the southern region. She is no weaker than the Dragon God Crown Prince. If she has a grudge with Xiaochen, how can she let him off so easily? Zhang Yushan moved to the side, and the other two junior brothers stepped forward. Naturally, I thought of that. Earlier, I probed him with my words, and I think I'm most likely right. Zhang Yushan looked at Xiaoqin, who was standing in the hall. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he did not say anything else. Why do you think Master is looking for this brat? Could it be that he wants to take him in as a disciple? Could it be that Master does not fancy any of us? Nonsense. He probably doesn't fancy you. First senior brother should know. However, first senior brother is really tight-lipped, not revealing a single word. The three had known each other for a long time. After seeing Xiaoqin display his saber skills in the Fiend Peaks, they felt some enmity for him. They worried that fiendish saber Shimu might really take Xiaoqin in as a disciple. Unfortunately, fiendish saber Shimu called Xiaoqin over to take him in as a disciple. Shimu stood up and looked at Xiaoqin. He felt satisfied with Xiaoqin's words, actions, and bearing. Then he nodded slightly and smiled. Not bad. I've long heard that the Heavenly Alliance has produced the youngest member in history with incredible talent for the saber. I've been paying attention to you since you challenged the Trial Tower. Breaking the 1,000-year-old record on the first floor left a deep impression on me. Actually, breaking his statue clone on the third floor left an even deeper impression. However, Shimu was stubborn and proud. He definitely would not mention such an embarrassing matter. Honestly speaking, Shimu felt conflicted when facing Xiaoqin. On one hand, he cherished Xiaoqin's talent and wished that he could immediately pass on his mantle. On the other hand, he did not want to admit defeat. This time, Shimu made up his mind to take Xiaoqin as a disciple mainly because he concluded that Xiaoqin could not comprehend the inheritance painting that he gave him. Shimu was still not as good as his younger self. Hence, he convinced himself and gave himself a way out. Then he quickly summoned Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin heard that, he thought to himself, I really can't figure you out. Since you think so highly of me, why do you only summon me after almost 2 years? Why do you not allow the other foe god bladesmen to take me in as a disciple? Naturally, Xiaoqin could not show such emotions. He could only express his honor. The two chatted for a while, mostly about trivial matters, not related to anything else. However, Shimu's words were sharp, all related to the Saber Dao. Shimu already felt very satisfied with Xiaoqin's calm response. Xiaoqin, have you taken a master before? If you have, who is your master? Shimu suddenly asked, changing the topic. Xiaoqin's heart skipped a beat. At this point, he finally understood Shimu's intention in summoning him. Xiaoqin's expression did not change, but the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two changed drastically. Shimu wanted to take Xiaoqin in as a personal disciple. Generally speaking, nominal disciples didn't need to worry too much about sectarian views and didn't need to care too much. However, a personal disciple was different. Xiaoqin wanted to inherit his mantle and nurture him as a successor. Shimu needed to clarify this. If Xiaoqin had taken an expert before, there would be some conflict and he needed to think about it further. Lu Benwei was not surprised. Before he came, he already knew his master's intentions. However, when he saw it for himself, he still felt somewhat gratified. He had followed his master for hundreds of years. Although their relationship was deep, he was only a nominal disciple. Xiaoqin knew the reason. He was anxious that Xiaoqin was not talented enough. Inheriting his master's mantle would only bring shame to the name of the fiendish saber, preventing it from flourishing. Xiaoqin did not like that either. Actually, Xiaoqin knew that his master was very anxious. He had always wanted to find a truly talented bladesman. His master had imparted everything he knew to Xiaoqin, fulfilling his wish before he died. However, his master was proud and stubborn, unwilling to compromise at all. As a result, he had always been depressed. Now that Shimu wanted to take Xiaoqin in, he had fulfilled one of his greatest wishes. This was good. Lu Ryue was rather calm. Shimu had accepted her because he owed the white dragon old ancestor a favor, giving her pointers in the saber technique. However, Lu Ryue's style was different from the fiendish saber. Furthermore, she had always been confident that even if she did not inherit the fiendish saber's mantle, she could carve her own path. However, the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two flickered, appearing uncertain. They felt somewhat unhappy in their hearts. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "There is only one person who truly has a master-disciple relationship with this junior. She is the most important person in my life. She is my first teacher and the person I love the most." When Shimu heard that, he revealed a smile. If it was just his first teacher, there was no problem. As for the relationship between Xiao Chen and this first teacher, it was not something that Shimu cared about. Outside the hall, when Lu Ryue heard what Xiao Chen said, she thought to herself, "The person I love the most already has a lover?" Thinking of this, she felt a strange pain in her heart for some reason. Could. Xiao Chen, since that is the case, I'll be direct. I want to take you in as my disciple and pass on my mantle to you. Not as a nominal disciple but as a personal disciple. Fiendish Saber Shimu revealed a relieved smile on his wrinkled face, appearing very happy. When Shimu smiled in high spirits, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, making him look much younger. A faux god, a peak bladesman at that, wanted to take Xiao Chen as a disciple. Even if Xiao Chen had not come into contact with the Fiendish Saber inheritance, he had no reason to reject it. After coming into contact with it, he had even less reason to reject. I am extremely honored. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. Fiendish Saber Shimu stroked his beard and smiled. Very well. Take out the first painting that I got Ben Wei to give you. I'll explain it to you in detail. Given your talent and comprehension ability, you will definitely be able to comprehend it in less than a month with my guidance. When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart immediately skipped a beat. It's over. This painting was burned to ashes long ago. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he was already Shimu's disciple. There should be no problem with telling Shimu that he comprehended the inheritance and obtained the fiend blood. Reporting to Master, this disciple has already comprehended the first painting. However, the painting is already burned to ashes and cannot be taken out. Currently, I am comprehending the second painting. There are some things that I do not understand. How can a drop of rain destroy the sky? After Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the second painting and asked for guidance. However, even after Xiao Chen spoke for a long time, Shimu did not say anything. Xiao Chen maintained the posture of opening the painting, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The silence in the hall was somewhat scary. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall rejoiced in their hearts. It seemed like there was a turning point, so they immediately turned nervous. What's wrong? Lu Ryue clearly sensed that Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically after he took out the painting. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily. Unexpectedly, he broke out in a cold sweat. He said in confusion, "Master? Who is your master?" Shimu had already withdrawn his smile. Now, he laughed coldly, making everyone tremble in fear. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said awkwardly, "Senior, you said it yourself earlier." Shimu retorted coldly, "I do not take in people who speak nonsense. You said that you comprehended it, so you comprehended it?" Xiao Chen felt some rage in his heart. Even if you are a senior, a faux god expert who stands at the peak of the martial Tao, someone who I am not even an ant to you, there is no need to toy with me like this, right? You are the one who gave me the painting. You are also the one who stopped the other faux god experts from taking me in. You are also the one who summoned me and took me in as a disciple. I, Xiao Chen, did not beg you to take me in. What did I do wrong? What do you mean I speak nonsense? I, Xiao Chen, never boast. If I say it, it means it. Look carefully and see if I have comprehended it or not. Xiao Chen was also filled with rage. Earlier, when he saw Lu Ryue, he felt somewhat suppressed. Now that he vented his anger, he could no longer suppress it. His respect for a faux god expert was also tossed to the back of his mind. Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness surged as he unleashed all the saber intent in his body, using the resentment in his heart. Then, Xiao Chen drew his saber and pointed it at the sky. The ground seemed to sense the rage and dissatisfaction in Xiao Chen's heart. It seemed to have a life of its own, resonating with his saber intent and surging like waves. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. In that instant, thousands of saber lights shot out from the ground. In just an instant, thousands of holes appeared in this ancient hall, which had a formation supporting it. Beams of light pierced through the holes and gathered on Xiao Chen's body, showing the tyranny of the fiendish saber. The light lasted for only 1 second. In the next moment, the entire ancient hall collapsed. This ancient hall, which had existed for countless years, turned into ruins without any signs of life. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall were flabbergasted. They were all shocked by Xiao Chen's grace at this moment. "Senior, did I speak nonsense?" Xiao Chen asked as he sheathed his saber. Fiendish saber Shimu's expression turned even more unsightly. The aura flowing in his body inspired fear. Before Shimu, Xiao Chen felt incredibly insignificant. However, at this moment, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Even if he died under the other party's palm strike, he would accept it. There were some things that Shimu was not in the wrong, so there was no need to compromise. Pu Si. Just as Zhang Yushan and the others thought that Shimu would kill Xiao Chen with one palm strike, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, Shimu's aged face looked even older. His body even wobbled somewhat. This stunned Xiao Chen, somewhat at a loss. "Master!" Lu Benwei quickly leaped over and went to Shimu's side to support him. Chapter 2150. Fiendish saber Shimu appeared somewhat weak. However, he was a faux god after all. No one dared to underestimate him. However, they did not understand why he suddenly vomited blood. What a fellow! How dare he disrespect Master? Kill him! When Zhang Yushan saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He knew that his opportunity had arrived. This was the best opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. Killing Xiao Chen would prevent Shimu from taking him as a personal disciple. Secondly, he would prevent anything from happening between Shimu and Lu Riyue. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Earlier, Xiao Chen's all things rejoicing together had shocked them. If they allowed Xiao Chen to condense a divine seal, how incredible would that be? Now was a good time to heavily injure Xiao Chen after he executed all things rejoicing together. Whoosh! Zhang Yushan and the other 2 were very scheming. With someone taking the lead, the other 2 immediately understood. The moment they attacked, they did not show any mercy, bringing out the full might of a half-step sovereign emperor. Before Lu Riyue could react, the 3 arrived above Xiao Chen and executed their killing moves, sealing off all angles of attack. No matter what Xiao Chen did, one of the killing moves would strike him. As long as he got struck, he would be severely injured. Then, one more move would finish him off. Coincidentally, when Xiao Chen saw Shimu vomiting blood, he did not know what to do. He focused his attention on Shimu, not knowing what happened. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, the 3 had already arrived before him, holding the initiative. Xiao Chen could not help feeling enraged. These 3 were extremely shameless. Xiao Chen had always been a decisive person. He instantly analyzed the situation. These 3 were half-step sovereign emperors, their cultivations suppressing his. Furthermore, they executed their killing moves. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had executed all things rejoicing together, draining his soul energy and veritable essence energy. Even if he brought out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to dodge the killing moves of 2. Since that was the case, there was no point in dodging. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yushan. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Now, only Zhang Yushan remained in his world. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He saw a determined look in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's aura. This was a killing move that would not rest until Zhang Yushan was dead, even if they had to sacrifice 2 people's lives. That's right, Xiao Chen's plan was like this. Since he could not avoid this killer move anyway, so what if he took another one? It was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to die first. Step down. However, just as this danger was about to erupt, Shimu shouted coldly. However, he did not move at all. Blood trickled down the corners of Zhang Yushan and the other 2's mouths. They were sent flying at the same time. After landing on the ground, they tumbled a few times, looking extremely miserable. If I want to kill someone, it's not your turn to do it for me. The 3 of you will be imprisoned in the Thunder Saber prison for a month. Panic immediately flashed in the eyes of Shimu and the other 2. The lightning saber prison was a saber prison that Shimu collected primal chaos lightning in the faux god world and refined with his own strength. It was used to train disciples for experiential training. However, it was extremely horrifying inside. Staying there was torture. It was fine to train for 1 or 2 days. However, if one stayed there for a month, ordinary people would be half dead when they came out. However, Zhang Yushan and the other two had no choice but to obey. It was not easy for them to obtain the guidance of a faux god, allowing their strength to grow rapidly. Although they were just nominal disciples, many people outside begged to be the disciples of a faux god expert. They could not give up on this opportunity so easily. The three knelt and said, "Disciples know their mistakes. We will definitely obey Master's orders." The three felt dissatisfied, but they still obediently withdrew and headed for the lightning saber prison. Shimu looked at Xiaoqin and thought for a long time. Then he turned and left, not saying anything. Xiaoqin felt very confused. Sometimes, being able to distinguish right from wrong was not a good thing. As Xiaoqin looked at Shimu's departing figure, he felt somewhat guilty for some reason. Perhaps he had been too rash earlier, too rude. No matter what, Shimu was the one who gave him this inheritance painting. Earlier, when Zhang Yushan and the other two wanted to take the opportunity to kill him, Shimu dealt with it. Lu Rua said softly, "To think that Master even gave you the inheritance painting. It looks like he really wants to take you in as his personal disciple." Xiaoqin felt slightly stunned. Then, he turned his head and asked, "However, why did he suddenly change his attitude towards me?" Lu Rua remained somewhat silent. She did not understand why Xiaoqin was so unhappy after Master gave him the painting, even though he clearly comprehended it. "I don't know. Master's temper has always been strange. Aside from first senior brother, no one can figure it out." Xiaoqin sighed in his heart, showing some worry on his face. He could tell that Shimu's expression was truly somewhat weak. The essence blood of a faux god was already very precious. Spitting out a mouthful would be fatal. Unless Shimu had a hidden injury that had yet to heal, a very serious hidden injury. Earlier, Xiaoqin acted rashly, angering Shimu to the point that his hidden injury relapsed. This was not good. Xiaoqin did not know what to do at this moment, so he appeared very dispirited. "From what you said just now, your first master is already your lover?" Just at this moment, Lu Rua suddenly asked. When Xiaoqin heard that, his originally dispirited heart immediately felt hurt. "My lover is right before my eyes, yet she is far away. Heaven knows, the earth knows, and I know. Only she does not know, yet she still asked this." After thinking for a long time, Xiaoqin asked softly, "Miss Lu, why do you ask this? Don't you know? My younger sister is deeply in love with you. Back then, she even wanted to ask the white dragon old ancestor to save you. I hope that you will not let her down," Lu Rua replied. "If not for her, my father would not have interfered with the Golden Dragon Palace's line of sight, allowing you to leave the Divine Dragon Empire safely." When Xiaoqin heard this, he guffawed. However, his laughter sounded somewhat sorrowful. Xiaoqin felt heartache, not for himself but for Lu Rua. To think that she would say such a thing. The White Dragon Old Ancestor. Your memories are either the White Dragon Old Ancestor or the White Dragon King. To think that you are speaking up for someone else. Back then, if I had the strength, I would have killed the White Dragon King first. As Xiaoqin laughed, he stopped after a long time. Then, he said sullenly, "There is nothing between me and Ryun that I let her down. It is just the relationship between siblings. After a few more years, she will understand. Miss Lu, it is best that you don't say such things in the future." Lu Rua had good intentions, but Xiaoqin rejected her decisively. There seemed to be more to this than met the eye. Lu Rua was an intelligent person. Xiaoqin did not hide his expression from her. After some thought, she asked, "Young Master Xiao, you seem to have something that you cannot say?" Xiaoqin replied calmly. His expression did not change, but his heart bled. There were some things that he knew but could not say. If he said it, the White Dragon Old Ancestor would rush to the faux god world to kill him. Lu Rua would be in danger as well. Furthermore, saying it might not be of any use. "I'll just watch you like this for now." When I become strong one day, Lu Riyue immediately felt somewhat angry. Xiaochen clearly had it, yet he said that he did not. I gave you a chance out of kindness, yet you lied to me. Lu Riyue snorted coldly and turned to leave. Xiaochen's mood sank to rock bottom. The matter of fiendish saber Shi Mu and Lu Riyue. Xiaochen always thought that his mental state was already very strong. However, when it came to the weakest feelings hidden in the depths of his heart, he could not even withstand one blow. Xiaochen took out a bottle of moon-burning wine and sat on the rubble expressionlessly, drinking alone. At the summit of the mountain peak, fiendish saber Shi Mu looked at the cloud sea. His weak expression appeared somewhat desolate. Shi Mu was an extremely stubborn person. He did not want to show this desolate expression before Xiaochen, only showing it now. The clouds shrouded the place, looking very majestic. Shi Mu had a head full of white hair and an aged expression. He muttered, I thought that Pan Huang was the only bladesman in the world who could defeat me. Looking at it today, this is truly laughable, extremely laughable. Pu Si. Before Shi Mu finished speaking, he vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, he vomited blood 3 times in a row. Lu Benwei felt heartache as he watched from the side. He did not know how to advise Shi Mu. After a long time, Shi Mu muttered to himself, how can a drop of water shatter the firmament? Only with disrespect can one have the possibility to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unyielding heart can one endure 10,000 years of loneliness, and only then can one have the chance to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unchanging heart can a drop of water turn into an endless vault of heaven. As Shi Mu muttered to himself, he seemed to be speaking nonsense. At first, Lu Benwei did not understand. Slowly he realized that his master was answering Xiaochen's question. Although Xiaochen did not understand, he firmly remembered it, not missing a single word. After Shi Mu finished speaking, Lu Benwei said, Master, I'll go and make arrangements for Xiaochen's accommodations first. Shi Mu remained silent, not saying a word. Lu Benwei understood what Shi Mu meant. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave, heading down the mountain.